Chapter 412. Bai Lixi's anxious voice rang out. Xiao Chen thought quickly and quickly made a decision. Then he jumped onto the axe. Xiu! The huge axe rose from the ground and flew up, carrying Xiao Chen forward. Under Bai Lixi's control, the huge axe carried Xiao Chen through the air. After Xiao Chen left the chaotic stone forest, he jumped off the huge axe. Bai Lixi waved his hand and the huge axe returned to him. When Bai Lixi saw Xiao Chen's expression, he immediately smiled and said, "Brat, what's wrong with you? Did you smash your face into a wall?" Xiao Chen felt embarrassed. Bai Lixi's words were spot on. However, Xiao Chen could not admit to this even if he was beaten to death. "Didn't you go to chase after that group of half-step martial monarchs? Why are you here?" Xiao Chen changed the topic. Bai Lixi said somewhat embarrassedly, "Sorry, I did indeed lie to you. Many people know that there is a medial-grade secret treasure in this chaotic stone forest. However, aside from a few rookies, no one dares to barge in. I'm sure you understand the reason." Xiao Chen revealed an expression of understanding. Actually, he had already guessed this. He said indifferently, "I know what you mean. There is no need to say anything more. Since you obtained the firmament body tempering art and I obtained the medial-grade secret treasure, you dragged me out. Consider it written off. I will not seek trouble for you anymore." When Bai Lixi heard this, he quickly said, "White-robed brat, you have misunderstood me this time. Although I did intend to use the messy stone forest to trick you, I realized on the way that you are a good match for my temper. Especially when you gave me the secret manual in the end. At that time, I intended to tell you the truth. However, you ran too fast. I could not even call out to you in time. The moment I entered, I rushed over here. Along the way, I ran into some trouble. I did not expect to be too late. However, I managed to drag you out." Xiao Chen remained silent. There were no flaws in Bai Lixi's words. Bai Lixi had treated him fairly. Xiao Chen was not a narrow-minded person. When he thought about how badly he had cheated Bai Lixi in the past, it was reasonable for Bai Lixi to do the same to him. No matter what, the other party had still pulled him out. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen said, "All right, I'll trust you this once. Tell me about the stone forest behind us. What's the situation like? Why is it so strange?" When Bai Lixi saw that Xiao Chen did not blame him, he felt relieved. He replied, "I don't know either. In any case, it is very strange. Once, a half-step martial monarch entered and could not come out. In the end, 2 demons pestered him to death. You're quite capable to be able to kill that demon," Bai Lixi said in shock. After a pause, he took out a small book and said, "This is for you." Xiao Chen took it and asked, "What is it?" Bai Lixi smiled and said, "Naturally, it is good stuff. These are my experiences in cultivating the physical body over the past few decades. Take a look. It is not that old by his boasting, but after visiting so many places in the continent, I have not seen anyone with a stronger physical body than me." Bai Lixi's experiences in cultivating were really good stuff. His talent for cultivation was indisputable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate a heaven-ranked cultivation technique to the 4th layer within 2 months. Xiao Chen casually flipped through the small book and placed it in the universe ring. He said, "Thank you. Coincidentally, my cultivation of the physical body has reached a bottleneck." Bai Lixi waved his hand and said, "There is no need to thank me. Consider it my apology for what I did to you earlier. I'll be leaving first." This time, that group of people provoked something powerful. About 5 kilometers away, Xiao Chen felt an aura that rivaled that of a martial monarch. That aura did not disperse. Instead, it grew even more berserk. That was the place Bai Lixi was referring to. Tenod Peak half-step martial monarchs against a martial monarch blood demon. A battle of this level was not something that could be resolved in a short time. If it dragged on, it might even last 1 or 2 days. It was not strange that it had not ended yet. As Xiao Chen watched Bai Lixi leave, he felt an urge to go and see what was going on. Xiao Chen did not fear anyone below half-step martial monarch. However, if he ran into a half-step martial monarch, Xiao Chen would not have any chance of victory. Xiao Chen would not have more than a 10% chance of escaping. Hence, Xiao Chen decided not to join in on the excitement. However, now that he had the blood flame shoes, Xiao Chen had a 50% chance of escaping unscathed from a half-step martial monarch. He might as well join in on the excitement. That blood demon might be a peak high-rank blood demon. Not only would it have a valuable superior grade demon core, but it would also have a large number of secret treasures. Xiao Chen's gaze slowly turned resolute. He grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and said softly, I should prepare well. Actually, there is still a high chance of success. Snatching something from a half-step martial monarch would be like snatching food from the jaws of a tiger. Just the blood flame shoes alone would not be enough. Xiao Chun thought for a while and took out a 1-meter-long thumb-thick tree branch with overwhelming spiritual energy from the universe ring. This was the branch of the Wutong tree that Xiao Chun had bought at the Heaven Ascending platform. The Wutong tree was a spirit tree second only to the 3 divine trees. Naturally, this branch of the Wutong tree contained overwhelming spiritual energy. It was a bona fide spirit tree and was suitable for the life bestowal spell. Xiao Chun used a carving knife to cut off half of the branch and place the other half in the universe ring. Then, he started to think about what kind of strong weapon to carve. Naturally, the strongest ones that Xiao Chun had seen were the Supreme Elder of the Supreme Sky Sect and Bai's father. However, Xiao Chun hesitated on carving a martial sage for the life bestowal spell. Firstly, the martial sage was too strong. He feared that the Wutong tree would not be able to withstand it. Secondly, if he could not carve out any charm, it would greatly reduce his strength. Secondly, the martial sage had already obtained some heavenly Tao energy. Xiao Chun was afraid that if he used the statues of these people, it might alert the other party. That would not be good. It was better to use Yingyu's statue. Yingyu was now a half-step martial monarch. She was very familiar with carving and would be able to grasp the charm of a statue. After making up his mind, Xiao Chun cut off a quarter of the half-meter-long spirit tree. Then he took out a carving knife and started to seriously carve Yingyu's statue. Shua! Shua! Wood chips fell off slowly. After 1 hour, Xiao Chun carved a statue of Yingyu wearing battle armor. On the statue, Yingyu revealed a faint smile on her beautiful face. She held a spear in her hand, which looked like it would fly out at any moment. Naturally, a statue used for combat could not be as crude as those single-use statues. Xiao Chun used 10 minutes to work on it before he was satisfied. Xiao Chun dripped his blood into the statue. Now he had completed the life bestowal spell. With the remaining spirit tree, he could carve 3 more statues. Xiao Chun thought for a while before carving a statue of himself. Then he dripped his blood into the statue. All of this took another 2 hours. Although it took a long time, Xiao Chun felt that it was all worth it. He had never fought with a half-step martial monarch before. He could never underestimate his opponent. No matter how much preparation he made, it was never too much. Although Xiao Chun had trump cards that could fight against half-step martial monarchs, he could only use them once. It was best not to use them. Boom! 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 Loud sounds came from the distance again. As the wind blew, there seemed to be all sorts of ghostly wails and wolf howls mixed in. It was extremely horrifying. It is time to depart. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and headed for the center of the battlefield, his figure flashing as he flew. On the flat ground, Xiao Chun moved like a roaming dragon. From a distance, he looked like a dragon soaring above the ground. As Xiao Chun got closer to the battlefield, the overwhelming baleful aura of the peak high-rank blood demon became clearer. Xiao Chun even felt a faint pressure on his mind. When Xiao Chun was 2 kilometers away from the center of the battlefield, he stopped. Countless cultivators around him had fallen long ago. Xiao Chun moved his feet quietly and hid himself in a corner that would not attract attention. Who? Dust filled the air in front of Xiao Chun. A strong wind blew, kicking up sand and rocks. When Xiao Chun looked up, his vision was blurry. He could not see the situation clearly. Xiao Chun could only vaguely see some figures moving in the air with a bright light. Horrifying energy fluctuations came from them. Ferocious roars resounded endlessly. Occasionally flames, frost, rain and thunder flashed. These were the different states of 10-odd half-step martial monarchs bringing out their limits. After fighting for such a long time, there will definitely be casualties. I think I heard a human scream earlier. Indeed, me too. Our opponent is a peak high-rank blood demon. Normally, they only appear in the core region of the demon battlefield. This time one appeared in the inner area. This is really strange. A peak high-rank blood demon is as strong as an inferior-grade martial monarch. These people are only half-step martial monarchs. The difference is too great. They will definitely be injured. A few bold and skilled people wanted to go in and watch the excitement. If they were lucky, they might even find the corpse of a half-step martial monarch. If that happened, everything would be worth it. Bang! 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 After entering 100 meters, miserable cries resounded. These people's bodies bounced back. When these people entered, their bodies were still intact. Now they were in a sorry state. Some of them had been electrocuted into charcoal. Some had their upper bodies like icicles while their lower bodies were charred into mush. Clearly, they had been struck by the power of ice and fire. There was also a stone pillar. After it fell to the ground, it instantly broke into pieces of mud. The many cultivators watching could not help but be shocked. Although they knew that these people would not have a good ending, they had not expected such a miserable ending. Xiao Chun also revealed a horrified expression. Earlier, he had clearly seen the situation inside with his spiritual sense. When these superior-grade martial kings entered 100 meters, they were immediately discovered by the half-step martial monarchs inside. The 10-odd half-step martial monarchs had a tacit understanding. Half of them blocked the attacks of the blood demons while the others attacked together, sending out all sorts of horrifying killing moves. These superior-grade martial kings could not resist at all before they were blasted back. What happened next was what everyone saw. It looked like these half-step martial monarchs were all very cunning. They would not allow others to interfere with their prey. If you want to take advantage of the situation, there is no way. Chapter 413. In the center of the battlefield, Xiao Qin's spiritual sense saw the corpse of a half-step martial monarch. It looked like the miserable cries that those people had heard earlier were true. Xiao Chun looked up and saw a few cultivators standing in the air as well. There were more than 100 of them. These people had calm gazes and withdrawn auras. They did not move at all. They stared at the battlefield. The dust in the air did not seem to obstruct their vision. Martial kings could indeed fly. However, if they wanted to stay in the air for a long time, they would exhaust a significant amount of essence. From this, it could be seen that the cultivators hovering in the air had a much higher cultivation than those on the ground. It was clear that if the battle ended, it would be faster to dive down from the sky than to charge down from the ground. The martial kings on the ground also wanted to stay in the air for a long time. However, they could not withstand the exhaustion of essence. This was the difference. Xiao Chun continued looking around, searching for Bai Lishi. Finally, he found him a kilometer to the northeast. A few cultivators with strong auras stood around Bai Lishi. Bai Lishi was currently conversing with these people in a soft voice. It looked like he had found his companions and was preparing to move together. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Chun casually found a rock and quickly carved an eagle. Then he used the life bestowal spell. Who? An eagle appeared under Xiao Chun's feet and slowly carried him into the air. Without a doubt, the sky was the most suitable place to move. When the cultivators at the side heard the commotion and sensed Xiao Chun's cultivation, they could not help but laugh. This brat overestimates himself. It is not that easy to stay in the air. If we could go up, we would have done so long ago. He really does not know his limits. Does he think that no one can do anything to him just because he has a spirit pet? Let's just watch the excitement. After all, the battle over there will still be some time before it ends. Let's just treat it as some entertainment. The cultivators all had faint mockery on their faces. As they watched Xiao Chun fly higher, their gazes filled with anticipation. There were even some who had murderous glints in their eyes, hoping that Xiao Chun would be seriously injured so that they could take advantage of the situation. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was startled. It looked like he thought differently. Aside from the fact that they could not afford to expend their essence, there were other reasons why these cultivators did not go into the air. Whatever the case, I will deal with it when it comes. I do not fear anyone below half-step martial monarch. Even if I am not a match for some peak superior grade martial kings, I will be able to retreat easily. Brat, is this a place for you to stay? Scram! Xiao Chun had just stopped when a bald cultivator flew over from 100 meters away. Hearing the bald cultivator's voice, the other cultivators in the air all looked over. Their gazes were filled with interest. Ha ha ha! That brat is dead for sure. He actually chose Shifeng's territory. That fellow is famous for his ferocity. It looks like he is a rookie. Shifeng is quite famous in the southern region of the ancient desolate land. When the cultivators on the ground saw Xiao Chun fly over to the bald cultivator's side, they all laughed loudly. Xiao Chun stood on the eagle and held the lunar shadow saber in his hand. As he looked at the bald cultivator in front of him, his gaze was extremely calm. Although the area in the air looked vast, all the good spots were occupied. If Xiao Chun wanted to find a good spot, he had to knock one of them down. At the same time, he had to display his strength to deter them. This would deter the other cultivators from acting rashly. As for the person in front of Xiao Chun, not only did he have a good spot, but he was also the best target for Xiao Chun to establish his might on. The bald cultivator, Shifeng, had a sinister expression. He held a large saber in his hand and emitted killing chi. When Shifeng saw that Xiao Chun did not say anything, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. He said coldly, "I'll say it again, this is my territory. Scram immediately." When the other peak superior grade martial kings in the air felt Shifeng's killing chi, they thought to themselves, this brat on the eagle is going to die. There were several hundred cultivators here. However, only 100 of them qualified to be in the air. For Shifeng to be able to snatch a spot, his strength was clearly not something a regular superior grade martial king could compare to. It would be too easy to deal with an inferior grade martial king. Shifeng's expression turned sullen. His killing chi seemed solid as it spread throughout his body. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he stared at Xiao Chun. "I gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it. In that case, die." When Shifeng saw that Xiao Chun had no intention of retreating, he roared ferociously and pushed off the air. His figure flashed in the air, leaving behind afterimages. Berserk Dragon burst. A flame soared up from the saber and turned into a sky azure dragon. It coiled around the saber and roared ferociously. Unexpectedly, it gave off the might of a sky azure dragon. What a strong berserk dragon burst. Shifeng's understanding of the state of fire has deepened. Unexpectedly, he can infuse the dragon might in his body into his saber technique. This move is as strong as a peak earth-ranked martial technique. That white-robed brat will not be able to block it. Let's go quickly and prepare to collect his corpse. A few quick-witted cultivators moved quickly and arrived behind the battle between Xiao Chun and Shifeng. No one wanted to fall behind. Dragon might, Xiao Chun thought to himself. Indeed, it was as he guessed. This Shifeng's martial technique was based on dragon might. That would be easy to deal with. If it were another peak superior grade martial king, Xiao Chun might not be able to take them down even after spending a long time. However, this Shifeng's blue dragon martial spirit was an ancient holy beast, the ancestor of all dragons. Using dragon might before him was akin to seeking death. Xiao Chun held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand and stood on the eagle with a calm expression. Just as the berserk sky dragon was about to charge over, when the berserk sky azure dragon was about to charge over, Xiao Chun stretched out his right hand and clenched his fist. With a thought, the blue dragon tattoo on his right arm seemed to come to life, moving slowly on the surface of his skin. Boom! That berserk flaming sky azure dragon started to sway violently. The entire saber trembled. Shifeng felt the dragon might in his body suddenly react to something. It was an extremely terrifying thing. It ran amok in his body. No matter how he tried to control it, he could not calm it down. Xiao Chun shouted and moved his palm forward. The blue dragon moving around his arm gave off a formless dragon roar. Bang! Bang! There were two crisp sounds, and the flaming sky azure dragon around the saber shattered. The saber also broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Shifeng vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was like a broken kite as he fell straight to the ground. Shifeng's complexion was frighteningly pale. The dragon might that he had cultivated for decades actually scattered in an instant. Without a year or so of recuperation, he would not be able to recover to his previous state. Shifeng crawled up from the ground and revealed an indescribable horrified expression. He looked at Xiao Chun with eyes filled with horror. Then, without saying anything, he fled. Shifeng's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Strong winds howled, dust filled the air and thunder roared. The horrifying energy did not stop for even a moment. However, all the cultivators within 2 kilometers of the battlefield gaped. They were speechless. The place was incredibly silent. How can this be? This white-robed brat actually broke a peak Earth-ranked martial technique with one palm strike. Furthermore, that palm strike did not seem to contain any might. Just a simple palm strike like that scared off a peak superior grade martial king. How strong exactly was this white-robed brat? However, the crux of the problem was that although Xiao Chen's aura was dense, he was indeed only an inferior grade martial king. Even if Xiao Chen cultivated a peak cultivation technique and had natural treasures to nourish himself, he would only be equal to Shifeng. It was impossible for him to scare off Shifeng with one palm strike. All sorts of questions filled the crowd's minds. They could not find an answer no matter how hard they thought about it. The people waiting to see Xiao Chen make a fool of himself were even more horrified. Even Shifeng was not a match for him. Did that mean they were even less of a match for him? Xiao Chen withdrew his palm and looked at the cultivators preparing to pick up his corpse. He smiled faintly and sent out a palm strike. Retreat! A few strong winds blew, startling the 8 peak medial grade martial kings and causing them to scatter quickly. What a joke! This was a palm strike that could easily defeat Shifeng. How could they dare to take it head-on? However, after a while, the horrifying strength they expected did not arrive. Nothing happened. Xiao Chen withdrew his right hand, and the purple thunder true fire in his eyes slowly gathered. He looked at the crowd on the ground and smiled faintly. Sorry, it was just a joke. I did not expect you to be so cowardly to come and pick up my corpse. So it was just a joke. The 8 people on the ground heaved a sigh of relief. Although they were angry, they did not dare to be as unbridled as before. Hu Qi! Just at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly attacked again. A purple arrow shot out from his right eye. The hair on the head of a medial grade martial king started burning for no reason. How hot! My hair! My hair! That person was startled. He started to slap his head, trying to extinguish the flame. However, the other 7 sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt a lingering fear. There was only a thin line separating the hair from the forehead. What did this mean? They looked at the white-robed youth on the eagle again. He still had a calm expression and a faint smile on his face. He looked very relaxed and at ease. The 7 of them did not say anything and quickly fled this place. If this person was unhappy, that strange purple flame would not be hitting their hair. They thought about how they had mocked him earlier and even harbored malicious intentions. They wanted to make a move on him while he was severely injured. How could they dare to remain here? The moment Xiao Chen used this move, many cultivators could clearly see that it was an extremely fast flame arrow. It was different from the strange palm strike earlier. This allowed them to clearly sense his strength. This youth was indeed qualified to stand in the air. Everyone withdrew their gazes and continued to look at the center of the battlefield. However, in their hearts they all placed Xiao Chen on the dangerous list. Chapter 4:14. Bailishi smiled faintly and said, "This brat is always full of surprises." "Bailishi, do you know that youth?" one of Bailishi's companions asked. Bailishi's smile did not change. He nodded gently and said, "I do. He is the white-robed bladesman. Let's not keep an eye on the battlefield and follow behind this brat. I guarantee that we will not be in any danger and gain some benefits." "Is that true?" Bailishi laughed loudly and said, "It is up to you whether you believe me or not. I will only say one thing. The biggest winner of Qinren Island is this brat. Even the bloody bladesman and slaughterer of 1,000 did not obtain as many benefits as he did." The people behind him whispered to each other. They had disapproving expressions on their faces. Clearly, they did not believe Bailishi's words. However, Bailishi laughed loudly and ignored the expressions of these people. No matter what they thought, he had already made up his mind. The battle in the arena was still incomparably intense. The energy whirlpools stirred up violent gales that never stopped. Everyone was anxiously waiting for the moment when the battle would end. Just at this moment, another miserable shriek came from the battlefield. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Another half-step martial monarch had died. The peak superior grade blood demons are indeed horrifying. Unexpectedly, 2 of the half-step martial monarchs who normally roam around died today. These half-step martial monarchs are really not afraid of death. When they saw a peak superior grade blood demon, they should have left quickly. It would be a pity if they died. What do you know? Half-step martial monarchs are not true martial monarchs. In order to become a martial monarch, aside from the various barriers in essence, the most important thing is to open the sea of consciousness and strengthen their mental energy. If their mental energy does not reach a certain level, they will never be able to break through the barrier to martial monarch. Several of them are reaching the end of their lifespans. If they do not stake it all, they will not have another chance. After the death of another half-step martial monarch, the battlefield, which had been silent for a while, resounded with discussions again. Secret manuals for tempering mental energy are the rarest secret manuals in the continent. There are not many of them. If you want to quickly strengthen your mental strength, you can only rely on external objects. This Blood Devil's Monster Core is a kind of external object that can train mental strength. Peak superior grade blood demons normally only appear in the core zone of the demon battlefield. That is a place that even martial monarchs do not dare to casually enter. Now they can run into a peak superior grade blood demon in the inner area. Do you think they will give up? When the cultivator who questioned Xiao Chen earlier heard this, he finally understood why this group of half-step martial monarchs and above were fighting so hard. When Xiao Chen heard this, he fell into deep thought. My time is almost up. If I don't give it my all, I really won't have a chance. Hence, even though they knew that it was very dangerous, even if they eliminated the blood demons and faced many cultivators with ill intentions, these half-step martial monarchs had no other choice but to fight to the end. As time went by, another 3 half-step martial monarchs died. The number of people on the other side decreased from 18 to 13. After fighting for such a long time, the aura of the peak superior grade blood demon had weakened significantly. Its initial berserk aura soared into the sky. Even people 10 kilometers away could feel its aura. Now, the crowd at the 2-kilometer mark no longer felt any pressure. The sun set in the west, and the blood demon's time was almost up. In the end, a peak superior grade blood demon could not deal with close to 20 half-step martial monarchs. In the center of the battlefield, an old man in black robes exuding an incredibly strong aura held a sword in his hand. With a stern expression he said, "It's about time. The few of us will stop it from self-detonating. Old Gu, Old Huang, Elder and Old Mu, I will leave the cultivators who will arrive to you." After a pause, the old man continued, "I will hold on to the demon core for now. After this we will split it evenly. Does anyone have any objections?" "Old Qin, don't worry. Everyone still believes in the Holy Fire Manor's reputation," the 6 people who were named answered. Clearly they trusted the old man. In reality, this was not the first time this group of people had come to the demon battlefield. Every time, Old Qin had been the one in charge. This old man's prestige and the power behind him guaranteed that they would not fight amongst themselves or kill each other. Hence they trusted this old man. A black-robed blood demon surrounded by a few people gave off black smoke. A baleful aura radiated from his eyes as he roared angrily. He tried to use a secret technique to escape several times, but his escape route was blocked. The horrifying wounds of various sizes on the blood demon's body healed quickly. However, the rate of recovery was not as fast as the number of wounds increased. Horrifying killing moves containing overwhelming energy bombarded the blood demon's body. His life force drained rapidly. His time was almost up. "I am not satisfied. I spent 1,000 years to make a breakthrough. You bunch of lowly humans caused my 1,000 years of hard work to go to waste. If I die, let's all die together." The black-robed blood demon said with a ferocious expression. His skin started to swell up quickly. Old Qin's expression did not change. His deep eyes were like an ancient well. He said calmly, "Very good. He is going to self-detonate. Attack." Boom! 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 A strong energy burst forth from the center of the battlefield. The red clouds in the sky churned continuously, forming a scarlet whirlpool. A strong wind blew from the whirlpool, making it hard for the crowd to keep their eyes open. An overwhelming baleful aura was hidden in the wind. It was like an evil spirit lingering around the crowd. Those who were not mentally strong would collapse on the spot. "That blood demon is going to self-detonate," Sensing the monstrous energy, the crowd started to get excited. It was finally over. No matter what the result was, the group of half-step martial monarchs would be exhausted. At that time they would not be able to block so many people. However, just as the energy was about to reach its peak, 10 resplendent lights of various colors lit up below the whirlpool. When the lights faded, the whirlpool above them vanished without a trace. The battle was over. The strong wind that had been sweeping the battlefield for a long time finally stopped, and the dust settled. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. The self-detonation was stopped. It looks like this group of half-step martial monarchs came prepared. Boom! Just at this moment, when the dust settled completely, the blood demon suddenly shot out beams of dazzling lights. They were all sorts of secret treasures flying through the air. Xiao Chen counted them roughly. There were at least 100 secret treasures. 2 or 3 of them were rare medial-grade secret treasures. Secret treasures could only be used by humans. Fiendish demons collected secret treasures to attract the attention of humans and kill them. If they wanted to attract more humans and consume their hearts to increase their strength, they needed a sufficient number of secret treasures. Normally, the strong blood demons would hide a horrifying number of secret treasures. It's a secret treasure. He truly lives up to his reputation as a peak high-rank blood demon. He actually collected so many secret treasures. Haha! Indeed, we did not wait in vain. With so many secret treasures, everything is worth it. Quickly attack. The blood demon is already dead. If we do not attack now, there will be no more opportunities. The surrounding cultivators, who had been preparing for a long time, naturally did not want to miss this rare opportunity. If the group of half-step martial monarchs reacted, it would be too late. Xiao! 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 Countless figures rushed towards the center of the battlefield. All the cultivators had excited expressions on their faces, as if they could obtain secret treasures with a wave of their hands. The peak superior grade martial kings in the air charged towards the ground. Relying on their geographical advantage, they were ahead of everyone else. As Xiao Chen stood on the eagle, his expression remained calm. He did not rush forward with the crowd. Bai Lishi was already infected by the atmosphere of the crowd. Just as he was about to rush forward, he saw the stunned Xiao Chen. So he stopped as well. Bai Lishi, let's go quickly. If we are any slower, we will not be able to snatch anything. Indeed. Although there are many secret treasures, there are even more cultivators. If we are late, we will not even be able to snatch the lowest rank secret treasure. Bai Lishi had a resolute gaze as he said, "There is no need. You all go first. Be careful. Those half-step martial monarchs are not to be trifled with. Bai Lishi, you are too timid. Half-step martial monarchs are indeed scary. Let's see how capable these half-step martial monarchs are. How can they block so many of us? Haha. In that case, we will go first. You can wait on your own. When the time comes and you do not obtain anything, don't get jealous." The group laughed loudly and quickly flew forward. They did not take Bai Lishi's words to heart. Bai Lishi smiled bitterly and did not say anything. After all, he trusted his intuition. Since Xiao Chen had not made a move, he must have his reasons. So. Just as the crowd was about a kilometer away, 6 old men suddenly appeared. These people were expressionless, and their clothes fluttered without any wind. Their auras were terrifyingly strong. They did not seem like cultivators who had been exhausted for a long time. It seemed like they had been conserving their energy and had not exhausted themselves at all. When their auras merged, it was like a tall mountain blocking the path, suppressing everyone until they could not breathe. Oh no! These are peak half-step martial monarchs. When the peak superior grade martial kings felt the auras of the 6 people, they did not hesitate to retreat. Strong wind, lightning, cold ice, raging flame, earth wall, white fog. 6 different states spread out wildly from the 6 half-step martial monarchs. In the blink of an eye, the energy storm that had already stopped raging once again. All kinds of energy burned together, and even the air became a killing weapon, exploding non-stop. Hundreds of cultivators could not retreat in time and bore the brunt of the attack. The berserk energy immediately tore them to shreds. The few cultivators who managed to escape were severely injured as well. Their flesh split open and they fell to the ground. Only a few cultivators with peak inferior grade defensive secret treasures managed to escape unscathed. However, those secret treasures were completely shattered. They no longer had any value to use. This was a heart-wrenching sight. Because Bai Lishi's companions had arrived rather late, they did not notice the situation in front of them. By the time they arrived, they happened to run into the first wave of the strongest attacks. They did not even have a chance to retreat before they were blasted into smithereens. They could not be any more dead. Half-step martial monarch. What was a half-step martial monarch? It was someone who had been a martial king for a long time. Their state and essence had already reached the peak of the martial king realm. Chapter 4:15. As long as one's mental energy was sufficient to open their sea of consciousness, they could immediately advance to martial monarch. They would be considered one of the top experts in the entire continent. Experts of such cultivation would raise their states and cultivation to their limits. Unless they were martial monarchs, no one would be a match for them. Killing medial-grade martial kings and superior-grade martial kings would be as easy as killing pigs or dogs. At this moment, the only thing they feared was the peak superior-grade martial kings in the air. As for the others, it was not a matter of quantity but quality. No matter how many came, it would be useless. Boom! 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 The 6 old men moved forward 100 meters and attacked again. With all sorts of peak states, their normally simple martial techniques became fatal moves. Several cultivators died on the spot. The old man in the middle immediately stopped. When he saw the peak superior grade martial kings in the air whose auras were raised to their limits, he frowned slightly and muttered, "Everyone, just go back to where you came from. Things that are not yours, so don't think about reaping without sowing. Otherwise, I don't need to explain the consequences." The 100 peak martial kings in the air were expressionless as they looked at the secret treasures flying around. Clearly, they did not want to leave. One of them smiled coldly and said, "Unexpectedly, there are still 6 of you who have not made a move yet. No wonder a newly advanced peak high-rank blood demon could kill 3 of you. However, if the 6 of you want to monopolize all these secret treasures, it is not enough. That's right. At worst, we will fight to the death. No one will obtain them. The baleful aura of a peak superior grade blood demon's demon core is overwhelming. Without strong willpower, it would be difficult to extract it. If you do not let us take the secret treasures, we will not let you take the demon core." "That's right. You can just take the demon core. If you want us not to take the secret treasures, that is impossible. It is impossible to return empty-handed." The 100 peak superior grade martial kings in the air withdrew their auras and argued with each other. Immediately, both sides entered a stalemate. If no one gave way, an even more intense battle would ensue. The medial grade martial kings and ordinary superior grade martial kings had already been frightened out of their wits, so they retreated 2 kilometers. When these peak superior grade martial kings saw the 100 peak superior grade martial kings, their thoughts started to stir. As they looked at the secret treasures flying around, their eyes revealed a desire. When Bai Lishi saw the earlier situation, he heaved a sigh of relief. He cultivated his physical body. Before he reached the great accomplishment stage, it would be difficult for him to match up to other martial artists in terms of speed. If he really charged in, even if he could retreat, he would be left with a body full of injuries. Xiao Chun looked at the secret treasures flying through the air, focusing on the 3 medial grade secret treasures. The other inferior grade secret treasures were no longer worth his attention. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense had been lingering in the middle of that group of people. When Old Qin opened his mouth to let the 6 of them pay attention, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense immediately sensed the state of these 6 people. His goal was to prevent the current situation. It could only be said that this person called Old Qin was very decisive. Even if some people died, he still wanted to preserve the strength of the 6 people. Presumably, the power behind him must be very strong. Otherwise, if they could not suppress these 6 people, they would be in big trouble. Looking at the 3 medial grade secret treasures in the air, then looking at the group of people negotiating anxiously, Xiao Chun took out a sculpture from his universe ring. A plan formed in his mind. There was a deep red demon core in the middle of the blood demon's corpse. It gave off a strange red light, dyeing the surroundings scarlet. At the same time, there was a faintly discernible barrier that entangled in the void. 100 meters away from the demon core, Old Qin and the other 10 people all had some bloody wounds on their bodies. However, their eyes revealed a fiery glow on their fatigued faces. They were clearly very excited. However, they still retained their rationality. They did not let their desires get to their heads. One of them said worriedly, "Old Qin, you exhausted most of your essence. Furthermore, you are injured. Can you withstand the impact of the baleful aura?" This blood demon died with a lot of resentment. "I think the impact of the baleful aura from his demon core is even stronger than that of a peak high-rank blood demon's demon core," another person said. Old Qin snorted coldly. "If you think your mental energy is stronger than mine, you can go and take it yourself. There is no need to speak nonsense with me." When the others heard this, they quickly said, "Old Qin, that is not what we meant. Naturally, your mental energy is the strongest among us. We are just a little worried." When Old Qin heard this, he smiled coldly and said, "This old man's mental energy is only one step away from opening the sea of consciousness. I should be able to do it if I put in some effort." Just as Xiao Chen was about to step into the red light, Old Qin heard the conversation between the group of peak superior grade martial kings and Old Gu. His expression turned somewhat hostile. "Tell Old Gu to just take the 3 medial grade secret treasures. Leave the rest to them. After we deal with the matter here, we will make them spit it out 100-fold. For now, we will let them off easy." After Old Qin spoke, he stepped into the red light without looking back. The moment he entered, countless illusions appeared before his eyes. All sorts of horrifying scenes appeared before Old Qin's eyes like an Azura's hell. It was hard to tell the real from the fake. It felt like he would be swallowed up by evil spirits in the next moment. Old Qin's expression remained calm. His eyes were calm. He turned his mental energy into a sharp blade and chopped down all the illusions. However, that baleful aura was very difficult to deal with. Old Qin's mental energy could not completely destroy it. Evil spirits, Azura, and vengeful spirits continued to appear. Even though Old Qin was only 100 meters away, he had to take each step with great difficulty. Sweat poured down his forehead continuously. Clearly, Old Qin was not having an easy time. The 100 peak superior grade martial kings in the air stared at the 6 grave and stern old men on the ground. The old men withdrew their auras and grasped their saber hilts tightly to prevent the 6 from suddenly attacking. No matter what, the other party was a half-step martial monarch expert. In a one-on-one fight, none of them could last more than 100 moves against the old men. It would even be difficult for them to escape unscathed. The only thing they could rely on was their advantage in numbers. As for the cultivators on the ground who had retreated far away, they were not strong enough to last more than 100 moves against the old men. Before a half-step martial monarch, Xiao Chen's strength was insufficient. He did not even have the capital to negotiate. In reality, these people had not expected that there would be 6 half-step martial monarchs who were not exhausted at all. Otherwise, they would not have charged forward so recklessly. "Hurry up and make your decision. Give us the secret treasures and the demon cores. Stop delaying," a peak martial king in the air said impatiently. He felt somewhat uneasy in his heart. If they obtained the peak high-rank blood demon's demon core, they would have nothing to fear. There would be nothing that could threaten the other party. "Hurry up and make your decision. Stop dilly-dallying. Stop delaying. At worst, we will just break up. No one will benefit. You can forget about advancing to martial monarch in this lifetime." The peak superior grade martial kings in the air slowly lost their patience. If they continued waiting, they would not be able to obtain anything. "Scram quickly. If you take another step forward, we will kill you without mercy." The 6 old men wore cold expressions as they faced the pressure from these people. They had no intention of retreating. More than 100 secret treasures would be a great fortune. How could they just give them up like that? Furthermore, there were 3 medial grade secret treasures. Even these half-step martial monarchs did not have medial grade secret treasures. All the more they could not give them up. The smell of gunpowder in the air started to build. Both sides were on the verge of breaking out. The atmosphere seemed like it would go out of control at any moment. Just at this moment, an old man quickly rushed over and whispered something into the ears of the old man with the family name Gu. Old Ji's expression changed slightly. He muttered to himself for a while before saying to the people in the air, "Aside from the 3 medial grade secret treasures, The rest are yours. You are too naive. One medial-grade secret treasure is equivalent to dozens of inferior-grade secret treasures. Do you think we are fools? You really want to take all the benefits for yourselves, treating us like monkeys. The crowd could not take this lying down. A few cultivators with fiery tempers could not resist making a move. Old Ji's expression turned grave. He said coldly, "What are you thinking of doing? Don't be reckless." Chi-Chi. Just at this moment, the cry of an eagle came from the sky. It sounded very loud, as if it was trying to attract everyone's attention. All the cultivators, including the 7 half-step martial monarchs, could not help but look up. They only saw an eagle spreading its wings and casting a large shadow. It quickly flew towards the secret treasures in the air. "It's that white-robed brat. He is going to snatch the secret treasures. Is he crazy?" Someone below exclaimed. Old Ji's expression changed drastically. Killing chi surged from his entire body, and the surrounding air stirred up. Strong winds blew as he said coldly, "You are seeking death." Old Gu waved his hand, and an extremely dense energy shot out. Boom! Boom! The remaining 6 half-step martial monarchs made their move almost at the same time as Old Gu. Sharp attacks rained down like a torrential storm. At the same time, the peak superior grade martial kings in the air started cursing. "This brat is too dishonest. Unexpectedly, he dares to snatch the secret treasures alone before everyone else." All sorts of killing moves were unleashed at the same time. Hundreds and thousands of condensed attacks surged toward Song Ying in an instant. Ice flames, saber chi, sword chi, fist winds, sword lights. All sorts of killing moves were launched. Even if a true half-step martial monarch arrived, he would have to dodge and not clash head-on with such a large number of attacks. This was the principle of ants biting an elephant to death. Furthermore, Xiao Chun was not an elephant. Hence, in the crowd's opinion, unless Xiao Chun was crazy, he would not do something that attracted all the attacks. The goshawk, which was carved from stone, was instantly smashed into stone chips by countless fierce attacks. Then it turned from stone chips into ashes and completely disappeared from this world. However, there was no one on the eagle. There were only 3 incredibly nimble wooden sculptures. The instant the eagle shattered, the chaotic and strong energy tossed them high into the air. The thumb-sized wooden sculpture was almost weightless. The shockwave from the explosion sent the 3 wooden sculptures flying several kilometers into the sky, far away from the horrifying energy attack. Is he dead? With so many attacks, not even dregs are left of this brat. Chapter 4:16. If I can survive this, I will dig out my own eyes. Haha, you really know how to pick an opportunity to say that. However, this brat does not have a chance to live. It looks like there is no need to dig out your eyes. This brat is crazy. Does he really think that he can get away by playing some tricks? If he could, we would have gone long ago. How could it be his turn? This is the result of trying to be smart. He will die without a complete corpse. This is a very realistic lesson. Looking at the resplendent sky that was exploding like fireworks, everyone sighed with emotion. When all the energy scattered and the blurry sky became quiet again, there were 3 white figures flashing in the air. 3 white figures flashed in the air, each heading for a medial-grade secret treasure. These 3 people wore white robes and had fair skin. They were handsome and had delicate features. There was a blue strip of cloth on their heads and a saber at their waist. Who else could it be but that Xiao Chun? Damn it! How can this be? Not only did he not die, he even turned into 3 people. The people below were shocked. Their mouths gaped open as they cried out in shock. Their eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. They could not understand what was going on. Even a martial monarch expert could not withstand such an attack. How could he, an insignificant inferior grade martial king, obtain it unscathed? This was too illogical. It completely surpassed everyone's imagination. The cultivator who said he would dig out his own eyes had an expression of horror on his face. How can this be? How can this be? Shadow doppelganger technique chase. We cannot let him take away the secret treasures. When Old Gu saw the white figures about to obtain the medial grade secret treasures, he was furious. He kicked up a strong wind and soared into the sky. The 3 Xiao Chun figures in the air grasped the medial grade secret treasures tightly. They smiled faintly and executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. Instantly, the 3 figures turned into 27 figures. Wuxia transforms to Qi. The sabers danced around, and a purple light flickered. Boundless purple saber Qi flew in the air without any pattern. They spread out over a large area like a torrential storm. When the secret treasures in the air were struck by the saber Qi, they immediately fell to the ground like rain. Secret treasures. When the secret treasures appeared, all the cultivators recovered their wits and started fighting over them. The scene immediately turned extremely chaotic. The wooden sculpture Xiao Chen smiled in satisfaction. Immediately, the 27 figures all laughed as well. Bang! Bang! Old Gu swept out with his palm and shattered 7 clones in an instant. The remaining 27 clones quickly dove into the crowd. Under the cover of the clones, the 3 Xiaochens with medial-grade secret treasures found 3 desolate cracks in the rocks. Then they turned into wooden sculptures and hid in the cracks with the secret treasures. The palm-sized artifact and thumb-sized wooden sculpture were hidden in a small crack in the stone. With the current chaotic situation, no one would notice them at all. The spiritual would return to the wooden sculpture. Xiao Chen's fleeing clones immediately lost the support of energy, vanishing into thin air. Xiao the Divine. Xiao tu 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 Xiao tu 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 tu. Occasionally, miserable cries came from the crowd of several hundred people as they fought over the secret treasures falling from the sky. Even the originally calm peak superior grade martial kings could no longer endure. Xiao Chen had completely disrupted the situation. They could not find Xiao Chen. If they did not go down to snatch the secret treasures, not only would they fail to obtain the medial grade secret treasures, but they would also lose all the inferior grade secret treasures. Old Gu, what do you think? The 7 half-step martial monarchs continued to stand in the air, carefully scanning the surroundings. Old Ji's expression turned sullen. He said somewhat irritably, Old Qin said that we must obtain these 3 secret treasures. If we cannot protect them, we will not get any demon cores. What do you think we should do? The reason why Old Qin had them stay back to recuperate and build up their strength was because of this situation. This was originally a simple matter, but now they had completely messed it up. When they thought about it, they felt that they had no hope of getting any demon cores. They could not help but feel depressed. Don't make that expression. Split up and give chase. There is still a chance. I don't believe that this brat, an inferior grade martial king, can run that fast. Old Gu snorted coldly and headed south. He moved as fast as lightning, and in an instant he was far away. The others perked up and flew out to investigate. Naturally, these people would not be able to catch up to Xiao Chen. If they got his location wrong, it would be useless no matter how fast they were. The faster they flew, the more wrong they would be. Even if they managed to find Xiao Chen's location, they would only be 3 pieces of wood. In that case, where was the real Xiao Chen? In the boundless scarlet clouds in the sky, where even the air seemed to be frozen, Xiao Chen's true body was hidden in the drifting scarlet clouds. The scarlet clouds contained all sorts of horrifying negative states. Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to form a tight barrier around himself to prevent these states from attacking him. The scarlet clouds were formed from the corpse qi, baleful qi, the resentment of the dead, the demonic qi of the fiendish demons, and the qi of massacre. One needed extremely strong mental energy to hide in the scarlet clouds. Otherwise, even a half-step martial monarch would not dare to hide in the scarlet clouds. Below Xiao Chen was the core of the earlier battlefield. The corpse of the blood demon lay there quietly. Its dark red demon core gave off a viscous red light. Old Qin's wrinkled face looked very fatigued. He walked with great difficulty in the scarlet light. The distance of 100 meters was like a rugged heavenly road. He had barely covered half of it. Behind the scarlet light, 10 half-step martial monarchs stood in a circle, guarding the area. To them, they could lose the secret treasures if they had no other choice. However, they could not lose the peak high-rank blood demon's demon core. They could not afford to lose it. The demon core was their hope of advancing to martial monarch. It would be impossible for them to meet a peak high-rank blood demon in the inner area of the demon battlefield in the future. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the chaotic scene a kilometer behind them. 6 half-step martial monarchs were scattered in the air, trying to chase after Xiao Chen's clones. Xiao Chun revealed a faint smile as he looked at the glowing dark red demon core. He took a deep breath and his gaze slowly turned resolute. Xiao Chun knew what he was going to do next. He was going to snatch away the thing that the 10-odd half-step martial monarchs cared about the most. Any half-step martial monarch could easily kill Xiao Chun. Even if they were significantly injured and exhausted most of their essence, they could still kill him easily. It was just like how Xiao Chun could easily crush an inferior-grade martial king even if he was severely injured. This was a qualitative difference. At this moment, Xiao Chun's position had simply swapped. He had become the target that could be crushed easily. However, this was a rare opportunity. The 10-odd half-step martial monarchs were all exhausted and covered in wounds of various sizes. They had prepared for so long and encountered such a good opportunity. If they did not take the risk, they would regret it in the future. Being a yes-man had never been Xiao Chun's character. When it was time to attack, he would attack without hesitation. As long as there was a 50% chance of success, that would be enough. The figures of the 6 half-step martial monarchs that were not exhausted flashed and disappeared from Xiao Chun's vision. The time has come. Attack! Xiao Chun shouted in his heart. He continuously increased his weight and scattered the essence holding him in the air. Xiao Chun was like a mountain falling to the ground under the pull of gravity. Chi! Chi! Xiao Chun's speed instantly increased to the limit, surpassing Mach 4, which was the maximum speed a martial king could achieve. When the 10-odd martial monarchs guarding the side saw Xiao Chun falling like a meteor, their expressions changed greatly. Just as they were about to make a move, old Qin, who had already traveled most of the distance in the red light, relaxed. He smiled sinisterly and said, "There is no need to bother with him. Let him come down. One wave of this baleful aura will kill him. How reckless! He can help me share some of the pressure." When the martial monarchs heard this, they thought it made sense. Even with old Qin's cultivation, it would not be easy for him to endure. Given how fast this brat was falling, the impact of the baleful aura would be even stronger. Coincidentally, he could absorb most of the baleful aura, allowing old Qin to complete the most difficult distance. The meteor-like Xiao Chun crashed into the red light. The ferocious baleful aura immediately turned into countless malicious spirits. They charged at Xiao Chun like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The mental energy in Xiao Chun's sea of consciousness flowed continuously. Suddenly, his eyes turned golden. There was a deity in each of his golden pupils, standing quietly in the depths of his eyes. Wuxia! Xiao Chun's eyes widened. The two deities made their moves at the same time. A flood surged into the sky. The malicious spirits that were like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were instantly purified, vanishing without a trace. Bang! Under the effect of gravity, Xiao Chun landed heavily on the ground, causing it to tremble. Old Qin immediately felt the pressure on him lessen. He looked at Xiao Chun, who had fallen beside the demon core. He revealed a mocking smile. "You overestimate yourself. The impact of mental energy is even more terrifying than an essence attack. You are just an inferior-grade martial king, yet you dare to join in the fun." Scram! Old Qin shouted angrily. He prepared to kick Xiao Chun away. However, when old Qin extended his leg, Xiao Chun, who was on the ground, started rolling. When Xiao Chun stood up again, the scarlet demon core on the ground had already disappeared. What's going on with this brat? Under the terrifying attack of that baleful aura, he can't even move. Even if his soul was not destroyed on the spot, he should be in a coma for at least a year. The expressions of the 10-odd half-step martial monarchs at the side froze. Their brains seemed to have short-circuited. Even old Qin had to endure the baleful aura bitterly. How could this white-robed brat not do anything? Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Taking advantage of the moment these people were stunned, his figure flashed. Xiao Chun swept his universe ring and placed the corpses of the 3 half-step martial monarchs into it. Then he activated the blood flame shoes. He moved at Mach 3.5, heading for the group of people fighting for the secret treasure. Xiao Chun descended from the sky and picked up the demon core. Then, he picked up the corpses of the 3 half-step martial monarchs. This series of actions happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xiao Chun did not hesitate at all. It was like he had done this many times in his mind. He was very familiar with the process. Stop staring blankly. Quickly chase after him. This brat snatched away the demon core. Old Qin roared. Chapter 417. The 10 people were stunned for a moment before they reacted. They were shocked and furious. They quickly turned around and chased after Xiao Chun. All sorts of strong attacks flew behind Xiao Chun. After activating the blood flame shoes, Xiao Chun's speed reached Mach 3.5 while he was stunned. He had already moved more than a kilometer, easily dodging these attacks. That brat is back. He has a medial-grade secret treasure. Capture him and don't let him escape. When the originally chaotic crowd suddenly saw Xiao Chun rushing over, they immediately stopped fighting and surrounded Xiao Chun. Of course, inferior-grade secret treasures were not as attractive as medial-grade secret treasures. When Xiao Chun saw these people's actions, he smiled gently and ignored them. He executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations and soared into the air. Boom! 10 odd sharp attacks flew at Xiao Chun's previous position. A huge pit appeared in the ground, and a horrifying shock wave surged out. The cultivators who had rushed over excitedly bore the brunt of the shock wave, and were immediately blasted away. The cultivators behind quickly stopped and looked up. They saw 10 half-step martial monarchs. Their faces were filled with rage, and their auras swept through the dust on the ground. They kicked up a strong whirlwind as they rushed over. Seeing that the 10 people were about to attack again, the crowd was startled. They quickly scattered in different directions. Bang! 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 Attacks flew at Xiao Chun, who was moving up and down in the air. Several dozen clones immediately shattered into pieces. However, Xiao Chun's true body dodged the attacks, not suffering any damage. The attacks containing all sorts of peak states blasted hundreds of pits of various sizes in the ground. Even the smallest pit was at least 100 meters wide. Clearly, these half-step martial monarchs were extremely enraged. They did not hold back at all. What kind of grudge do they have? They even managed to peel off a layer of the ground. What exactly did this brat do? 10 half-step martial monarchs are attacking without any regard for their lives. Even if they have a medial-grade secret treasure, there is no need for such a large formation. This white-robed brat is extraordinarily courageous. First, he snatched 3 medial-grade secret treasures right before everyone's eyes. Now, he offended 10 half-step martial monarchs for some reason. The crowd moved aside and looked at the countless deep pits in the ground, the lingering energy, and the 10 enraged half-step martial monarchs. They all felt confused. As Xiao Chun flew past a crack in a boulder, he waved his hand, and the 3 wooden carvings and the medial-grade secret treasure flew into Xiao Chun's hand. Why is one intermediate artifact missing? Xiao Chun looked at the 2 artifacts in his hand with a puzzled expression. When Xiao Chun looked back, he saw Bai Lixi's tall figure in the crowd. He held a secret treasure in his hand as he smiled and waved at him. If there was anyone present who could see through Xiao Chun's plan, it would be Bai Lixi, who had been keeping an eye on Xiao Chun. Never mind. It is already pretty good that he left 2 behind for me. I should leave first. Xiao Chun placed the secret treasures in his universe ring, and dodged the relentless attacks behind him. Then he continued to rush forward. Young man, as long as you hand over the demon core, I will let you go immediately. You can take the 3 medial-grade secret treasures and the corpses of our companions. My holy fire manor will not seek trouble for you. Otherwise, no matter who you are or what power you have behind you, you will not be able to escape the holy fire manor's pursuit in the ancient desolate land. Old Man Qin's voice was filled with vigor. It reverberated within 10 miles, and everyone could hear it clearly. Damn! This brat is too greedy. Medial-grade secret treasures, the corpses of half-step martial monarchs, and the demon core of a peak high-rank blood demon. Unexpectedly, he took them all. When the many cultivators heard the old man's words, they immediately burst into an uproar. This fellow was too greedy. They were still fighting to the death for a few inferior-grade secret treasures. However, he took all the most valuable treasures in one go. What is a gap? This is a gap. If this brat can escape alive, he will be someone to be reckoned with in the future, a peak superior-grade martial king said with a sigh. However, even if he escapes, he will not have a good ending. The Holy Fire Manor is too powerful in the southern islands of the ancient desolate land. It is not a good thing to offend the Holy Fire Manor. Someone at the side smiled and said, "You all are oversimplifying things. I remember who this brat is. He is the white-robed bladesman, who recently became very famous in the Great Qin nation. When he first appeared, he offended most of the noble clans in the Great Qin nation. I believe that with his temper, the Holy Fire Manor will not be able to suppress him. Just wait and see. It will be fine if old Qin can catch up to him. However, if he cannot, he will end up with the demon core of this peak high-rank blood demon and the treasures in his companion's ring. The 3 medial-grade secret treasures will all be for naught." Xiao Chun could not be bothered with old Qin's words. He continued to run forward. The other party was on his tail. Even with the help of the blood flame shoes, he could not shake off these half-step martial monarchs. Xiao Chun still had to dodge the overwhelming attacks. His speed was already affected. If he got distracted by the other party's words, they would catch up to him. As for what the other party said about letting him go if he lost the demon core, Xiao Chun did not believe it. "Old Qin, this fellow's speed has reached Mach 3.5. It will not be easy to catch up to him," an old man said, panting slightly. Old Qin moved like lightning as he flew quickly. He said indifferently, "In that case you can stay. However, you can forget about the demon core." The moment old Qin said that, the old man fell silent. Even if he exhausted his essence, he would not be able to stop. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. He was like a blue dragon flying around. Boom! 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 The 10 half-step martial monarchs in pursuit in the air sent all sorts of attacks at him. Xiao Chun weaved through the torrential rain and wind. The horrifying energy made one's heart palpitate. If one got hit, Xiao Chun would be finished. The attacks are too concentrated. At this rate, I will get hit sooner or later. Furthermore, my speed will be affected. I have to split them up. Xiao Chun did a somersault on the ground. As he got up, he thought to himself. With a flip of his hand, 3 more wooden sculptures appeared in his hand. Life bestowal spell. 3 white figures appeared around Xiao Chun. The moment they appeared, they immediately ran in 3 different directions. It was hard to tell which was the real one. If one asked Xiao Chun who he was most familiar with in this world, it would definitely be him. Hence, the wooden sculptures were the most charming. They could almost pass off as the real one. "Old Qin, what should we do? Where do we go?" When the 3 figures appeared, the 10 odd people in pursuit immediately stopped. They were at a loss. When they used their mental energy, they found that the 4 figures were all real. They could not tell which were which. Old Qin's expression turned sullen. After muttering to himself for a while, he quickly made a decision. "This brat has many tricks up his sleeves. Let's not bother about him. We will split up and chase after him. We cannot let any one of them off. We cannot let this brat escape." The 10 odd people immediately split into 4 groups, each heading in a different direction. Old Qin and an old man quickly followed behind Xiao Chun's real body. Old Qin was 60% confident that this was the real body. However, he did not dare to be too sure. This was not the time to think too much. If he thought too much, Xiao Chun would run further. Hence, he could only split up and chase after Xiao Chun. With only 2 people left, the densely packed attacks immediately decreased by half. Xiao Chun felt much more relaxed. With a flip of his hand, another wooden sculpture appeared. It was Yingyu's sculpture. These 4 statues could have been used for a long time. Xiao Chun could only use them now. With a flip of his palm, Yingyu immediately brandished her spear and blocked the 2 people behind her with a flourishing aura. Old Qin's expression changed slightly. He said in astonishment, "This is the Great Qin nation's first princess. How can it be? No, it is a clone. Block her. I will continue chasing." An old man at the side nodded and said, "Old Qin, be careful. This brat is full of tricks. You have exhausted yourself. Be careful." Old Qin snorted coldly, "Don't worry. He is just an inferior grade martial king. No matter how many tricks he has, I can crush him with one hand." Finally, only one person remained of the group chasing after him. Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. A beam of light descended from the sky and appeared in Xiao Chun's vision. Xiao Chun smiled gently. He had finally arrived at the exit of the demon battlefield. Trying to leave? How can it be that easy? Giant sand palm. Old Qin shouted and smashed his palm towards the ground. A huge, formless palm appeared out of nowhere and instantly imprinted itself on the ground. Hu Qi! Hu Qi! The hard ground trembled continuously. It was like the waves on the surface of the sea, rising and falling. In an instant, the entire ground turned into a sea of sand. Boom! A huge palm made of sand quickly formed. It was more than 200 meters tall. When it spread its fingers, it covered the sky and the sun. In an instant, it completely encased Xiao Chun. A large shadow appeared, and Xiao Chun's vision immediately turned dark. He felt a sense of danger. When he checked his surroundings with his spiritual sense, he was startled. The timing of this giant sand palm was very precise. It took into account Xiao Chun's speed. The instant it appeared, it enveloped him. As long as the 5 fingers closed in, Xiao Chun would be severely injured, even if he did not die, under the horrifying pressure. I have to charge out quickly. Xiao Chun did not even think. He immediately infused some essence into the blood flame shoes. His body flew uncontrollably towards the only bright spot in front of him. Bang! The palm made of sand closed in, and there was a loud explosion. The power of the peak state of Earth surged forward. Xiao Chun, who had just escaped, was caught off guard and was struck by this force. Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood and tumbled a few times in the air before crashing to the ground. Old Qin's complexion was frighteningly pale. There was no trace of blood at all. Clearly, that move earlier had exhausted a lot of his essence. When Old Qin saw Xiao Chun vomit a mouthful of blood and continue rushing forward, he said angrily, "Damn it! You let him escape like this. Sand cage!" Old Qin shouted and landed on the ground. He pressed his right hand tightly to the ground. The entire ground immediately rippled like waves, moving continuously. Xiao Chun felt the ground under his feet loosen, and he immediately sank into it. Chapter 418. The countless grains of sand in the surroundings moved continuously, quickly forming a huge cage, trapping Xiao Chun within as it shrank continuously. Wuxia breaks the heavens. After struggling out of the sand-filled ground, Xiao Chun did not hesitate to execute one of his strongest killing moves. At this moment he could not afford to hesitate. He only had one chance. If he could not break out of this cage, he would be completely sealed. So he immediately executed Wuxia breaks the heavens. A pillar of light quickly elongated on the snow-white saber. Soon it was a kilometer long. It merged 2 strong states and tore a large hole in the sand wall above him. Xiao Chun's figure flashed as he rushed out. "Brat, you won't be able to escape this time, right?" The moment Xiao Chun came out, he saw Old Qin flying at him with a sinister expression. He was less than 100 meters away. Old Qin spread his fingers and grabbed at Xiao Chun. Qi! Qi! Old Qin's sharp fingers contained a strong force. Everywhere they passed, 5 faint marks appeared in the air. One could easily imagine how strong this force was. The old man's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of 100 meters. He pulled his fingers downwards, looking like he was about to pierce through Xiao Chun's shoulder. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chun turned around and pressed 2 fingers on his right hand against the other party's shoulder. A huge force came from Xiao Chun's shoulder, causing him some pain. Old Qin circulated his essence and dissipated the force. He smiled faintly and said, "With your strength, even if I stood here and let you hit me, you would not be able to break through my defense. Furthermore, you want to snatch my things? Die!" Bang! Just as he finished speaking and his right claw was about to land on Old Qin, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Old Qin's body fell to the ground. Xiao Chun waved his hand and the 3-inch-long palm sword flew back to him. Xiao Chun did not care how strong this sword strike was, or how much damage it dealt to Old Qin. His figure flashed as he flew towards the pillar of light. Old Qin clutched the bloody hole in his shoulder, his pale face showing a pained expression. He had never imagined that Xiao Chun would actually have a peak low-rank secret treasure in his palm. With a flip of his palm, Old Qin took out a pill. A pained expression appeared on his face as he hesitated for a moment before swallowing the pill. The medicinal pill melted in Xiao Chun's mouth, and the bloody hole in his right shoulder healed at a visible rate. Soon it returned to normal. This was a Tier 8 healing panacea. It had the effect of reviving the dead at a crucial moment. Old Qin was only using it to heal his wounds. He had no choice but to use it. It was obviously overkill. For the sake of recovering the monster core, he had lost yet another healing panacea. The hatred in Old Qin's eyes grew even more intense. Seeing Xiao Chan pass through the pillar of light, he hurriedly chased after him. After Old Qin passed through the pillar of light, his vision blurred for a moment. Then, he exited the demon battlefield and returned to Boulder Island. He quickly looked around for Xiao Chan. Strange, where did this brat run off to? Why can't I see him anywhere? It is impossible for him to be so fast at Mach 3. 5. Old Qin looked around at the empty surroundings, his eyes filled with doubt. Just as Old Qin was feeling suspicious, a strong aura of massacre appeared above him. Along with the state of massacre was a tyrannical dragon might. Old Qin's expression changed greatly as he looked up. He saw Xiao Chan descending from the sky. An azure dragon image coiled around his right hand. Xiao Chan clenched his fist and punched at Old Qin. Boom! There was a dragon roar, and ripples appeared in the sky. Old Qin instantly felt a supreme dragon might descend from the sky, like a mountain pressing down on him. Old Qin could not move an inch. He could not help but be horrified. He quickly took out a small, exquisite shield and blew on it. The shield rapidly expanded, emitting a light blue luster as it blocked in front of him. The blue light was clear and transparent, and the spiritual energy it contained was overwhelming. This shield was actually an inferior grade medial grade defensive secret treasure. However, the surface of the shield was slightly dim. It was clear that Old Qin had exhausted too much essence, and was unable to bring out the full potential of this secret treasure. Bang! The dragon head crashed into the shield and the blue ripples immediately scattered. Blood leaked out of the corner of Old Qin's mouth. He held the shield and instantly retreated a kilometer. Blue dragon tail whip! Xiao Chan shouted, and the azure dragon image immediately gathered the last of its energy on its tail. It moved in an arc, bypassing the shield and striking Old Qin's body. Pussy. Old Qin vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying. When Xiao Chan saw Old Qin drifting through the air like a withered leaf, many thoughts flashed in his mind. In the end, he resisted the urge to charge forward and kill Old Qin. Old Qin's companions had not arrived yet. If Xiao Chan charged forward and got delayed, it would be all over. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and he quickly left. He felt it was a pity. This time he had used all his trump cards, but he still could not kill Old Qin. In the future, there would probably be no more opportunities for Old Qin to exhaust his essence or exhaust his mental energy. Not long after Xiao Chan left, the pillar of light flashed a few more times. The half-step martial monarchs chasing Xiao Chen's clone finally arrived. When they saw Old Qin lying on the ground with his shield tossed aside and a pale complexion with blood flowing out of his mouth, they were astonished. They quickly gave chase. Old Qin, are you all right? Old Qin stood up weakly and looked in the direction that Xiao Chan had taken. His eyes looked like they were going to spew fire. He said coldly, I won't die. That brat cannot have left the southern island so quickly. Quickly bring me back to the Holy Fire Manor. If I do not find that brat, I will not be able to quell the hatred in my heart. The group exchanged glances and looked at the severely injured Old Qin. They could not understand how Xiao Chan, an inferior grade martial king, could injure Old Qin. Even though Old Qin had exhausted a lot of his essence, he still had his foundations. It would be easy for him to crush an inferior grade martial king to death. On the lake northeast of Boulder Island, a small silver boat was moving quickly. Xiao Chan sat cross-legged in the boat's hold. He held a medial grade spirit stone in each hand as he slowly recovered his essence. Xiao Chan used the blood flame shoes, a medial grade secret treasure, for a long time. Furthermore, he used the life bestowal spell and the roaming dragon's 9 transformations at the same time, which significantly increased the drain on his essence. In merely 4 hours, Xiao Chan had exhausted most of his essence. Fortunately, he managed to escape the pursuit of Old Qin and the others before he ran out of essence. This was not much different from what Xiao Chan had planned. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation reached the 6th layer, the speed at which Xiao Chan absorbed spiritual energy had tripled. The medial-grade spirit stones that could have allowed him to cultivate for half a day had been used up in half an hour. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and felt that the purple chi whirlpool was only filled with essence liquid. He frowned slightly. 2 medial-grade spirit stones were only enough for him to cultivate for an hour. Furthermore, it was only half as effective. The exhaustion of a heaven-ranked cultivation technique was much greater than Xiao Chun had expected. Calculating it, he had exhausted at least 10 medial-grade spirit stones a day. If the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation advanced in the future, the exhaustion would increase exponentially. Right now, Xiao Chun had more than 50,000 medial-grade spirit stones. He did not have to worry about this. However, it would be hard to say in the future. No wonder those peak geniuses all wanted to find a strong power to back them up. The competition between geniuses was not just a competition of their own talent. There were also all sorts of natural treasures and superior grade resources. These were all important aspects of the competition. The principle was very simple. With the same talent and aptitude, one person could use an unlimited amount of resources, while the other could only use half of the other person's resources. Over time, this difference would be extraordinarily large. It might even form an insurmountable chasm. Furthermore, this was only for cultivation below Martial Monarch. If one wanted to maintain such a fast cultivation speed after advancing to Martial Monarch, they would have to use superior grade spirit stones every day. If that was the case, the exhaustion would be even more horrifying. Given the situation of the Great Qin nation, even the royal court would find it hard to sustain such a huge expenditure. In that case, who could afford to raise a peak genius who had advanced to Martial Monarch? Perhaps only the Great Qin nation had such a strong sect that could afford to raise such a genius. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and took out the Haotian medallion from the universe ring. He grasped the Haotian medallion tightly with his right hand and a pensive look appeared in his eyes. The Supreme Sky Sect was one of the 10 peak sects of the Great Qin nation. Xiao Chun did not know if they could afford to raise his cultivation to Martial Monarch. However, once he accepted someone else's resources, he would be bound to the other party's war chariot. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Never mind, thinking about this is giving me a headache. The resources I have now are sufficient for me. I will worry about this later. Let's take a look at my harvest first. Xiao Chun put away the Haotian medallion and took out the corpses of the 3 half-step martial monarchs from the universe ring. The wounds on these 3 corpses were very horrifying. A black aura lingered on the wounds. The surrounding flesh was corroded into a horrible sight, and a strange smell wafted out. Xiao Chun gently touched the wounds and a drop of the black aura came into contact with his fingertip. Zizi! The black aura continuously corroded the skin and flesh of his fingertip, trying to enter his flesh. This caused Xiao Chun to feel some pain. His mood seemed to turn agitated. A strand of purple flame appeared on his fingertip and burned the black aura into nothing. Illusory miserable cries resounded in Xiao Chun's mind. The black aura seemed to be alive. What a horrifying baleful aura. If such an attack pierced through my flesh and I did not get rid of it in time, it would be fatal. When the baleful aura invaded my meridians, even the smallest wound would be fatal. This should not be an ordinary state of massacre. It was infused with the negative states unique to demons, such as despair, pain, rage, etc. Otherwise, it would not have such an effect. In the future, if I run into similar wounds, I cannot be careless. Otherwise, it might lead to a great disaster. These 3 people might have died like this. Xiao Chun removed the spatial rings from the corpses and tossed the corpses into the lake. Then he started to check the treasures in the spatial rings. Xiao Chun opened the first spatial ring with his spiritual sense. Instantly, he saw a large pile of medial-grade spirit stones. With a rough count, there were at least 20,000 medial-grade spirit stones. As for the inferior-grade spirit stones, there were a horrifying number of 100,000. What a fellow! Xiao Chun had killed so many peak martial kings and obtained only 50,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Unexpectedly, this half-step martial monarch had accumulated 20,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Chapter 419. However, when Xiao Chun thought about it, most of these old men had lived for more than 100 years. They had probably been half-step martial monarchs for several decades. It was not strange for them to have such an accumulation. Xiao Chun continued looking. There were some high-ranked blood demons demon cores in the ring. These should be the demon cores they killed in the demon battlefield. Aside from these, there were also a few inferior grade secret treasures. However, they were just ordinary secret treasures. They did not attract Xiao Qin's attention. Just as Xiao Qin was about to withdraw his spiritual sense, he noticed an unremarkable black box in the corner. The box was about the size of a palm. If not for Xiao Qin's sharp eyes, he would not have noticed it. This box was placed in an inconspicuous corner. What could it be? Xiao Qin thought for a while before taking the box out. The box was not locked. Xiao Qin opened it easily. 10 exquisite white pearls lay in the small space. The pearls were as smooth as crystal. However, they did not give off any spiritual energy. Compared to spirit stones, they were very plain. When Xiao Qin picked them up and sent his spiritual sense into them, he could feel the pure spiritual energy in them. They were even purer than the spiritual energy in medial-grade spirit stones. According to Xiao Qin's estimation, this small white pearl was equivalent to 100 or more medial-grade spirit stones. Xiao Qin was startled. He found this pearl familiar. Suddenly, he recalled that there were 2 similar pearls among the burial items of the Savannah King. He quickly took them out and compared them. The 2 pearls were the same size and looked very ordinary. They did not leak any spiritual energy. Only when Xiao Qin sent his spiritual sense into them could he sense the horrifying energy contained in them. The difference was that the 2 pearls of the Savannah King were blue. Their color was clearly deeper. Furthermore, the energy they contained was on a completely different level from the white pearls. Xiao Qin felt that he was confident of absorbing the spiritual energy in the white pearls. However, he did not dare to think the same for the blue pearls. With his current cultivation, he would explode and die on the spot if he absorbed it. Xiao Qin muttered. These 2 pearls should be the same item. However, they are of different grades. However, I have never heard of such an item before. I have to look into it in the future. Aside from spirit stones, there are other things that can store spiritual energy. Xiao Qin placed the spirit stones and the mysterious pearl into his own universe ring. Then he tossed the other items into the corner of the universe ring, including the spatial ring. In the remaining 2 universe rings, Xiao Qin obtained another 40,000 medial-grade spirit stones. However, he did not find any more of the mysterious pearls. However, he found 100 superior-grade spirit stones in the 3rd universe ring. This was a pleasant surprise. With this, Xiao Qin's total number of medial-grade spirit stones reached a horrifying 110,000. As for inferior-grade spirit stones, he had more than 1,000,000. In this trip, Xiao Qin had a great harvest. Qin spirit chens. Spirit demon chens. On this trip to the demon battlefield, Xiao Qin had reaped a great harvest. The only thing he had lost was half of the Wutong spiritual tree, and the dragon chi in his arm. He needed some time to accumulate before he could use it again. After doing all this, Xiao Qin sorted out all the items in the universe ring. He discovered that some of the small items and miscellaneous items had already accumulated to a certain level. These items were obtained from the cultivators he killed. If they were individually, they would not be worth much. However, when accumulated, they would be a great harvest. If there were too many of them, it would be troublesome to store them in the universe ring. Xiao Qin took out a map of the ancient desolate land and muttered to himself, I have to find a place to exchange for all these items. At the same time, I can ask around about the various factions in the ancient desolate land and how strong the holy fire manor is. The ancient desolate land was very large. It far exceeded Xiao Qin's expectations. Not counting the few cities at the periphery, just the heavenly extermination lake alone was already larger than the great Qin nation. Rather than calling the heavenly extermination lake a lake, it would be more accurate to call it an ocean, an inland sea. This was because it was simply too vast. According to the map that Xiao Qin bought in Boulder City, the entire heavenly extermination lake was divided into the southern islands, western islands, northern islands, and eastern islands. There was also the central islands with the desolate city at the center of the heavenly extermination lake. Aside from these, there were many unknown areas on the heavenly extermination lake. To cultivators, it was a forbidden land. It was hard to imagine that during the Qianwu dynasty, the core of the entire continent had become like this. Boulder Island was an unremarkable island in the southern archipelago. If not for the existence of the demon battlefield, very few people would have landed there. There were thousands of islands in the southern islands. Some islands were desolate and uninhabited, filled with ferocious demonic beasts and demonic plants. Cultivators used them as experiential training grounds. There were also some islands filled with flowers and plants, filled with overwhelming spiritual energy. The entire island was filled with spiritual energy, filled with spirit herbs and boundless herb gardens. However, most of the islands were no different from human cities. Thousands of ordinary people lived there. There were cities, lords, and sections. The island that Xiao Qian wanted to go to was called Red Cloud Island. It was the island closest to him that had humans living on it. It was considered a middle-sized island in the southern islands. Even though it was very close, it was only the distance shown on the map. It was only 1 finger's distance on the map. However, in reality it was 2,000 kilometers. However, there was one good thing about the lake. One could travel in a straight line, unlike the 2 cities that were clearly very close. Sometimes one would have to take a long detour due to various obstacles, such as mountains, lakes, or grasslands. Xiao Qian estimated that if he took it easy, he would be able to arrive in 3 days. Xiao Qian had already left the boundaries of Boulder Island. On this vast lake, Xiao Qian's lone boat was like a drop of water in the sea. It would not attract any attention. Xiao Qian did not believe that the Holy Fire Manners people would be able to find him. Hence, he intended to travel in a relaxed manner. At the same time, he would use these 7 days to temper his physical body. There was a threshold for cultivating the firmament body tempering art. One's vital qi had to reach 150 tons of force before one could practice it. When Xiao Qian practiced the dragon and tiger body tempering art to its peak, he could only exert 150 tons of force. In the end, he was still lacking. If Xiao Qian wanted to improve further, he could only rely on external help. The so-called external help referred to the body-tempering spirit herbs that Xiao Qian had obtained on Qianren Island. Xiao Qian had once consumed a large number of body-tempering spirit herbs in the underground world of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Hence, regular body-tempering spirit herbs were not very effective on him. On Qianren Island, the body-tempering spirit herbs that Xiao Qian found were all at least 500 years old. Unfortunately, there were only 6 of them. Xiao Qian placed the 6 spirit herbs that increased vital qi on the bow of the boat. He muttered, "There are only 6. However, 3 of them are at least 1,000 years old. If I consume all of them, I should have no problem increasing my strength by 25 tons of force. 150 tons of force would be sufficient." At that time, when Xiao Qian cultivated the inferior grade heaven-ranked body tempering secret art, his physical body would explode forth. The silver boat moved at an unhurried speed on the calm lake, gliding calmly in the direction that Xiao Qian had determined. After Xiao Qian consumed a spirit herb, he sat down cross-legged and focused on refining the medicinal energy. He absorbed every drop of medicinal energy into his bones. 4 days passed in a flash. Every time Xiao Qian refined a spirit herb, he could feel his bones, meridians, and even his flesh becoming tougher. His vital qi also increased significantly. On this particular day, Xiao Qian suddenly opened his eyes and circulated all the vital qi in his body. Then he punched the calm lake. Bang! The fist wind formed by Xiao Qian's vital qi created a 20-meter-wide whirlpool on the lake. After a while, a pillar of water soared into the sky from the whirlpool. All sorts of fish and shrimps fell continuously from the water pillar. They fell for a few minutes before they all fell. It was easy to imagine that the force of this punch had to be at least 300 meters deep before it could cause so many fish and shrimps to fall. Xiao Qian withdrew his punch and revealed a satisfied smile. He had finally achieved 150 tons of force in 5 days. There was still a 1,000-year-old spirit herb that he had yet to refine. However, Xiao Qian did not continue refining it. At his current cultivation, a 1,000-year-old spirit herb would not have much of an effect. Since he had already reached the threshold of the firmament body tempering art, there was no need to waste it. 5 days. I should be at Red Cloud Island by now. Xiao Qian muttered as he looked at the lake in front of him. There was a white mist on the distant lake. Behind the mist was the indistinct silhouette of an island. That should be Red Cloud Island. It is time to rush at full speed, Xiao Qian thought to himself. With a thought, The small silver boat immediately turned into a beam of purple light and entered Xiao Chen's right eye. Xiao Chen pushed off the water and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiao Chen was like a blue dragon flying quickly on the water surface. Boom! 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 Not long after Xiao Chen flew, he felt intense energy fluctuations coming from in front. There were loud shouts and waves surging. Clearly, there was a battle going on in front. Based on the energy fluctuations, the cultivators fighting should not be of low levels. Xiao Chen hesitated for a while before flying in the direction of the sounds. After 10 breaths, Xiao Chen finally saw who was fighting. A kilometer away, a black-robed cultivator and a girl in a blue dress were fighting on the water surface. The black-robed old man was a medial-grade martial king. He held a pitch-black sword in his hand. A black aura surrounded the sword. The aura of the black-robed old man was very strange. His moves were very ruthless, targeting the vital points of the white-robed girl. The white-robed girl's cultivation was higher than the black-robed cultivators. However, because of the strange black aura, she had to be careful. This made the situation look very unsightly. However, in Xiao Chen's opinion, the white-robed girl had the upper hand. The black-robed cultivator tried to escape several times, but the white-robed girl blocked his path. Clearly, the white-robed girl wanted to play it safe. She wanted to use the advantage of her cultivation to drag things out slowly. Then, she would deal a fatal blow to the black-robed man. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He was somewhat astonished. The aura of the sword was similar to that of the scarred man on Qianren Island. It was clearly the demonic qi of the demonic world. Chapter 420. Unexpectedly, this black-robed cultivator was a remnant of the Dark Church with a demonic beast martial spirit. According to the rules of the continent, when one saw a remnant of the Dark Church, they had to work together to kill him. After all, the other party was once the public enemy of the continent. Xiao Chen thought for a while and stomped on the ground. An intense fist wind flew at the black-robed cultivator. When the black-robed cultivator saw Xiao Chen suddenly appear, he was somewhat surprised. However, when he discovered that Xiao Chen was only an inferior-grade martial king, the shock on his face turned into a smile. You overestimate yourself. I can use this brat as a hostage and leave this place quickly. This girl is too strong. Dragging this out is not a solution. The black-robed cultivator knocked away the white-clothed girl's attack with his sword. He clenched his left fist, and strands of black qi surrounded it. He revealed a sinister smile as he clashed with Xiao Chen's fist. Be careful, there is demonic qi on his fist. You cannot clash head-on with him. When the white-clothed girl saw Xiao Chen suddenly appear, she could not help but feel anxious. Why did a fellow who does not care about his life appear out of nowhere? Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He did not care too much about it. He only merged his essence in vital qi. Under the situation where a full-powered strike could carry 150 tons of force, the essence he infused could reach 250 tons of force. This could be considered the peak punch of Xiao Chen in his perfect state. Bang! There was a loud ka sound, and a huge force spread out. The black-robed cultivator's entire arm was crippled. His bones broke. When the two fists met, there was a loud sound and an intense shockwave. A 10-meter-tall wave soared into the surroundings. Before the white-clothed girl's astonished gaze, the black qi surrounding Xiao Chen's fist wind blew away without a trace. Pussy. The black-robed cultivator vomited a large mouthful of blood. His pale face was filled with shock. Xiao Chen's strength had reached an incredible level. It was at least 250 tons of force. Aside from peak superior-grade martial kings who cultivated superior-grade earth-ranked cultivation techniques, it would be difficult for anyone to achieve such strength. I have to run quickly. That girl is already difficult to deal with. Now there is this strange brat. If I do not leave now, I will not be able to. The black-robed cultivator turned around and dove into the vast lake, trying to escape underwater. You want to leave? Not so easy. Xiao Chen stepped forward and shouted. Then he punched the surface of the water, and a huge whirlpool appeared in front of him. A pillar of water shot up into the sky. Amidst the countless fishes and prawns, the black-robed man's body was directly lifted into the air by the water column. At this time, the white-clothed woman also came back to her senses. She flew forward and brandished her sword. The white-clothed woman was like a butterfly, fluttering up and down. In the sword light it was extremely sharp. In the air it was as if it was real. Xiao Chun had never seen such a condensed sword light before. In an instant, Xiao Chun sent out more than 100 sword lights, creating more than 100 bloody holes of various sizes on the black-robed cultivator's body. Bang! When the water pillar fell, the black-robed cultivator's body landed on the surface of the lake as well. However, he was already dead. He could not be any more dead. This woman looked delicate and elegant. However, when she attacked, she was extraordinarily decisive and sharp. Kasie. The white-clothed woman chopped off the black-robed cultivator's head. Then she tossed the head into her universe ring. Then she removed the other party's spatial ring. Her movements were very smooth and practiced. Thank you for your help. What is your name? After the white-clothed woman finished all this, she raised her head and looked at Xiao Chun. Then she smiled gently. Originally, Xiao Chun thought that the other party's help would drag her down. Unexpectedly, it saved her a lot of time. The white-clothed woman felt somewhat curious about this unfamiliar and strong youth. Xiao Chun said calmly, "It's fine. He is a remnant of the Dark Church. It is only natural for me to kill him." When the white-clothed woman heard this, she was slightly stunned. She carefully sized up Xiao Chun and smiled gently. "You have just arrived in the ancient desolate land, right?" Xiao Chun felt somewhat suspicious. He said, "Yes, I have indeed just arrived in the ancient desolate land. However, how did you know?" The white-clothed woman smiled and said, "After staying in the ancient desolate land for a long time, you would not say that." "What do you mean?" The white-clothed woman organized her words and explained everything to Xiao Chun in detail. It turned out that there were many remnant members of the Dark Church in the ancient desolate land. Furthermore, they had formed a moderately large faction. However, no one bothered about them. There was no other reason than this was the ancient desolate land, where the various factions gathered. There were many wanted criminals of the various nations, bandits and tyrants who killed without batting an eyelid. As long as they came here, the wanted posters of the outside world would lose their effect. Since the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the ancient desolate land had always been a lawless place. It had always been extremely chaotic. Furthermore, due to some strange reason, there had never been any news of the 5 great nations or the strong sects planning to monopolize the ancient desolate land. At some point in time, the ancient desolate land became an absolutely neutral place in the continent. Even the evil tyrants and evil cultivators that everyone in the outside world would not be killed by righteous people in the name of chivalry. In the ancient desolate land, strength was everything. Righteousness and chivalry were just jokes to others. Even the survivors of the Nether sect, the common enemy of the human race, would not gang up on them here. They were no different from ordinary cultivators. They would only be hunted down if they violated the interests of others. After Xiao Chun heard this, he suddenly understood. This ancient desolate land was a miraculous place. However, he did not know why the various great nations and sects did not dare to encroach on the ancient desolate land. The ancient desolate land was a huge place. It could not be described as a piece of juicy meat. There should be an extremely strong faction in the ancient desolate land looking out for it in secret. Otherwise, it would not be able to prevent others from spying on it. After the white-clothed woman finished speaking, she continued, "Let me formally introduce myself. I am Xiaxian from the Great Xia Nation's Thousand Sword Pavilion." Xiao Chun had heard of the Thousand Sword Pavilion before. It was a peak sect in the Great Xia Nation. Its strength was similar to the Great Chu Nation's Heavenly Sword Gate. It was somewhat famous in the 4 great nations. Xiao Chun nodded gently and said, "I am Xiao Chun from the Great Qin Nation. I do not belong to any sect at the moment." Xiaxian's pretty face revealed a stunned expression. Clearly, she did not believe that Xiao Chun did not belong to any sect. Xiao Chun's punch contained 250,000 kilograms of force. Even in the Great Jin Nation, where there were many geniuses, a large sect would value him. However, although Xiaxian was curious, she would not try to get to the bottom of things for no reason. Everyone had their own secrets to some extent. "Looking at where you are going, you seem to be going to Heavenly Spring Island. Coincidentally, I have completed my mission as well. Let's go together." Xiaxian invited. Xiao Chun was stunned. He said, Isn't that Red Cloud Island in front? How did it become Heavenly Spring Island? Xiaxian said with certainty. Heavenly Spring Island is in front. It is one of the 6 great islands, second only to the main island in the south. You must be going in the wrong direction. Xiaochun took out the map and looked at it. He could not help but smile bitterly. Red Cloud Island and Heavenly Spring Island. One was in the south and the other was in the north. The distance between them was close to 500 kilometers. Xiaochun really did not know how he got here. How did you get here? Xiaxian asked softly. Xiaochun thought for a while and answered honestly. I took a boat here. Since he took a boat, that should be a flying-type secret treasure. Xiaxian felt excited. She had not expected Xiaochun to have such a treasure. However, this could explain the reason for this. Xiaxian said softly. No wonder. The Heavenly Extermination Lake looks calm, without any waves. However, there are many undercurrents. Sometimes they even form a strong undercurrent. If one was not an experienced boatman, even if one had a map, they would definitely deviate from the right direction. The main island of the southern archipelago, Longyang Island, was similar to the capital of the Shihe province. It was the core island of the southern archipelago. The only difference was that it did not have any jurisdiction over the other islands. Around Longyang Island, there were 6 islands that were second only to it in terms of size and position. This Heavenly Spring Island was one of them. Never mind. Since I am already at Heavenly Spring Island, I might as well take a look. Red Cloud Island is just a small island. Whatever it can do, Heavenly Spring Island should be able to do as well. The two of them executed their movement techniques and quickly headed for Heavenly Spring Island. Along the way, Xiaochun understood why Xiaxian and the black-robed cultivator ended up fighting. The name of the remnant forces of the Dark Church in the ancient desolate land had changed slightly. They were still called the Dark Church. There were many experts in the Dark Church. However, compared to the Dark Church in the past, they were much weaker. Not long ago, the Dark Church had gotten into a conflict with another faction in the ancient desolate land, the Blood Wolf Gang. Both sides had issued missions in the Heavenly Extermination Union to kill the other's disciples and obtain rewards. Xiaxian had come to this Heavenly Spring Island to do something. Coincidentally, she accepted the mission from the Blood Wolf Gang. Xiaochun asked, "What rank is that black-robed cultivator in the current Dark Church? How many rewards can I obtain for killing him?" Xiaxian's figure flashed on the surface of the water. She said softly, "The Dark Church has 1 churchmaster, 2 vice-churchmasters, 9 elders, and 108 protectors. The rest are just a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers of varying strength. The one I just killed was one of the 108 protectors. However, the current protectors cannot be compared to the protectors of the past. The older protectors were at least half-step martial monarchs. Unfortunately, most of them are already dead. The one I just killed was just to make up the numbers." Given this, Xiaochun had a rough idea of the current strength of the Dark Church. Even though it was much weaker than before, the 9 elders should all be martial monarchs. However, the 9 elders should all be martial monarchs. Furthermore, there were some protectors who had not died. Such a force was probably much stronger than the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiaochun continued. Why did they fight? Do such large-scale battles happen frequently in the ancient desolate land? Chapter 421. Xiaxian smiled gently and said, "Ha, you really have a lot of questions. When I first arrived, I was the same as you. It's all about fighting for territory, islands, spirit veins, or rare treasures. It is very normal. After a while you will not feel anything." The two chatted for a while. Then they rushed at full speed and soon arrived at Dragon Spring Island. The island was very large. It could no longer be called an island. There were at least 10 cities the size of Whitewater City. Under Xiaxian's suggestion, Xiaochun went to the largest city on the island. It was also named after the island, Dragon Spring City. In that case, let's part ways here. Thank you again for helping me. If you have time, you are welcome to come to the Clear Spring Inn to look for me. After Xiaxian entered the city, she said goodbye to Xiaochun. Xiaochun nodded gently and headed to the shops in the city. Along the way, Xiaxian told him about the strength of the Holy Fire Manor. The Holy Fire Manor was considered a strong faction in the southern islands. However, compared to the Dark Church and the Blood Wolf Gang, which covered the entire ancient desolate land, they were much weaker. The manor lord of the Holy Fire Manor was a martial monarch. There was also a consecrator who was also a martial monarch. There were also 10 odd elders who were half-step martial monarchs. Old Qin was one of them. Given this, Xiaochun felt more at ease. The chances of the other party sending an elder to capture him were not high. After all, Old Qin was only an elder. It would be difficult for him to order the other elders around. As long as half-step martial monarchs did not make a move, even if Xiaochun faced a peak superior grade martial king, he would be able to leave easily. There were many people on the streets of the city. Most of them were ordinary people with low cultivations. However, there were many experts as well. There were many martial kings. Occasionally, 1 or 2 peak superior grade martial kings could be seen. What surprised Xiaochun was that he saw many fiend race cultivators. These people looked very different from humans. For example, the barbarian ox race cultivators had small horns on their foreheads, the heavenly wolf race cultivators with silver eyes and pointy ears, and some fiend race cultivators who had not completely transformed. The fur on their bodies was very thick, and some even had long tails. However, when most people saw these fiend race cultivators, their expressions were very calm. They did not feel surprised at all. Even the ordinary people were not surprised. On the contrary, Xiaochun looked around and seemed to be making a fuss about nothing. "Brat, what are you looking at? What's there to look at? Watch me tear you apart." A loud roar suddenly roared at Xiaochun. The sound was like thunder, shaking everyone's eardrums. It was a burly tiger race cultivator more than 2 meters tall. He was bare-chested and had thick yellow fur all over his body. Seeing that Xiaochun was looking at him curiously, he felt extremely displeased. He bared his teeth and shouted. He clenched his fists so hard that they crackled. Then he charged at Xiaochun with an aggressive aura. On the noisy street, this thunderous voice immediately attracted the attention of countless people. These people did not seem to find such a situation strange. When they saw that there was a commotion, they immediately went over. Xiaochun could not help but feel somewhat embarrassed. He had not expected his curiosity to attract such trouble. Based on the aura of this tiger race cultivator, he was no weaker than a medial grade martial king. "Sorry, I just arrived in this ancient desolate land and was somewhat curious. I apologize for my rudeness. Here are 200 medial grade spirit stones. The less trouble the better." Xiaochun had offended the Holy Fire Manor. Furthermore, this person had a few companions behind him. It would not be good if this matter blew up. Furthermore, Xiaochun was indeed in the wrong in this matter. He looked at someone like they were monsters for no reason. Anyone would feel displeased. It would be fine if he could settle this with some spirit stones. That tiger race cultivator caught the bag that Xiaochun tossed over and counted the spirit stones. He said, 200 is too little. Take out 1,000 medial grade spirit stones. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving here alive. So he is here to extort me. Xiaochun's expression turned cold. He said in a cold voice, "Sorry, I have the spirit stones. However, I will not give them to you." The tiger race cultivator could not help but become enraged. He said, "You are really seeking death. Even if you hand over the spirit stones now, it is useless. Die." The tiger race cultivator shouted and stomped on the ground. Small cracks immediately appeared on the street. His figure wavered as he punched at Xiaochun. Bang! 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 It seemed like a ferocious tiger appeared on Xiaochun's fist. Its aura instantly surged. The fist wind exploded, creating intense sonic booms in the air. Kasie! Just as Xiaochun was about to make a move, a purple-clothed man jumped down from a restaurant at the side of the street. The purple-clothed man opened his palm and grabbed the other party's fist, easily neutralizing this punch with its overwhelming aura. No matter how hard the tiger race cultivator tried, he would not be able to move an inch. The purple-clothed man turned around and said to the tiger race cultivator, "Return the spirit stones to him and you may leave." Jiang Zimo. When the tiger race cultivator saw the purple-clothed man's appearance, his expression immediately changed. He handed the bag containing the spirit stones to the purple-clothed man and turned to leave. When the surrounding people saw that there was no more excitement to watch, They all dispersed and went to do what they had to do. The purple-clothed man tossed the bag of spirit stones to Xiao Chun and smiled gently. Don't be so generous next time. Here are your spirit stones. Xiao Chun caught the bag of spirit stones and looked at the handsome, imposing purple-clothed man. After thinking for a while, he said, "You are also a fiend race cultivator. Why are you helping me?" When the purple-clothed man, Jiang Zimo, saw that Xiao Chun saw through his identity, he was not too surprised. He smiled faintly and said, "I am not helping you. I am helping them. With your strength, even if their companions work together, they would not be a match for you." Aside from the azure rhombus mark on this person's forehead, there were no other characteristics of a fiend race cultivator. In reality, when Xiao Chun said that the other party was a fiend race cultivator, it was only because of his strong mental energy. He could feel an aura that was different from that of a human from this person's body, but he could not confirm it. There was no way for Xiao Chun to confirm what kind of fiend race the other party was. Xiao Chun also felt it was strange. Why did some fiends not have any special characteristics? However, some of the fiend race cultivators had very obvious characteristics. There were also some that only had some special characteristics. Logically speaking, there should not be such a difference between fiends. Of the fiend race cultivators, the tiger race cultivators love to take advantage of others. They often threaten humans who come to the ancient desolate land for the first time. If you had only taken out 10 medial grade spirit stones at the start, they would probably only ask for 100 medial grade spirit stones from you. So don't be so extravagant in the future. Jiang Zimo smiled faintly and explained unhurriedly. Xiao Chun smiled calmly and said, "In other words, I have become a sucker." "You can say that." Jiang Zimo shrugged his shoulders slightly and smiled faintly. "That's right, you should have received an invitation as well, right? So why don't you come up with me? We will be going the same way." Xiao Chun was somewhat confused. He asked suspiciously, "What invitation? I don't know what you are talking about." That should not be the case. The other party is so young, but his aura is very long. Furthermore, his mental energy is terrifyingly strong. Logically speaking, he should have received an invitation. Jiang Zimo felt somewhat confused. He gave Xiao Chun a deep look and said, "Do you dare to receive a palm strike from me?" Xiao Chun did not understand what was going on. However, he knew that the other party did not want to fight him. The other party only wanted to test him. After hesitating for a while, he happily agreed. After all, there would not be any losses. Perhaps there might even be some unexpected benefits. Sorry for the offense. When Jiang Zimo saw Xiao Chun retreat by 100 meters, his figure flashed. Then he sent a palm strike at Xiao Chun's face without any fancy moves. This palm strike did not have any fancy moves. It did not look very fast either. There was not even a palm wind. There were no energy fluctuations in the space. It was very simple. In terms of aura, it was not even 1% of the tiger race cultivators. The feeling it gave was very strange. It was like a child playing house. He said he wanted to hit him and then he hit him. It was very ordinary. However, Xiao Chun's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely grave. He was startled in his heart. He withdrew his essence, not letting it leak out at all. He focused all his energy on his palm. Such control was truly frightening. One had to know that there were countless pores on the palm. Regardless of whether one was aware of it or not, there would always be some aura coming out of the pores. However, Jiang Zimo managed to do it. Furthermore, when he attacked, his speed was very fast. However, there was not even the sound of wind. Clearly, he had truly reached the state of being one with nature. Even some martial monarchs would not be able to do such a thing. They would need at least 10 years of bitter cultivation and startling talent before they could do it. Jiang Zimo's palm had already arrived in front of Xiao Chun. There was no time to waste. There was no time to think. Furthermore, he agreed to receive this palm strike head-on. Thus, Xiao Chun could not use a trick like the roaming dragon's 9 transformations to dodge. He could only receive it head-on. Xiao Chun clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. His bones crackled as he gathered all the vital qi in his body. The image of a tiger and a dragon circled around his arm. The dragon and tiger roared. Unlike Jiang Zimo, who was extremely ordinary, Xiao Chan raised his aura to the extreme. Since he could not completely withdraw his aura, he might as well release it with all his might. Bang! The fist and palm collided, and a strong wind blew. The instant Jiang Zimo's extremely ordinary palm strike clashed, it erupted with a force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. A strong wind blew and Xiao Chen's hairband was blown off. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his clothes fluttered. The strong wind made it difficult to open one's eyes. The huge force traveled from Xiao Chen's arm to his feet. Then it spread to the ground. Bang! 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 The stone tiles on the surrounding street suddenly exploded. It was dragged up by the strong qi and kept rising in the air. It spiraled around the two of them and kept spinning. Xiao Chen's palm felt sore. He nearly got knocked back. It was hard to imagine that when one was extremely calm, it would erupt with such a strong might. Furthermore, Jiang Zimo's energy was endless, growing endlessly. It was like a gushing river surging towards Xiao Chen. This cannot go on. The cultivation technique that Jiang Zimo cultivates is somewhat strange. The force of his palm strike is very uniform. From the start to the end it did not weaken at all. Chapter 422. In terms of perseverance, Jiang Zimo would definitely last longer than Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan had to knock him back in one breath. Xiao Chan opened his eyes wide and the purple qi whirlpool in his dantian spun rapidly. He merged his essence and vital qi together. The force in his palm immediately increased explosively. Boom! The sudden increase in strength caused Jiang Zimo's body to fly back 5 steps before he slowly came to a stop. Bang! Bang! The surrounding rubble also fell to the ground. After Jiang Zimo's palm strike ended, he stopped attacking. His expression was extremely calm. He did not even need to adjust his breathing before he walked over to Xiao Chen again. Xiao Chen withdrew his fist and relaxed. He adjusted his essence for a while before the surging energy in his body slowly calmed down. When Xiao Chen saw Jiang Zimo casually sending out a palm strike, he could not help but feel even more curious about the cultivation technique that Jiang Zimo cultivated. Jiang Zimo performed a cupped fist salute and smiled. Not bad. You are the first in the same generation to knock me back with one punch. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. What do you mean not bad? I already did my best. Looking at your calm expression, you clearly only used 20% of your strength. Jiang Zimo smiled and explained, there is no need to be humble. I also used my full strength. It is just that the cultivation technique I cultivate is rather special. Even if you beat me to the brink of death, I will still maintain this calm expression. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but smile. This person's words were really humorous. He was rather broad-minded, which suited Xiao Chen's temperament. However, this cultivation technique was really strange. Using 20% of one's strength and using one's full strength would result in a completely different aura and might. The exhaustion was also different. No one would use their full strength the moment they started. If they did, their essence would be completely drained. Suddenly, a strange thought appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Jiang Zimo's full strength might last as long as Xiao Chen's 20% strength. If that was really the case, then the other party's cultivation technique would be extremely horrifying. Jiang Zimo continued, your strength meets the requirements. It was their mistake not to receive an invitation. May I know your name? Which nation do you belong to? What sect do you belong to? Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and said, I am Xiao Chen of the Great Qin Nation. I do not have a sect for now. Jiang Zimo muttered Xiao Chen's name. He found it familiar, but of course, he could not recall where he came from. Brother Xiao Chen, how about this? On the 17th of the next month, if you have time, go to the Clear Spring Inn's backyard. I believe you will be interested. I have a recommendation for you. Clear Spring Inn. Isn't this the inn where Xiaxian is? Could it be that Jiang Zimo and Xiaxian are here for the same thing? Xiao Chen set aside this thought for now and raised his head. When he saw the dignified Jiang Zimo, he said with some doubt, speaking of which, this seems to be our first meeting. Is there a need to be so enthusiastic? Jiang Zimo laughed and said, are you afraid that I will harm you? That's right. Let's put it this way. On the 17th of next month, I'm not forcing you to come. If you're willing, just make some time to come. I promise you won't be disappointed. I'll take my leave first. Oh right, those tiger tribe members will probably ambush you later. Remember to go easy on them. With a light leap, Jiang Zimo returned to the restaurant. Xiao Chun did not linger and continued to head for the largest shop in the city. In the restaurant, a silver-haired woman stood in front of a table next to the window, looking at Xiao Chun's back thoughtfully. The silver-haired woman had a pretty face, as if she was a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. Her temperament was otherworldly, but her silver eyes did not have the slightest hint of emotion, appearing extremely cold. When he saw Jiang Zimo, he asked anxiously, "Zimo, who is that person? Which sect is he from?" When Jiang Zimo saw the silver-haired woman's anxious expression, he was astonished. This was the first time he had seen the silver-haired woman so concerned about a human cultivator. "Xinya, do you know this person?" The silver-haired woman shook her head and said, "He looks very similar to someone I know. However, his appearance is completely different." Jiang Zimo nodded and said, "He is Xiao Chun. His strength is pretty good. However, he does not belong to any sect." When the silver-haired woman heard this, she felt somewhat disappointed. She said softly, "Oh, it looks like I got the wrong person. The person I know is surnamed Yi." There were many shops in the city that specialized in selling cultivator goods. Xiao Chun stopped in front of the largest shop. The shop was simple and unadorned. It was a majestic wooden building. There were many people coming and going. It was very lively. The golden signboard above the door had the words, "Flowing Wind Pavilion" written on it. Xiao Chun followed the crowd and entered. The shop was very large. Xiao Chun looked around. There were all sorts of goods in the hall on the first floor. There was a counter for spirit weapons. There were rows of wooden shelves filled with all sorts of spirit weapons. The ranks of the spirit weapons were all there as well. There were even several hundred profound rank spirit weapons and above. Beside the counter for spirit weapons, there were shelves for all sorts of battle armors. The shelves for spirit weapons and battle armors formed a circular area for weapons. The circular area for weapons was in the center of the hall. The shelves along the walls had all sorts of spirit pills and herbs, as well as lingji of different ages. The entire arrangement was very scientific. When Xiao Chun stood there, he felt like he was in a supermarket in his previous life. However, it was more ancient than a modern supermarket. It was more natural. "This young hero, are you looking for spirit weapons, battle armors, or custom-made weapons? Our shop is one of the few partners of the Heavenly Craft Manor in the ancient desolate land. We can fulfill any request you have." When a manservant saw Xiao Chun strolling in front of the weapons area, he quickly smiled and greeted him warmly. When this manservant spoke about the Heavenly Craft Manor, he was very pleased. It was like being able to work with the Heavenly Craft Manor was something incredible. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "I am not buying anything. I have something to sell. Will the Flowing Wind Pavilion accept it?" The smile on the manservant's face did not change. He said, "Of course we will. Take the stairs over there. After you pass the treasure pavilion on the second floor, you will go up to the third floor. There is a professional appraiser there to help appraise the items. I guarantee that young hero will not suffer a loss." There were very few people in the treasure pavilion. It was less than half of the hall. Xiao Chun took a look and roughly understood what was going on. This treasure pavilion originally sold all sorts of cultivation techniques and martial techniques. There were also some inferior grade secret treasures, some rare medicinal pills, and all sorts of high-ranked ores. They were all very expensive, so it made sense that only a small portion of martial artists could afford to buy them. Xiao Chun continued walking forward and arrived at the third floor of the Flowing Wind Pavilion. Compared to the second floor, there were even fewer people on the third floor. It was also much quieter. There was no bustle or clamor like the first floor. Everyone waited quietly. Xiao Chun sat on a wooden chair. Immediately, a maidservant came over to serve him tea. Her service was very thorough. Xiao Chun picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he asked the maidservant, "How long do I have to wait before it is my turn?" The maidservant smiled and said, "Young hero, in order to maintain the fairness of transactions, the appraisal hall of the Flowing Wind Pavilion can only entertain 3 customers at a time. Some treasures are very easy to appraise, while others are very difficult. It is hard to say how long it will take." Xiao Chun looked at the number of people waiting. It looked like it would take at least 2 hours. So Xiao Chun put down the teacup and closed his eyes to take a nap. Fortunately, he was quite patient and didn't feel particularly bored. The people beside him, on the other hand, couldn't stay idle and started chatting. Have you heard? The Holy Fire Manor's 7th elder, Qin Feng, led people to the demon battlefield to kill blood demons. They lost 3 half-step martial monarchs. The peak high-rank blood demon that they managed to kill with great difficulty was snatched away. Suddenly, someone mentioned the matters of the demon battlefield. The Holy Fire Manor was considered a major force in the southern islands. Upon hearing about the Holy Fire Manor, the others in the hall also became interested. A yellow-robed cultivator asked, "When did this happen? Why did we not hear any news about it?" News from a week ago, of course I wouldn't hear it. Right now, it has only spread to Monolith Island and Holy Fire Manor's headquarters, Holy Fire Island. I reckon it won't be long before it spreads to the entire southern islands. The green-robed cultivator who spoke first said proudly, "Who is so powerful? To be able to snatch away a peak high-rank blood demon from under the noses of 10-odd half-step martial monarchs? He must be at least a martial monarch." The green-robed cultivator laughed loudly and said, "Wrong, very wrong. Why don't you think about it? Why would a martial monarch want to peak high-rank blood demon's demon core? They have already opened their sea of consciousness. If they wanted to use it, they would use the demon core of a blood demon general. The demon core of a blood demon is not very useful to them. Then it must be a peak half-step martial monarch who snatched it away. Coincidentally, they need a peak high-rank blood demon's demon core to open their sea of consciousness." The green-robed cultivator continued, "Wrong again. The person who snatched away their demon core is just an inferior-grade martial king. Not only did he snatch away the demon core, but he also snatched away the 3 medial-grade secret treasures and the corpses of 3 half-step martial monarchs. How can this be? How could an inferior-grade martial king do all this under the noses of so many half-step martial monarchs? That is absolutely impossible. You are exaggerating." The people at the side all shook their heads and revealed doubtful expressions. They felt that the green-robed cultivator's words could not be trusted. The green-robed cultivator smiled faintly and did not bother to refute. "It is up to you whether you believe me or not. Soon you will be able to prove whether what I said is true or not." This topic continued for a while. Then someone brought up a new topic. "The trial of the ancient desolate tower seems to be starting again. I wonder how many people will qualify to enter this time. This time there will probably be more people than in the past. There are too many geniuses in this generation. It will be difficult for the Great Gene Nation to continue dominating the 5-nation youth competition." "I don't think so. In the Tianwu continent, the Great Gene Nation has the most spirit veins. There will only be more geniuses. It will be difficult for the other 4 nations to occupy the top 10. Let's wait and see the results of the ancient desolate tower. If someone can reach the 7th floor, they will have a chance. It will be difficult. Aside from the group of people from the Thunder Emperor's time, no one has been able to reach the 7th floor in the past few thousand years. Right now, it is just the beginning of the flourishing era of cultivators. We will have to wait for at least another 10 years. Chapter 423. The trial of the ancient desolate tower is about to begin? Could it have something to do with Jiang Zimo and Xia Xian's matter? Xiao Chun opened his eyes. Xiao Chun revealed great interest in the topic everyone was talking about, so he decided to ask about it. "Young hero, it is your turn." At this moment, a charming young girl walked over leisurely and softly said with a smile. Xiao Chun could only give up for now. However, now that he knew the clues to the ancient desolate tower, it would be easier for him to find out more information when he came out. Xiao Chun stood up and followed the maidservant into a treasure inspection hall in front. When the cultivator in green who spoke first saw Xiao Chun suddenly stand up, he entered deep thought. Earlier, when Xiao Chun was sitting there, he did not attract his attention. However, when the cultivator looked at Xiao Chun's back, he started to think. They are all white-robed cultivators, inferior-grade martial kings, and no older than 20. Unfortunately, I do not see his saber. It should be in his spatial ring. The cultivator in green thought to himself, I should follow him closely. If he is really a bladesman, it is very likely that he is that person. Inside the treasure inspection hall, an old man was drinking tea. When he saw Xiaochen enter, he smiled and said, "I am the Flowing Wind Pavilion's old ma. Young hero, are you selling something? Take it out and let me see." Xiaochen nodded and did not say anything. He pointed the universe ring at the center of the hall, and a large pile of items fell like rain. When the noise stopped, there was a 1-meter-tall pile of miscellaneous items in the hall. Old Ma nearly spat out the tea in his mouth. Old Ma swallowed the tea with some difficulty. His expression was somewhat unsightly as he said, "Little brother, are you here to cause trouble? What kind of place is my Flowing Wind Pavilion? To think that you are using a pile of street goods to brush me off." Clearly, the other party did not think that all these items were valuable. He felt that Xiaochen was here to make fun of him. Xiaochen sat down calmly and said, "Whether they are street goods or not, you will know when you see for yourself." Seeing how confident Xiaochen was, Senior Ma hesitated for a moment before squatting down dubiously. Then he casually picked up a bottle of pills and looked at it. When Xiaochen opened the bottle, a fragrance wafted out. Old Ma took a deep breath, and his expression changed. He said, "This is a rank 6 medicinal pill, an earth spirit pill. When consumed by a martial saint, it can greatly increase their cultivation. It is worth 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones." As he spoke, he quickly picked up a yellowing secret manual and read it. "This is an inferior grade earth-ranked cultivation technique. Can be used until Martial King. It is worth 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. There are also 10 low-grade earth-ranked spirit weapons. This is a 300-year-old snow ginseng. This is a battle armor. This is a high-grade earth-ranked martial technique. And this is a low-grade secret treasure." With every sentence that Xiaochen spoke, Senior Ma's expression changed. How was this something that could be found in a street stall? He had really misjudged it earlier. Although the value of each item wasn't top-notch, a single one of them couldn't pique his interest at all. However, looking at the quantity, there were at least 1,000 of them. When added together, the value was startling. With so many miscellaneous items on one person, this person either robbed a strong clan or killed many high-ranked cultivators. Senior Ma's thoughts raced. When he saw that Xiaochen was not even 20 years old, no matter which one it was, this youth's strength was unfathomable. He was not as simple as he looked. Senior Ma no longer delayed Xiaochen like before. He stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. He said, "Sorry for the offense earlier. This old man misjudged it. I hope little brother does not take it to heart." Xiaochen said indifferently, "It's not a problem. Just help me appraise them quickly. I only do business, I do not care about anything else." It was unrealistic to rely on Senior Ma to appraise so many items by himself. Senior Ma called over a maidservant and gave her some instructions. After 1 hour, 10 young appraisers came out from the back door of the appraisal hall. Senior Ma explained, "They were transferred from another branch. Don't worry. Don't look down on them because they are young. They should have no problems dealing with your items." Xiaochen nodded and did not have any objections. 2 hours later, under the laborious appraisal of 10 appraisers, the various miscellaneous items in the forest were finally appraised. The 10 appraisers from the other branches took their leave. Now, only Xiaochen and Senior Ma remained in the appraisal hall. Holding a list, Senior Ma looked somewhat fatigued. He said to Xiaochen, "Little brother, take a look. They are worth a total of 3 million inferior grade spirit stones. If converted to medial grade spirit stones, that would be 25,000. These are the rules. You should know about them." Xiaochen looked through the list and indicated that he had no objections. As for the so-called rules, Xiaochen already knew about them long ago. Naturally, he would not say anything. Senior Ma smiled gently and said, "That's good. Take out your ancient desolate pass. We will sign it, and the spirit stones will be yours immediately." When Xiaochen heard this, he could not help but be stunned. He had not expected the transaction to require an ancient desolate pass. He could not help but feel somewhat depressed. "I have not gone to apply for an ancient desolate pass yet. Can I make the transaction?" Senior Ma frowned slightly, clearly stunned. This youth had just arrived in the ancient desolate land. He had not even applied for an ancient desolate pass. This is a little difficult. It is not that this old man is making things difficult for you, but without an ancient desolate pass for such a large transaction, The taxes will be very high, Senior Ma explained softly. Since it was just a matter of money, then it was easy to resolve. Xiao Chun said, how about this? Give me the receipt for 25,000 medial-grade spirit stones. I will only take 20,000 medial-grade spirit stones. How about that? The miscellaneous items in this transaction could be considered extra gains for Xiao Chun. It did not matter how much he earned. It would be troublesome to apply for an ancient desolate pass later. Senior Ma understood. He knew why Xiao Chun was so generous. This pile of treasures must have been obtained from killing others. Now he was in a rush to make a move. However, Senior Ma still reminded Xiao Chun, you have to think it through. It will take you less than half a day to apply for an ancient desolate pass. You will be able to save 5,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, there is no need. I have already made up my mind. After the two signed the contract, Senior Ma immediately took out boxes of spirit stones for Xiao Chun to count. After checking with his spiritual sense, Xiao Chun confirmed that the numbers were correct. Then, he tossed them into his universe ring. With this, Xiao Chun's universe ring became much emptier. He now had more than 150,000 medial-grade spirit stones, 1 million inferior-grade spirit stones, and 100 invaluable superior-grade spirit stones. After leaving the inspection hall, Xiao Chun looked around. He saw that the cultivator in green had not left yet. Furthermore, when the cultivator saw Xiao Chun come out, his eyelids twitched. That's not right. A regular transaction would not take more than 15 minutes. Logically speaking, he should have left long ago. Xiao Chun noticed that the cultivators he was chatting with earlier had already left. All that remained were cultivators he was unfamiliar with. He knows about the situation on Boulder Island. He must be suspicious of me. Xiao Chun kept this in mind. His expression did not change as he walked down the stairs. Not long after Xiao Chun left the Flowing Wind Pavilion, his spiritual sense immediately detected a figure following him. It was that cultivator in green. This person is a superior-grade martial king. If he sneak attacks me, he will pose a threat to me. However, since I have already noticed him, it is not a big deal. Coincidentally, he should know about the ancient desolate tower. If he tries to harm me, I can capture him and ask him about it. Thinking of this, Xiao Chun's lips curled up in an arc. He walked forward unhurriedly, pretending that he did not know anything. Soon, Xiao Chun arrived at a rather desolate alley. When he saw the surrounding people and the desolate environment, he nodded slightly. This is the place. Bang! Just at this moment, four ferocious tiger race cultivators leaped out from both sides of the alley. They were tall and strong, and they surrounded Xiao Chun from all directions. They were more than 2 meters tall, blocking the sunlight and casting a large shadow. They were the tiger race cultivators that Xiao Chun had offended earlier. The tiger race cultivator that Zhang Zimo forced back earlier was filled with killing qi. He walked over to Xiao Chun and smiled coldly. Brat, I told you to hand over 2,000 medial-grade spirit stones first, but you did not. Now I will chop off one of your legs and let you know what regret is. Is that so? Unfortunately, you are not able to do that. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Zhang Zimo was right. With a flip of his palm, the lunar shadow saber instantly appeared in his hand. The 4 tiger race cultivators were all medial-grade martial kings. When they worked together, they were quite strong. Unfortunately, with one look, it was clear that these people were not the core cultivators of the fiend race. They had not practiced any strong martial techniques or cultivation techniques. When Xiao Chun used his full power, they did not stand a chance. After 15 minutes, the 4 tiger race cultivators lay on the ground, moaning non-stop. Occasionally, electricity flickered on the wounds of various sizes on their bodies. Following Zhang Zimo's instructions, Xiao Chun did not deal a heavy blow. Although their wounds looked horrifying, they did not injure any vital points. He only taught them a lesson. Scram. I will only obey Zhang Zimo's words once. Don't let me see you again. Xiao Chun returned the lunar shadow saber to its scabbard and snorted coldly. The tiger race cultivators felt like they had been relieved of a heavy burden. They knew they had kicked a metal plate, so they quickly got up and fled. Not bad, what a beautiful saber technique. Even when fighting 1 against 4, you are still able to hold an overwhelming advantage. At some point in time, the cultivator in green was already standing on the wall of the alley. The sunlight shone down from his back, obscuring his appearance. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and said, "After following me for so long, you finally could not endure it any longer." The cultivator in green shrugged his shoulders. He was not surprised that Xiao Chan noticed him. He asked, "Did you go to Boulder Island a week ago?" Xiao Chan did not answer the cultivator in green's question directly. He took out the peak high-rank blood demon's demon core from his universe ring and said, "You want this, right?" The cultivator in green smiled and said, "Very good, you can die now. I will hand your head to the Holy Fire Manor and exchange it for a bounty. That will allow you to make the most of your value." After he spoke, the cultivator in green leaped down from the wall and chopped twice in the air. A sharp palm wind flew at Xiao Chan like a sharp saber. Xiao Chan drew the lunar shadow saber again. Purple electricity flickered as he chopped the palm wind in half. "Huge whale palm!" the cultivator in green shouted, and a faint mist appeared in the surroundings. The ground of the alley turned into soft water, rippling continuously. Xiao Chan lost his balance and started to sway along with the water. What a powerful state of water! This person is not an ordinary superior grade martial king. No wonder he is so confident. Chapter 424. A huge whale made of quintessence appeared behind the green-robed guest. He pulled it out with his palm strike. The huge whale opened its jaws, revealing sharp teeth that gleamed with a cold light. Then it charged at Xiao Chan. The green-robed guest was very confident in this palm strike. He believed that with this palm strike, he would be able to kill Xiao Chan quickly. The green-robed guest had already practiced this palm strike to 100% perfection. Furthermore, he cultivated the state of water. With these two complementing each other, the might of this move would be able to display a 1/12 of its might. Not only was it very mighty, but the strong mysterious phenomenon would also break the opponent's movement technique, preventing them from dodging. Several cultivators stronger than the green-robed guest had died under this palm strike. Even if an inferior grade martial king could block it, he would be severely injured. Xiao Chan circulated his vital qi and rooted himself to the ground. He instantly increased his weight by 50,000 kilograms. Then, he firmly planted himself to the ground without any fluctuations. When Xiao Chan saw the huge whale flying at him, he did not dare to be careless. He circulated his state of thunder to its limits and thunder roared in the sky. "Wuxia shakes the heavens." Xiao Chan shouted and hacked down with the lunar shadow saber. The divine Wuxia tree was like a mountain. It carried a boundless electric energy as it clashed with the huge whale. Of the Wuxia saber techniques, Wuxia shakes the heavens was the strongest move when clashing head-on. There were no techniques involved. It simply turned the vast state of thunder into a strong force. The stronger the state and the denser the essence, the stronger the might of this move. Since the other party wanted to clash head-on, then Xiao Chan would give him this opportunity. Let's see who was stronger. Bang! The huge whale made of quintessence clashed with the divine Wuxia tree. A strong force immediately burst forth. Thunder and water roared, and the walls of the alley immediately crumbled. The huge whale made of essence lasted for a moment before it scattered. However, the light of Xiao Chen's Wuxia tree dimmed slightly, but it did not disappear. The Wuxia tree landed on the ground with a paw sound. The rippling ground also calmed down. The other party's state of water was broken. The green-robed cultivator paled. He took a few steps back before he came to a stop. He could not believe that Xiao Chan had broken his palm strike. The green-robed cultivator suppressed the surging essence in his body and smiled coldly. "You have some strength. No wonder you can strengthen that demon core. However, you still have to die." Wild dance of whales. Waves of water instantly appeared on the ground. Those were not illusions but real waves of water. Xiao Chan frowned slightly when he saw his pants soaked by the waves. He pushed off the ground wanting to fly out. However, he discovered that there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands in the water grabbing his legs. More than 100 whales made of essence appeared behind the azure-robed cultivator. They hissed as their auras merged and soared into the sky. This chaotic dance of whales is comparable to an inferior-grade heaven-ranked martial technique. I can only use it once every 3 months. Unless you are a half-step martial monarch, you can forget about breaking out. Die. This chaotic dance of whales is comparable to an inferior-grade heaven-ranked martial technique. I can only use it once every 3 months. Unless you are a half-step martial monarch, you can forget about breaking out. Die. The green-robed cultivator laughed maniacally. More than 100 whales made of essence covered the sky as they flew towards Xiao Chen. The scarlet throne mark on Xiao Chen's forehead immediately appeared. His aura also changed. The state of massacre started to merge with the lightning. The purple and red lights on the lunar shadow saber flickered continuously. Kase. The saber hovered above the water for a while. There was a flash of saber light, and the formless hands around Xiao Chen's legs were instantly chopped in half. State of massacre. The green-robed cultivator was startled. He quickly controlled the essence whales to move faster. The hundreds of whales suddenly accelerated midway. Xiao Chen grasped his saber with both hands and activated the blood flame shoes. Then he quickly moved through the huge whales. Saber lights danced around, containing the killing chi of the state of massacre. With every saber strike, the essence whales were chopped into countless pieces. Boom! 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 Explosions resounded continuously in the narrow space. The berserk energy of water spread wildly in all directions. Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. He left behind afterimages in the air. With the help of the blood flame shoes, his speed reached Mach 3.5. Xiao Chen was able to dodge the moment the essence whales exploded. It was like a storm raging on the sea. Huge waves soared into the sky as Xiao Chen moved around. However, he did not get hit by the waves. Instead, he hacked down with his saber. The boundless electric light and the state of massacre hidden in the electric light seemed to be suppressing the huge waves. Damn it! Unexpectedly, he comprehended 2 states at the same time. Furthermore, his speed is so fast. When the green-robed cultivator saw Xiao Chen hack apart the huge whales, he revealed a horrified expression. He hesitated for a moment, but when he looked in another direction, he persevered. Fortunately, he had made preparations in advance. He knew that this fellow could escape from 15 half-step martial monarchs. He should be a genius cultivator who could fight above his cultivation realm. Hence, when the green-robed cultivator made up his mind, he used a messenger bird to inform his companions. As long as he could hold on for a while longer, when his companions arrived, he would be able to capture this fellow. A peak high-rank blood demon's demon core was worth the risk. Whether it was sold or used to open his sea of consciousness, it would be worth cities. Thinking of this, the green-robed cultivator's expression slowly turned resolute. When Xiao Chen killed the final essence whale, his figure flashed. A palm wind rang out by Xiao Chen's ear. He sensed the other party attacking from an extremely tricky angle. Without turning around, Xiao Chen sent out an arc-light chop. A purple and red saber light moved in a strange arc, forming a semicircle that encased Xiao Chen's body. Bang! When the green-robed cultivator's palm wind struck the arc-light chop, it exploded. A shockwave blasted the green-robed cultivator back. Xiao Chen took advantage of this opportunity to quickly turn around. He looked at the pale green-robed cultivator and said calmly, "Even now, you still have not tried to flee. You still have companions, right?" The green-robed cultivator was startled. However, he did not answer Xiao Chen. Instead, he charged over again. From the other party's expression, Xiao Chen already knew the answer he wanted. He said indifferently, "You overestimate yourself. If you have not comprehended the state of water to its limits, you would not be qualified to fight me." Thunder rumbled as Xiao Chen took a big step forward. His aura flourished as he charged forward, using offense as defense. The berserk energy combined with the boundless state of massacre completely suppressed the green-robed cultivator's aura, forcing him to retreat continuously. Pusi. Finding an opportunity, Xiao Chen swung his saber and broke through the weakest part of the other party's palm wind, leaving a wound on his chest. Chop! With this strike succeeding, Xiao Chen did not give the green-robed cultivator a chance to react. He used the most direct move of the 8 saber techniques and hacked down diagonally. Pa! In the time it took for a spark to fly, the green-robed cultivator clasped his palms together and clamped down on Xiao Chen's saber. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. "You dare to use your bare hands to clamp down on my saber?" Thunder explode. The electric light infused with the state of massacre instantly exploded, easily breaking the essence that the green-robed cultivator had on his palms. As the electric light flashed, the green-robed cultivator's palms immediately swelled up. Xiao Qin's saber continued to hack down. A saber light flashed and landed on the other party's inner vest. ZZ! The scarlet electric light crackled and flickered on the saber, creating a long electric light. With the aid of the state of massacre, it easily broke through the other party's inferior-grade inner vest. The green-robed cultivator's skin tore open, leaving a 1-meter-deep wound on his chest. Blood and flesh were clearly visible. The electric light leaped around the wound, causing the green-robed cultivator's face to twitch in pain. Xiao Qin took a step forward. Before the green-robed cultivator could flee, he placed his saber on his neck. If you don't want to die, then don't move. Answer my question. Dida! Dida! The green-robed cultivator's chest had a bone-deep wound. Blood dripped down continuously. His expression was one of extreme pain, but he did not seem dispirited. Do you think I will believe you? If you want to kill me, then just kill me. I have long since come to this ancient desolate land. If I do not climb up by stepping on the corpses of others, I will die under the saber of others, becoming their stepping stone. The green-robed cultivator's resolve was rather high. However, Xiao Qin was still confident of getting the answer he wanted. As the saber pressed against the other party's neck, Xiao Qin moved forward a little. Do you think you have a choice? If you answer my question, I can buy you some time. Who knows, when your companions arrive, you might still have a chance to live. If you don't answer, I will kill you now. The green-robed cultivator's neck was scratched. As death approached, the green-robed cultivator's instinctive fear finally made him submit. Xiao Qin's final words ignited his hope. If his companions arrived early, they might be able to save his life. Ask away. Very good. What is going on with the ancient desolate tower? Tell me in detail, Xiao Qin said with a calm gaze. When the green-robed cultivator heard this, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He had thought it was some incredible secret. It turned out that it was just that. In that case, there was no need for him to continue pressing on. In Desolate City, there was a stone tower that had existed for an unknown period of time. It was said that it had existed since the ancient era. There were many mysteries in the tower. There were strong martial techniques, mysterious secret treasures, profound cultivation techniques, and even holy weapons that came from outer space. All sorts of things that cultivators dreamed of could be obtained in there. Cultivating in the tower could even increase one's cultivation speed. The tower had 9 floors. The higher one went, the more benefits there would be. Furthermore, the strangest thing was that this stone tower only allowed youths below the age of 25 to enter. Once one's bone age exceeded the limit, no matter what cultivation realm one had, even if it was Emperor Wu, one would not be able to enter. It was like a land of fortuitous encounters prepared for geniuses. The green-robed cultivator continued. Of course, if you want to enter, there are many difficulties. The ancient desolate tower opens once every 2 years. First, you have to pass some external tests. Then you have to compete for a limited number of spots. Finally, you have to pass the test of the ancient desolate tower itself. Hu Qi. Just as Xiao Qin was about to ask how to qualify for the test, a golden dart suddenly flew towards his forehead. The golden dart was very dazzling. It was like a golden sun. It hurt Xiao Qin's eyes. Chapter 425. Its speed was incredibly fast, reaching Mach 4. Furthermore, it contained an extremely tyrannical energy. Its aura was startling. It was not like a dart but a sword that could move the 9 heavens. It was incredibly dense. Everywhere it passed, it pierced through the air like it was a thin piece of paper, leaving behind a long thin crack. Xiao Qin felt a dangerous aura. The black-winged blood flame eagle on the blood flame shoes flickered with light. His speed instantly reached Mach 4 as he dodged to the side. Xiu! A figure followed closely behind the dart. Then he pulled the golden dart back. Then, he grabbed the cultivator in green and retreated at lightning speed. Just as Xiao Qin was about to give chase, a few auras of half-step martial monarchs came from the city and quickly headed in his direction. They should be the administrators of the city. They must have sensed the battle here and came to check it out. Not wanting to cause any more trouble, Xiao Qin quickly left in another direction. Qin Pengyu, why didn't you help me kill him? The cultivator in green questioned the cultivator beside him after he was rescued. The cultivator called Qin Pengyu played with a golden dart in his hand. He smiled faintly and said, "Let's go back first. I can only use my golden flash once a day. Furthermore, the people from the city lord's residence are here. Let's not talk about this anymore. Are you sure it is him?" The cultivator in green nodded and said, "I am sure. I saw him take out that peak high-rank blood demon's demon core." When Qin Pengyu heard that it was a peak high-rank blood demon's demon core, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. He said, "That's good. Keep an eye on him first. We will make our move after he leaves the city. You can take this opportunity to recuperate. Give me 1 month. When my comprehension of the state of water reaches its peak, I will personally kill this brat," the cultivator in green said ruthlessly. Back in Heavenly Spring City, Xiao Chan spent some inferior-grade spirit stones to find a courtyard for cultivators. Aside from bedrooms, such courtyards also had specialized cultivation rooms, dueling grounds for practicing martial techniques, and all sorts of equipment for tempering one's strength. If one spent some money, one could even find a training partner. Inside the cultivation room, Xiao Chan took out the firmament body tempering art. His strength had already reached 150,000 kilograms of force. After dealing with the miscellaneous items in the universe ring, it was time to practice this heaven-ranked body tempering technique. Xiao Chan already had a rough idea of the ancient desolate tower from the cultivator in green. Without a doubt, it was a place that geniuses must go. Although they did not know how to get there, the most basic requirement was probably their own strength. If one didn't have the strength, even if they knew the way to enter, they wouldn't be able to pass the test. As for the clear spring in that Zhang Zimo mentioned on the 17th of next month, it was likely related to this. Xiao Chen also thought of going there to take a look. However, before that, raising his own strength was undoubtedly the most important thing. At the very least, Xiao Chan was not confident of defeating Zhang Zimo. It would be difficult for Xiao Chan to advance to medial grade martial king within a short period of time. This was because Xiao Chen's foundation was much larger than that of ordinary people. If it were other inferior grade martial kings, their essence would be like a clear pond, and a regular genius's essence would be like a gushing river. However, Xiao Chen's essence would be like a vast ocean. Aside from regular peak geniuses, very few could surpass Xiao Chan. Just his heaven-ranked cultivation technique, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, could leave many people in the dust. Furthermore, Xiao Chan had consumed all sorts of spirit herbs in the herb garden. As a result, his essence was much larger than that of a regular cultivator's. This made it even more difficult for Xiao Chan to advance. It was like a tall building built from flat ground. Xiao Chen's foundation was several times that of a regular cultivator's. Even if Xiao Chan wanted to reach the 5th floor, he would spend more time than others. However, as long as he reached the height, the space inside would be several times that of a regular person. Thus, for the time being, Xiao Chen intended to focus on tempering his physical body, focusing on cultivating the firmament body tempering art. The firmament body tempering art had a total of 12 layers. The first 3 layers were the foundation. They mainly strengthened the bones, flesh, and meridians. Starting from the 4th layer, the firmament body tempering art would increase the cultivator's vital qi. Every 3 layers was a huge hurdle. After every layer, one's vital qi would increase by leaps and bounds. Xiao Chan closed the firmament body tempering art's secret manual and sat cross-legged on the prayer mat. Then he closed his eyes. Xiao Chan started to circulate the vital qi in his body. He followed the firmament body tempering arts method and started to cultivate the inferior grade heaven-ranked body tempering art. Vital qi was different from essence. In layman's terms, it was the strength that a cultivator could circulate when they were not using their essence. In reality, as long as one was an ordinary person, they would have some strength. However, only cultivators who cultivated the body tempering art would be able to skillfully control their vital qi. They would be able to circulate their vital qi like essence, achieving the effect of tempering the body. They would even be able to release their vital qi. They would be able to split mountains, shatter rocks, and fly. Of course, they would have to cultivate to a relatively deep realm before they could do that. 3 days later, Xiao Chan successfully broke through to the firmament body tempering art's 1st layer. All the bones in his body crackled continuously, becoming even tougher and unbreakable. At the same time, Xiao Qin's bones underwent an earth-shattering change. His bones started to tremble from the inside out. This feeling was extremely painful. It was like someone had stabbed a steel needle into his bones. All the bones in his body were pierced by tens of thousands of steel needles. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and endured. He did his best to prevent his mind from collapsing under this bone-shattering pain. The pain lasted for an hour before it slowly subsided. Finally, a warm current flowed quickly through his bone marrow. The earlier pain was swept away, making him feel very comfortable. If one looked carefully, one would discover that Xiao Chen's delicate body had become even more robust. The lines on his face looked like they were carved by a knife. They were very sharp, very distinct, and very handsome. After enduring it, Xiao Chen continued to work hard and started to break through to the firmament body tempering art's second layer. The first layer was tempering the bones. The second layer was tempering the blood. Blood referred to the flesh and skin, not just the blood. Time went by slowly. Xiao Chen cultivated bitterly day and night. With the aid of the fasting pill, he even saved time for meals. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Xiao Chen was finally about to break through to the firmament body tempering art's second layer. This was different from tempering the bones. The tempering of the flesh and blood did not cause much pain. It was just an unbearable itch. The skin and flesh on his bones wriggled continuously, making him restless. He wished he could stop breaking through immediately. Xiao Chen's expression was very conflicted. He smiled faintly. It felt like there were countless caterpillars moving around in his flesh. Xiao Chen guarded his mind and did his best to calm himself down, to forget that unbearable itch. This state lasted for 2 hours before it stopped. Xiao Chen nearly could not endure it anymore. Compared to the pain of his broken bones, this feeling was even more unbearable. No wonder so many cultivators in the continent were not willing to cultivate the body tempering art. Just this kind of torture was enough to make a regular cultivator shrink back. After Xiao Chen successfully broke through to the second layer, his flesh underwent an earth-shattering change. However, there were no obvious changes on the surface. However, the muscles on Xiao Chen's arms and limbs started to swell. His originally delicate figure now looked much more muscular. Next up was the third layer. The third layer tempered the meridians. It was also the most important layer of the foundation. Meridians were the foundation of a cultivator. If the meridians were crippled, the cultivator would be crippled. No matter how powerful they would not be able to use them. If a cultivator could truly temper their meridians, there would be many benefits. When the meridians became tougher, the cultivator would be able to use more essence and would not have to worry about the meridians bursting. The might of the various martial techniques would immediately increase by a level. This was the visible benefit. As for the invisible benefits, there were even more. Breaking through to the third level wasn't something that could be done in one go after a period of preparation. Instead, Xiao Chen needed to continuously expand his meridians and prepare carefully at all times. He could not be too impatient or too timid. If he was too impatient, he would injure his meridians. That would be equivalent to crippling his cultivation. If he used too little, there would be no effect at all, it would just be a waste of time. Xiao Chen needed to focus at every moment of the day, exhausting a large amount of mental energy. He could not relax for even a moment to expand and temper his meridians. After half a month, Xiao Chen finally opened his eyes. He had a fatigued expression on his face. His eyes were sunken, and he did not look spirited at all. However, there was an unconcealable joy in the depths of his eyes. After persevering for half a month, he had finally reaped some benefits. Xiao Chen had finally broken through to the third layer of the firmament body tempering art. After spending more than 20 days, he had completely laid down the foundations of the firmament body tempering art. All that remained was to consolidate his foundations and make preparations to break through to the fourth layer at any time. Although the difference between Xiao Chen and Bai Lixi, who had managed to cultivate the fourth layer and break through to the fifth layer in 1 month, was quite large, Xiao Chen was still very satisfied. It looked like with the help of the flowing light marigold, Xiao Chen's comprehension ability had improved significantly. Otherwise, he would not have used only 20-odd days to cultivate to the third layer. Xiao Chun stood up with much difficulty. He wanted to go out and take a breather to recover his mental energy. Who knew the moment he took a step, his body would sway and he would collapse. Xiao Chun struggled to keep his eyelids open. He felt sleepy and actually fell asleep on the ground. Half a month of intense mental energy exhaustion was much greater than Xiao Chun had imagined. Even with his vast mental energy, he could not hold on for much longer. In reality, at such a cultivation realm, only Xiao Chun would dare to expend energy like this day and night. No one else in the same generation would be able to do so. This sleep lasted for 2 days and 2 nights before Xiao Chun woke up. He had recovered most of his exhausted mental energy. Gurgle, gurgle. Xiao Chun's stomach growled in hunger. He sat on the ground and smiled bitterly. The effects of the fasting pill have worn off for a few days already. I have to take a bath and eat a big meal to ease my hunger. Xiao Chun got up and walked out of the cultivation room. When he arrived at the courtyard, he rang the bell in front of the courtyard. Soon a pretty maidservant walked over. This was a small courtyard for cultivators to cultivate in. It was provided by a very strong power. It had all sorts of services available. Naturally, there was food and hot water. Of course, this was all on the premise that one was willing to spend spirit stones. If one was willing to spend a lot of money, they could even provide a courtyard with spiritual energy comparable to the heavenly saber pavilions. Chapter 426. The maidservant looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "Young hero, do you have any instructions?" Xiao Chun said softly, "Prepare some hot water and a table of food. That's right, help me call a sparring partner over as well." The maidservant remembered everything. After Xiao Chun finished, she said, "What rank do you need to be a sparring partner?" "The fees vary according to rank." Xiao Chun thought for a while before saying, "Peak Superior Grade Martial King." The maidservant was mildly startled. "Peak Superior Grade Martial King. This youth is clearly only an inferior grade Martial King. He wants to find a sparring partner 2 ranks higher than him? Isn't he overestimating himself?" Seeing that the maidservant did not move, Xiao Chun could not help but frown. He said, "What's wrong? Have they all been called away? In that case, you can bring a superior grade Martial King." No, there is someone. However, we will have to wait a little longer. The fee is 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones for 15 minutes. The maidservant quickly said after she recovered her wits. 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones for 15 minutes? To a peak superior grade Martial King, this was not particularly expensive. Xiao Chun took out the wooden box containing 5,000 inferior grade spirit stones. He said, "As long as someone comes, it is good. I do not mind waiting a little longer." The maidservant counted the spirit stones and placed them in her spatial ring. Then she went to make preparations. The hot water arrived first. As Xiao Chun soaked comfortably in the bathtub, he completely relaxed. After soaking in the water, the fatigue from cultivating for half a month was completely swept away. His entire being felt refreshed, and he felt 100 times more spirited. After changing his clothes, Xiao Chun hesitated for a while as he prepared to put on the clear wind robes. It was not because his clothes were dirty. This kind of secret treasure had an automatic cleaning ability. It was definitely cleaner than washing it. Even ordinary holes could be repaired automatically. There would not be any problems even if he wore it for 10 years. The key was that the color of his clothes was too conspicuous. Back at the Flowing Wind Pavilion, the cultivator in green had followed him because of his attire. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun used a small technique in the shapeshifting spell to change the color of his clothes to blue. As for changing his appearance, Xiao Chun did not give it much thought. Even if he did not like it, it was not to that extent. It was just a holy fire manner. After going out, the table in the hall was already filled with dishes and wine. Not having eaten for a long time, Xiao Chun's appetite had greatly increased, and he devoured the food like a mountain sweeping away the clouds. After the food was completely digested, Xiao Chun slowly walked into the courtyard. At some point in time, a middle-aged man with an awe-inspiring aura was already standing there. Xiao Chun felt the other party's aura. Based on his cultivation, he was indeed a peak superior grade martial disciple. However, he did not know if his state had reached great perfection. "I'm Lu Yu. Can we begin?" The middle-aged man said indifferently. He looked at Xiao Chun from head to toe and did not pay any more attention to him. However, an ordinary inferior grade martial king was not worth paying too much attention to. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "Yes, I can." Lu Yu took out an hourglass and placed it upside down on the stone table. The sand started to fall slowly. His lips twitched as he said, "My time is limited. Whatever you want me to do, do it quickly. I am only good with my fists and legs. I can forget about weapons." A cultivator that was good with his fists and legs was what Xiao Chun wanted. "Just punch me with your full power." Lu Yu was stunned. He suspected that he heard wrong. Is this brat trying to be funny? What if I kill you? It was not that Lu Yu had never received such a request before. However, if he wanted to punch an inferior grade martial king, he would be seeking death. There is no need to overthink. I am confident. When Xiao Chun saw that Lu Yu did not make a move, he continued. Xiao Chun's physical body was originally made of dragon tendon tiger bones. Now that he had undergone the rebirth of a heaven-ranked body tempering cultivation technique, his defense and toughness had increased significantly. Xiao Chun urgently needed to know how strong his defense was. That way, he would be able to deal with it more easily in battle. Xiao Chun knew which attacks he needed to dodge and which he did not need to dodge. He could take advantage of the situation to counterattack, achieving an unexpected result in battle. Lu Yu did not waste any more time. He got into a stance and prepared to attack. Since Xiao Chun requested it, Xiao Chun would let him do as he pleased. However, he still held back 40 to 50% of his strength. If he really killed Xiao Chun, it would be hard to explain himself. He just wanted Xiao Chun to suffer a little and not be so arrogant. Hu Qi! Lu Yu shouted and his suppressed aura burst forth. A strong wind blew. When his aura surged, the fallen leaves and dust on the ground were instantly blown up. Lu Yu stepped forward and punched Xiao Chun's chest with a surging fist wind. Bang! As expected, Xiao Chun did not get knocked back. Instead, it was Lu Yu who felt like he had punched a pile of steel. It was extremely painful. When Lu Yu saw the calm and unmoving Xiao Chun, his face filled with shock. How can this be? Although I did not use my full power in this attack, it should be more than enough to deal with an inferior grade martial king who is 2 grades lower than me. Furthermore, the most important thing was that Lu Yu did not feel any fluctuations of Xiao Chun's essence. That was to say, Xiao Chun had relied on his physical body to block this punch. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and said, "Why did you not use your full power?" Lu Yu took 3 steps back and said with a grave expression, "In that case, as you wish. Don't blame me for being too heavy-handed." Lu Yu raised his aura to its peak and shouted. He leaped into the air and punched. Strong essence infused his hand. A long mark appeared in the air, giving off a piercing sonic boom. Its aura was very horrifying. Xiao Chun's expression turned grave. He circulated his vital qi and prepared to receive this punch. Boom! When the fist wind struck Xiao Chun's body, it gave off a thunderous explosion. Xiao Chun's body shook, but he did not move his feet in the end. The surging essence exploded in Xiao Chun's chest. Under the pain of the shockwave, Xiao Chun's clothes and hair fluttered continuously. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and felt the situation in his body. He discovered that his internal organs had moved slightly, but there were no major problems. Xiao Chun's bones and flesh had blocked most of the force from the essence. He had managed to block this punch. Xiao Chun opened his eyes. He did not want to waste any more time. He continued, "This time I will continue to use my full power. You can use your martial techniques now. Let's start with the yellow-ranked martial techniques first." The rank of the martial techniques slowly increased. Before Lu Yu's somewhat numb expression, Xiao Chun raised it to a superior grade earth-ranked martial technique. After that, he infused his state into it. After testing it a few more times, Xiao Chun felt fatigued and called for him to stop. After testing it out, Xiao Chun had an accurate understanding of his bottom line. Without using his state, he could easily block a superior grade earth-ranked martial technique's attack. After using his state, if he continued to block it head-on, it would be significantly easier. At most, he would be severely injured after 3 times. Receive another punch from me and you can leave. Remember to defend with all your might. Do not be careless. Lu Yu nodded and crossed his arms. He was no longer as careless as before. The other party had given him too much of a shock. If he got careless, he might end up suffering significant injuries. Xiao Chun clenched his fist tightly, and his bones crackled. He started to gather all the vital qi in his body. A purple qi whirlpool spun quickly, and essence flowed through his wide meridians and into his palm. After his meridians were widened, the amount of essence that he could instantly move was more than 20% more than before. This gave Xiao Chun a pleasant surprise. Xiu! Without any pause, Xiao Chun clenched his fist tightly. The instant his vital qi and essence merged, he punched out. Xiao Chun wanted to know how strong he could burst out with his current strength in the shortest time possible. Boom! An overwhelming force surged over. Lu Yu felt his arms tremble, and a huge force knocked him into the air. So. Lu Yu flew back several dozen meters. After he landed, he took a few more steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. Lu Yu felt pain in his hands. Both of his arms had been fractured. His bones had snapped in half. He would need at least half a month to recover. Lu Yu's expression was somewhat horrified. He thought to himself, that's 350,000 kilograms of force. This fellow did not even have time to store up energy. Unexpectedly, he managed to unleash 350,000 kilograms of force in one go. In the end, I still underestimated him. If he had used all his might to defend, his arms would not have fractured. This deal was a complete loss. Widening my meridians can indeed increase my explosive power. In the past, I could only unleash 250,000 kilograms of force by merging my vital qi and essence. Now it has increased by 100,000 kilograms of force. The firmament body tempering art truly lives up to its name as a heaven-ranked body tempering cultivation technique. Xiao Chun revealed a joyful smile. When Xiao Chun saw Lu Yu's broken arms, he took out 3,000 medial-grade spirit stones and said, "Sorry for injuring you. Consider this a small compensation." Lu Yu's pale complexion finally revealed a smile. He swept the spirit stones into his spatial ring and said, "Thank you, brother. Goodbye." After that, Xiao Chun flew off to find someone to reconnect Lu Yu's bones. Xiao Chun looked outside the courtyard and muttered, "It will be the 17th the day after tomorrow. With my current strength, I should have a 50% chance of defeating Jiang Zimo. I think I should be strong enough to make a trip to the Clear Spring Inn." However, before Xiao Chun went, he had to settle something first. He had to get an ancient desolate pass. Xiao Chun now understood the importance of an ancient desolate pass. Not only did he need it to pay taxes in the city, but he also needed it to do business in the shops. Even now, he had to pay a lot more spirit stones to stay in this cultivation courtyard because he did not have an ancient desolate pass. Xiao Chun finally understood the inconvenience of not having an ancient desolate pass. After calling over a maid, Xiao Chun asked for the location of the Heavenly Extermination Union in the city. Then, he immediately left the cultivation courtyard. In an inn in Heavenly Spring City, the green-robed man and Qin Pengyu were currently chatting at a table on the second floor. "This brat has been hiding in the cultivation courtyard for almost a month. I wonder how much longer he will have to hide. If the Holy Fire Manor's people find him first, he will have nothing left." The green-robed cultivator drank a large mouthful of wine as he spoke somewhat depressedly. Qin Pengyu, who sat opposite the green-robed man, appeared rather indifferent. He smiled coldly and said, "Don't worry. The Holy Fire Manor will not look for him immediately. He cannot possibly remain in the cultivation courtyard forever." After they parted ways with Xiao Chun that day, the two immediately sought out a local intelligence clan. They spent a large sum of money to obtain information on Xiao Chun's whereabouts. After that, they waited for a long time. The green-robed cultivator smiled sinisterly and said, "Although my state of water has not reached its limits in 1 month, I have cultivated the medial grade earth-ranked autumn water art to the 7th layer. If I meet this brat again, I will be able to deal with him in 10 moves." Chapter 427. When Qin Pengyu heard this, he was slightly startled. Medial grade earth-ranked cultivation techniques normally only had 7 layers. If that was the case, the other party had cultivated a medial grade earth-ranked cultivation technique to the limit. This is not easy to deal with. Although the superior grade earth-ranked cultivation technique I cultivate has 9 layers, I have only cultivated it to the 8th layer. There is still a gap between me and the 9th layer. Given this, I do not have much of an advantage in terms of cultivation techniques. I can only think of other methods. Seeing Qin Pingyu remain silent, the cultivator in green smiled coldly to himself. How could he not know what Qin Pingyu was thinking? The green-robed cultivator tapped his finger on the table a few times. He squinted his eyes and looked at Qin Pingyu. I advise you not to have any other thoughts. Just obediently kill this brat and split the treasures. Don't forget that this brat has many good things on him. Qin Pingyu smiled embarrassedly and said, How can that be? You are overthinking. This brat is not that easy to deal with. If he has any other thoughts, both of us will die at his hands. The cultivator in green snorted coldly and said, It's good that you know. Dong, dong, dong. Just at this moment, a shifty-eyed skinny man came up to the second floor. He looked around and saw Qin Pingyu and the cultivator in green. He pretended to walk over casually and handed over a note. Then, he wandered around the restaurant twice before slowly leaving. The cultivator in green said, The people of the Wind Surveillance Hall are really cautious. Even a manservant is so cautious. No wonder they can stand firm in Heavenly Spring City. Qin Pingyu opened the note. After he finished reading it, he revealed a faint smile. The latest news is that this brat has come out. He is rushing in the direction of the Heavenly Extermination Union. The cultivator in green's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, This brat should have gone to apply for an ancient desolate pass. Previously, I overheard in the Flowing Wind Pavilion that a white-robed youth did not apply for an ancient desolate pass and ended up losing spirit stones in the great competition. Qin Pingyu used his essence to crush the note into powder. Then he muttered, It is more troublesome to apply for an ancient desolate pass in Heavenly Spring City than outside. He has to complete a mission first and he has to leave the city. The location of the Heavenly Extermination Union's branch in the city was very easy to find. It was just beside the city lord's residence. It was a vast circular building that was much taller than the city lord's residence. From afar, one would be able to see it with a single glance. However, the city lord's residence could not. Comparing the two, it was clear whose position was higher. Inside the spacious gate, there were streams of people, but there were only people going in and no one coming out. Although there were many people, it was not chaotic at all. Every floor above the second floor had 8 doors and windows. Occasionally, cultivators would fly out from them. It looked like this was the exit of the Heavenly Extermination Union. Xiao Chun found a receptionist on the first floor and explained his purpose. The receptionist immediately led him to a counter on the second floor. Since you want to come to Heavenly Spring City to apply for a pass, then we will follow the rules. You can choose any one of the missions on the wall over there. The old man behind the counter said with an indifferent expression. Xiao Chun looked in the direction of the old man's finger and saw 7 walls of different colors. There were many cultivators gathered in front of each wall. The old man continued, You are a martial king. There is no need for you to look at the missions on the white walls. You can only choose from the walls behind. Through the receptionist's words, Xiao Chun understood the rules. If he was in a border city of the ancient desolate land like Underworld City, he would only need to register his identity to apply for a pass there. If one wanted to apply for a pass there, one only needed to register one's identity. After entering the Heavenly Extermination Lake, there were different rules for each place. The rule of Heavenly Spring City was that one had to complete a mission for the Heavenly Extermination Union for free. Of course, the rank of the mission would not be very high. Xiao Chun could not help but feel regret. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Xiao Chun did not feel any resentment. There were the most cultivators in front of the first white wall. Most of them had low cultivations. They were all martial saints standing there and watching. Xiao Chun arrived at the second blue wall. Most of the missions on the wall had already been accepted. The remaining ones were all difficult and unrewarding missions. Xiao Chun stared at the wall for a long time. Then he tore a mission slip that was stuck on the wall. The requirement of the mission was to collect 10 stalks of illusionary een grass. The reward was 500 medial grade spirit stones. The illusionary een grass was one of the main ingredients for refining the poison shadowless pill. A peak rank 6 spirit beast, the dazzling shadow leopard, guarded the area where it grew. The dazzling shadow leopard was not very strong. However, it was good at concealing itself. Furthermore, it usually moved in pairs and was not easy to deal with. The mission was troublesome and the reward was low. As a result, the mission slip had remained on the wall for a few days. However, Xiao Chun did not feel any pressure. He had the help of his spiritual sense. The most troublesome concealment technique of the dazzling shadow leopard was not difficult for him. That dazzling shadow leopard was only a peak rank 6 spirit beast. To Xiao Chun, it was not difficult for him to deal with it. The old man behind the counter received the mission slip from Xiao Chun. The indifferent expression on his face warmed up. He smiled and said, "This is a troublesome mission. However, you have helped us a little. Leave your name and a drop of blood. After you complete the mission, you will be given the pass." After everything was settled, Xiao Chun took the mission slip and descended from the window. The mission slip had the address of the illusionary Yin grass. It was in the inner valley of the Heavenly Spring Mountain range in the west of the city. This saved Xiao Chun a lot of trouble. After Xiao Chun left the city, he rushed towards the Heavenly Spring Mountain range. The mission was rather simple, so Xiao Chun did not think of any schemes. He just needed to go there and use his strength to suppress them. Up on the city wall, Qin Pengyu and the cultivator in green watched expressionlessly as Xiao Chun left. The cultivator in green said, "According to the news from the Wind Whispering Hall, this fellow accepted the mission for the illusionary Yin grass. We have already confirmed the location. However, this brat's mental energy is very strong. I'm afraid I will be discovered before I get close." The last time the cultivator in green followed Xiao Chun had discovered him in advance. This time he was somewhat worried. Qin Pengyu took out 2 bottles of medicinal pills and smiled confidently. "I came prepared long ago. This is a medicinal powder refined from sagetail grass. If you sprinkle it on your body, even a regular martial monarch would not be able to sense it." The cultivator in green immediately revealed a joyful smile. He said, "You are really willing to part with your capital. With this medicinal powder, this brat will definitely die. If I am unwilling to part with the bait, how can I catch a big fish? Let's go. Don't let him get too far behind." The Heavenly Spring Mountain range was filled with lone peaks. However, they were not more than 2 kilometers tall. However, the mountain range stretched for hundreds of kilometers. Xiao Chun spent 4 hours before he found the valley where the illusionary Yin grass grew. When he scanned it with his spiritual sense, he immediately discovered the illusionary Yin grass. What a fellow! There are actually more than 10 dazzling shadow leopards. That is equivalent to a small tribe. No wonder no one came to accept this mission. Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and exclaimed in surprise. It looked like the cultivators here were all very cunning. However, there were many illusionary Yin grass as well. Xiao Chun had more than enough to collect 10 stalks. His efforts were not in vain. In the surroundings of the illusionary Yin grass, there were invisible figures moving about in the air. There were not even any footprints on the ground. No one could detect them with their normal senses. This was the dazzling shadow leopard that gave ordinary cultivators a headache. With more than 10 dazzling shadow leopards gathered together, even a half-step martial monarch would find it difficult to deal with them. Xiao Chun had to think of a way to separate them. Xiao Chun casually punched the ground, and rocks of various sizes immediately shot out. Xiao Chun took out a carving knife and started carving carefully. Soon enough, dozens of lifelike stone eagles appeared. Life bestowal spell. Xiao Chun formed hand seals and shouted. The stone sculptures on the ground instantly came to life. They pounced at the group of dazzling shadow leopards. Sha! Sha! There was a lot of noise. When the eagles pounced, the entire group of leopards fell into chaos. 2 dazzling shadow leopards were lured away. By the time the dazzling shadow leopards shattered the eagles, they were already several kilometers away from the valley. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and drew his lunar shadow saber. Boom! 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 There were loud explosions on the ground as electric light flashed. Without the advantage of being invisible and alone, Xiao Chun did not have to spend much effort to kill these dazzling shadow leopards. After 45 minutes, the corpses of 2 dazzling shadow leopards appeared on the ground. Xiao Chun dug out their spirit cores and continued killing dazzling shadow leopards. 4 hours later, There were no more dazzling shadow leopards in the valley. They had all turned into spirit cores in Xiao Qin's universe ring. Xiao Qian took out an inferior-grade spirit stone and quickly replenished his exhausted essence. Then, he started to pick the illusionary grass. However, just as Xiao Qian was about to make his move, the massacre throne in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly. Xiao Qin's expression turned grave. He held the lunar shadow saber horizontally in front of him, his face filled with wariness. Xiao Qian scanned the area within a kilometer with his spiritual sense a few times. Finally, he found the hidden Qin Pengyu and the cultivator in green on a towering tree. There were no energy fluctuations coming from the two of them. It looked like they used some kind of medicine to evade the detection of mental energy. Xiao Qian smiled coldly to himself. His spiritual sense was different from regular mental energy. It was like his eyes. Unless one had a special secret treasure, no one would be able to block his detection. Qin Pengyu put away the flashing golden light in his hand and frowned. This fellow is too sensitive to killing qi. He should have discovered us already. It's fine. Now that we are within a kilometer of him, he has no chance to escape. We will crush him head-on. The two of them no longer hid themselves. They spread their arms and leaped off the tree, quickly flying towards Xiao Qian. So. The two of them flashed in the air a few times. In 3 breaths of time they covered the distance of a kilometer. The cultivator in green looked at Xiao Qian and smiled coldly. I have been waiting for you for a long time. You are destined to regret not killing me that day. Xiao Qian ignored the cultivator in green's words. He looked at Qin Pengyu, who was beside him. The dart that Qin Pengyu used that day had left a deep impression on him. If it were not for the blood flame shoes that could increase his speed, Xiao Qian would not have been able to dodge it in a short time. However, with the force of his saber, he should be able to deflect that dart. Qin Pengyu said indifferently, "Little brother, hand over the peak high-rank blood demon and the secret treasure, and you may leave. You are so young and have such a cultivation. Your future is bright. You have to know that a dead genius is no longer a genius." Xiao Qian smiled gently and said, "A dead genius is indeed no longer a genius. However, you are not qualified to say that." Chapter 428. Stubborn Fool. Huge Whale Palm. Seeing that Xiao Qian was unwilling to agree, the cultivator in green immediately executed the killing move that he had been preparing in secret. A watery light filled the air, and ripples appeared on the ground. They looked like waves rising and falling. This was the result of the other party infusing his state into his martial technique. The lines on the skin of the huge whale formed from essence were clearly visible. Its sharp teeth flickered with a cold light. It looked very real. Xiao Qin's eyelids sank slightly. The essence of this cultivator in green was much stronger than it was in the past month. However, it was unfortunate that he ran into Xiao Qian. In the past month, Xiao Qin's improvement was much greater than his. This fight was destined to end in tragedy. The pure state of thunder and saber technique of the lunar shadow saber merged continuously. Surging essence burst out uncontrollably. With the expansion of his meridians, the amount of essence that Xiao Qian could move in an instant increased by 20%. Naturally, the might of his saber technique increased as well. When Xiao Qian swung his saber, electricity surrounded the saber. Pu-chi! Pu-chi! Countless arcs of electricity shot out from the saber. Purple arcs of light tore through the air, and the power of thunder spread out. The entire space seemed to be covered in a layer of electricity. The hidden weapon in Qin Pengyu's hand gave off purple arcs of electricity, giving off a zzz sound. His fingers actually felt numb from the electricity. How strong is this brat's state of thunder? Why does it seem like it completely suppresses the state of water? Qin Pengyu thought in astonishment as he circulated his essence and eliminated the electric arcs. Xiao Qian shouted and stomped on the ground. His essence merged with his strength, instantly reaching 350,000 kilograms of force. Bang! 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 The undulating waves on the ground immediately quietened down. The entire hill shook continuously. The green-robed cultivator's state of water was crushed by the force of Xiao Qian's stomp. Break! Xiao Qian moved to the side and stabbed his saber into the right side of the huge whale made of essence. Then he leaped up and the saber left a long arc of electricity in the huge whale's body. The electricity crackled and flickered continuously. Every time it flickered, the luster of the giant whale became much dimmer. When Xiaochan pulled out his saber, Xiaoqin's eyes lit up. The giant whale exploded with a crisp sound. Xiaoqin's essence qi shook and dispersed the shockwave formed by the giant whale. It was extremely domineering. On the other hand, the azure-robed cultivator was blasted back by the shock wave. Qin Pingyu also flew backward. Kill! Xiaoqin's eyes narrowed, but he didn't stop at all. With a soaring aura, boundless lightning flashed, and lightning surrounded his body. He was like a god of thunder as he charged forward. The azure-robed cultivator was greatly startled. He had not expected Xiaochan, who needed some time to cripple his gargantuan whale palm a month ago. Now that the giant whale palm had been strengthened, Xiaochan felt even more relaxed. He did not even need to use the state of massacre. The green-robed cultivator stood firmly and looked at the surging aura of Xiaochan. Not daring to hold back, he raised his aura to the limit. The azure-robed cultivator shouted and charged forward. Then he sent out 6 palm strikes at lightning speed. With each palm strike, a giant whale made of essence appeared out of nowhere. Xiaochan sent out 6 palm strikes in a row. The 6 essence whales connected their heads and tails, forming a long line as they charged at Xiaochan. Soul extinguishing 5 poison. Qin Pingyu, who had been holding back for a while, finally made his move. His figure flashed 5 times in the air, and 5 darts flickering with dim multicolored lights flew at Xiaochan from 5 different angles. The dim multicolored lights were all different, looking incredibly strange. Clearly, they were all venomous. The angles at which they shot out were also very tricky, and their speeds varied as well. The 5 darts connected one after another. Even if Xiaoqin dodged one, he would not be able to dodge the other. The angles and speeds were all calculated to their limits. There was no way to dodge them. Immediately, there were 6 giant essence whales with vast auras in front of Xiaochan. If he was not careful, there might be a chain of explosions. The might of the explosion of 6 essence whales was easy to imagine. Then there were 5 more darts that Xiaoqin could not dodge. He could only receive them head-on. His path of retreat was blocked. He had nowhere to retreat to. Xiaoqin's expression remained calm as he thought quickly. In an instant, thousands of scenarios appeared in his mind. Then he quickly reacted. Ding dang! Ding dang! Xiaoqin executed the azure cloud soaring dragon art. His figure spun around and turned into a huge electric storm. The 5 darts were instantly repelled. Qi! Qi! When the darts passed through the trees, a black qi spread out. Those trees immediately lost all signs of life and withered. When the azure-robed cultivator saw the situation, he could not help but smile. If Xiaochan dodged the darts, he would not be able to dodge this chain of whales. Even a half-step martial monarch would not dare to face the might of 6 whales exploding together. Qin Pingyu's face sank slightly, but he did not get careless. A golden dart appeared in his right hand. Then he pushed off the ground and landed on the top of a tree, waiting for an opportunity to strike. After knocking back the 5 darts, the huge whale made of essence was already less than a meter away from Xiaochan. There was no time for him to dodge. The surging aura combined made it difficult to breathe. The ferocious aura caused Xiaoqin's hair to flutter wildly. Ka-cha! Xiaochan sheathed the lunar shadow saber and stabbed it into the ground. A golden image of a tiger and a dragon appeared on Xiaoqin's body. They coiled around each other and roared endlessly. Xiaochan clenched his fists tightly and looked at the huge whale flying at him. He took a deep breath and punched. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded one after another, creating huge pits in the ground. Dust and rocks flew into the air. However, the scene that the azure-robed cultivator had imagined, the 6 whales exploding together, did not happen. This was because every time Xiaoqin destroyed an essence whale, he would use his body to withstand the impact of the essence. Xiaoqin quickly destroyed an essence whale, not showing any intention of retreating. He continued forward, punching 6 times. Chaotic dance of whales. When the azure-robed cultivator saw Xiaoqin emerge from the cloud of dust without any injuries, he did not think too much. He was about to execute his killing move. The black-winged blood-flame eagle in the blood-flame shoes flashed, and Xiaoqin's speed increased by 20%, reaching Mach 4. As the azure-robed cultivator rushed forward, Xiao Chen kicked the azure-robed cultivator's right head. Bang! The half-executed chaotic dance of whales was immediately broken. The azure-robed cultivator vomited a mouthful of blood as the kick knocked him into the air. Using the might of a medial-grade secret treasure, the speed and strength of Xiao Chen's kick reached the peak of a martial king. A half-step martial monarch would not dare say they could block it. When the azure-robed cultivator landed on the ground, he was no longer breathing. The force of Xiao Chen's kick had shattered half of his head. The brain was a vital point of a person. Since half of it was shattered, naturally, the azure-robed cultivator was dead. A clump of red light instantly entered Xiao Chen's forehead. The azure-robed cultivator's talent was average. He did not have a good opportunity to cultivate a peak cultivation technique. The longer this dragged on, the greater the gap between him and Xiao Chen. From the very start, Xiao Chen had not considered the azure-robed cultivator a threat. Now that he had kicked the azure-robed cultivator to death, he did not feel anything. Xiao! An intense sense of danger came. A dazzling golden sun appeared behind Xiao Chen from nowhere. The dazzling light was so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. Qin Pingyu had finally brought out his golden flash, which could reach Mach 4. He had seen Xiao Chen use the secret treasure on his leg. Xiao Chen would not be able to use it a second time within a short period of time, so he did not hesitate to make a decisive move. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and turned around in an instant. He landed beside the lunar shadow saber and grasped its hilt with both hands. Then he drew it. Xiao Chen's series of actions were like flowing water. There were no obstructions at all. It was extremely smooth and natural. A dazzling purple light flashed. The saber erupted with a purple light that was even more dazzling than the golden flash. Kasie! The light extinguished, and there was a melodious sound. The golden dart split into two and fell to the ground. Shock filled Qin Pingyu's face. He had not expected Xiao Chen to chop this peak inferior grade offensive secret treasure in half with one saber strike. Under an attack that was 4 times faster than the speed of sound, how much explosive power would it take to split a person in half with a single slash? Qin Pingyu felt horror in his heart. He did not care whether the azure-robed cultivator lived or died. He turned around and ran. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A bloody hole appeared on Qin Pingyu's left chest. Blood flowed out continuously. A purple flame burned on the wound, preventing the essence from healing him. In his panic, Qin Pingyu ignored the wound and continued to run. You think you can run? Xiao Chen snorted coldly, and a 1-meter-long flying sword appeared in his palm. He leaped out, and a basketball-sized wound appeared on Qin Pingyu's chest. Then he slowly fell over. Xiao Chen removed the spatial rings from the two's hands. He could not be bothered to look at them, so he casually tossed them into the universe ring. Then he started his unfinished business, picking the illusionary Yin grass. The largest restaurant in the city, the Clear Spring Inn, closed early on the 17th of the month. A sign saying temporarily closed was erected at the entrance. 2 rows of expressionless black-clothed cultivators stood at the entrance. Occasionally, youths would step forward and hand over their invitations before entering. The crowd on the street stood on both sides of the street. They did not understand what was going on. However, based on the atmosphere, it was clear that something big was about to happen. The person who just entered seems to be the Great Xia Nation's Thousand-Sword Pavilion Xia Xian. This girl is a rare genius of the Thousand-Sword Pavilion. She comprehended sword intent at the age of 16. Now, she is an influential person of the Great Xia Nation's younger generation. She is one of the hot favorites for the top 20 of the 5-nation youth competition. There is also the Great Chu Nation's heavenly sword gates Ding Fengqiu and Jin Wuji. These 2 are here as well. They were in the top 100 of the previous Tianwu ranking. The Great Tang Nation's beast-taming abodes people are here as well. That fellow seems to be the second disciple of the beast-taming abodes sect master. He is very strong and is one of the top experts of the Great Tang Nation. That seems to be the Holy Fire Manor's young manor lord, Lung Yun. He is ranked 4th among the younger generation of the Southern Islands. Unexpectedly, he is here as well. What is going on? Why is he being so mysterious? The crowd watched as the youths handed over their invitations and entered. The more they talked, the more they felt that something big was about to happen. The people who entered the Clear Spring Inn were all young geniuses of the various nations. Aside from the Great Gene Nation, there were many geniuses from the other 4 nations. Could it be related to the opening of the ancient Desolate Tower? The ancient Desolate Tower opens once every 3 years. It seems like it is about time for it to open. Suddenly, someone in the crowd thought of something and said excitedly, Chapter 429. That's right. That must be it. Otherwise, why would so many youths come here? However, the number of people invited this time might be at least 3 times that of the previous one. The age of geniuses has already sprouted. After 10-odd years, those geniuses have all grown up. The Heavenly Extermination Union will definitely invite more people. I just don't know what the test will be this time. Will there be a few more slots? The others all agreed. They were certain that the matter at the Clear Spring Inn had something to do with the ancient Desolate Tower. A huge arena stood in the middle of a spacious backyard behind the Clear Spring Inn. It was several hundred meters long and wide. There were some tables and chairs around the arena. Boom! 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 2 young swordsmen with unfathomable strength and long auras were currently exchanging moves in the arena. The violent energy, along with the collision of the weapons, stirred up energy shock waves that overflowed in all directions. Just as the shock waves were about to break through the arena, a formless barrier blocked them. Ripples appeared around the arena. It turned out that there was a strong barrier protecting the arena. This allowed cultivators to fight without worry about the strong energy destroying the surrounding buildings. Thunder Wind Sword Flash. Nine Yang Sword. Boom! The 2 of them shouted and raised their auras to the peak. They executed their killing moves. Surging sword chi clashed with each other, giving off a chain of explosions. Sword chi flew everywhere in the arena, as well as boundless sword images. The 2 of them exchanged dozens of moves in the midst of the strong sword dance before they slowly stopped. Both of them stood firmly. After a series of exchanges, they were evenly matched. They no longer had any desire to continue. Furthermore, it was not yet time for them to make a move. Lu Chunsheng, it has been 3 years. Your sword is still as sharp as before. However, I only use 70% of my strength. You will not have it as easy for you in the next Tianwu ranking. The gray-robed cultivator sheathed his sword first, appearing very confident. The swordsman called Lu Chunsheng smiled faintly and said, Zhuotiancheng, don't think that you are the only one who did not use your full strength. I only use 50% as well. Just at this moment, Ding Fengqiu led Jin Wuji in from outside the courtyard. The moment Xiao Chan entered the courtyard, the 2 people in the arena immediately looked over and focused their gazes on Ding Fengqiu. Sensing the other party's sword intent, a cautious look appeared in his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a blazing fighting spirit. The sword intent from Xiao Qin's body pressed over without fear. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them worked together to put pressure on Ding Fengqiu. Ding Fengqiu raised his eyelids slightly, and the surging sword intent in his body soared into the sky. There seemed to be the faint hum of a sword in the air. Even when fighting 1 against 2, Ding Fengqiu was not at a disadvantage. He slowly walked forward and his sword intent surged, suppressing Lu Chunsheng and Zhuotiancheng. Ha ha ha! Unexpectedly, we cannot suppress Ding Fengqiu even after working together. Ding Fengqiu, it looks like you gained a lot in the deep-sea battlefield. A hearty laugh came from outside the courtyard. A young man with an elegant figure and a playful smile on his face slowly stepped into the courtyard. When Jin Wuji saw this person, his expression changed slightly. This was the beast-taming abode's Pei Shaoxian, one of the top 100 rankers of the previous Heaven Martial rankings. Jin Wuji was eliminated by this person. He could not even block 3 moves and had to leave in a sorry state. Jin Wuji felt a deep fear for this person. Pei Shaoxian also saw Jin Wuji. He mocked. Why did you bring trash to such a big event? Ding Fengqiu, are you not afraid of embarrassing your heavenly sword gate? When Jin Wuji heard this, he became enraged. If he did not fear the other party's strength, he would have flared up on the spot. Ding Fengqiu withdrew his sword intent and looked at Pei Shaoxian. He smiled faintly and said, Even your first senior brother does not dare to speak to me like this. Pei Shaoxian, have you forgotten about that sword strike from back then? Pei Shaoxian's face sank. When he thought of the sword strike on his chest, He did not say anything more. He said coldly, "Don't worry. No matter how strong you become, I will definitely take revenge for that sword strike from back then." The two people in the arena walked down somewhat dispiritedly. The two of them had lost to Ding Fengqiu in the previous Heaven Martial rankings. After 2 years of hard work, the gap between them and Ding Fengqiu had grown even wider. "We have to fight for a spot in the ancient desolate tower this time. Otherwise, if he gets in first, we will not have a chance to surpass him." The two of them thought to themselves. Only by entering the ancient desolate tower could they ensure that their strength could soar quickly, or have a fortuitous encounter. Only then could they surpass Ding Fengqiu. As time slowly went by, the number of people in the courtyard increased. Many people gathered at the tables and chairs in the courtyard. The 100-odd people in the courtyard all found people they were familiar with. They gathered together and chatted in whispers. After a while, 4 old men walked into the courtyard. The leader of the group swept his gaze across the people in the courtyard. All the conversations stopped. He emitted a formless aura from his body. Unexpectedly, this old man was a bona fide martial monarch. The 3 people beside him were not simple either. They were all half-step martial monarchs. They were all experts. "Oldly, it seems like not everyone is here yet. The myriad fiend palaces Zhang Zimo and Wuxia are not here yet," one of the people at the side said respectfully to the leader of the group after he looked around. Oldly went to a table in the middle of the courtyard and sat down. He said indifferently, "Then let's wait for a while. If Zhang Zimo does not come, the higher-ups will definitely gossip." The geniuses in the courtyard started to get excited. These 4 people were the upper echelons of the Heavenly Extermination Union. They were also the people in charge of the trial of the ancient desolate tower. How the spots for this batch would be decided was still a mystery. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Outside the Clear Spring Inn, Zhang Zimo and Wuxia occasionally looked around as if they were looking for someone. Wuxia withdrew her gaze and said with some disappointment, "Zimo, it looks like the person you mentioned will not be coming." Zhang Zimo smiled helplessly and said, "Never mind, this is the first time we meet. He probably thinks that I am up to no good. Let's go. It is not good to make the others wait for too long." On an extremely desolate peak of the Heavenly Spring Mountain range, Xiao Chan was covered in wounds. He hung miserably from a tree. He held an illusionary yin grass in his hand as he panted. The inferior grade inner vest on his chest was already in tatters. It had lost all its spiritual energy. There was a horrifying wound on his chest. The wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Just taking a breath would cause intense pain. It could be imagined that if it wasn't for the defense of this inner armor, this wound would have directly split him in half. Xiao Chan placed the illusionary yin grass in his universe ring and said with a fatigued expression, "That dazzling Shadow Panther King should not be chasing us anymore, right?" One day ago, Xiao Chan had just finished dealing with 2 superior grade martial kings, and was preparing to sweep away all the illusionary yin grass in the valley. Who knew, after Xiao Chan picked 10 illusionary yin grass and relaxed, he would be ambushed. That was a dazzling Shadow Panther King. It had lived for a long time and eaten many illusionary yin grass. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chan could not detect it with his spiritual sense. When Xiao Chan was preparing to pick the illusionary yin grass earlier, the killing chi he felt did not belong to Qin Pengyu or Xiao Chan. Instead, it belonged to this dazzling Shadow Panther King. Actually, Xiao Chan should have guessed it long ago. Given Qin Pengyu's cultivation, how could his killing chi be so dense from a distance of a kilometer? Xiao Chan could only blame himself for placing too much trust in his spiritual sense. In the end, a dazzling Shadow Panther King suddenly appeared. Xiao Chan could not detect it with his spiritual sense. Hence tragedy struck. The dazzling Shadow Panther King's first attack tore through Xiao Chen's inner vest and left a huge wound on his chest. Xiao Chen's combat prowess plummeted. Furthermore, he could not detect the dazzling Shadow Panther King's position or figure. Caught off guard, Xiao Chan sustained injuries. If not for his body being tempered by a heaven-ranked cultivation technique, the dazzling Shadow Panther King would have torn him to shreds long ago. Xiao Chan used his cloning technique and all his trump cards. After fleeing for a day, he finally managed to escape from danger. Xiao Chan casually tossed away the inner vest on his chest and bandaged his wounds. Then, He placed a medicinal pill in his mouth and started to treat his injuries. After this lesson, Xiao Chun did not dare to be careless in the future. Even if his spiritual sense confirmed that he was in a safe place, he could not let down his guard. This world was very big. It was hard to say if there were any cultivators with tools that could evade spiritual sense. If Xiao Chun was forced into a corner by a cultivator, he would not be able to escape easily. After half an hour, Xiao Chun's injuries were mostly healed. Then, he called out his silver warship and flew quickly towards Heavenly Spring City. When Xiao Chun saw the blazing sun above him, he felt somewhat anxious. Today was the 17th, and it was already noon. Xiao Chun did not know if he could make it to the Clear Spring Inn. If he missed this opportunity, he would suffer a great loss. This was a fortuitous encounter that most geniuses could participate in. If Xiao Chun missed it, he would fall behind by a long distance. There was already a gap in cultivation in the first place. It would be even more difficult to catch up. Furthermore, according to the cultivator in green, the ancient desolate tower was a place that even the geniuses of the Thunder King's generation had to go to. Xiao Chun did not want to miss it. Xiao Chun traveled at full speed for an hour before he finally arrived at Heavenly Spring City. Then, he rushed to the Clear Spring Inn looking travel-worn. The inn looked the same as before, business was booming. The sounds of people eating, drinking, and chatting filled the place. It did not look like anything major had happened. Xiao Chun felt suspicious. He stopped a waiter and casually tossed a medial-grade spirit stone to him. He asked, "Is there a girl called Xia Xian or a man called Zhang Zimo in the inn?" The waiter caught the medial-grade spirit stone and said with a smile, "You must be here to ask about the ancient desolate tower's candidates. However, you are too late. The Heavenly Extermination Union has already brought these people to Longyang Island." Xiao Chun felt somewhat disappointed. He immediately asked, "In that case, are Xia Xian and Zhang Zimo still around?" Naturally, they left together. The waiter continued, "However, the Zhang Zimo you mentioned stood outside for a long time in the morning. He forced the Heavenly Extermination Union to delay their selection by 2 hours. Because of this, he offended several young outstanding talents." Xiao Chun walked out of the Clear Spring Inn and looked at the sky above him. He appeared somewhat disappointed. Chapter 430. Zhang Zimo had already done all he could. Unfortunately, he was still lacking in luck. He was fated to not be able to enter the ancient desolate tower. Xiao Chun smiled helplessly and said, "It looks like the ancient desolate tower does not welcome me. It was just an ancient desolate pass." Unexpectedly, a dazzling Shadow Panther King appeared. Xiao Chun calmed himself and headed for the Heavenly Extermination Union branch. Since he no longer had a chance, he should not continue to be dejected. Not being able to enter the ancient desolate tower did not mean that he could not reach the peak of cultivation. No matter what, he could not let his mental state fall. The number of people in the Heavenly Extermination Union branch was much smaller than when Xiao Chun arrived yesterday. This was somewhat surprising. When the old man behind the counter on the second floor saw Xiao Chun arrive, his face was filled with surprise. He received the illusionary ingress from Xiao Chun and smiled. "Brat, you managed to escape from a dazzling Shadow Panther King. Your strength is truly extraordinary." Xiao Chun's expression changed. He said angrily, "You knew long ago that there was a dazzling Shadow Panther King. Why did you not warn me? Do you know that you nearly caused my death?" The old man shrugged and smiled innocently. "Young man, don't be so angry. Did you ask for my permission?" Xiao Chun felt very depressed. This was a matter of life and death. Even if he did not ask, he should have warned him. The old man was clearly acting shamelessly. Since he could not do anything to him, Xiao Chun could not be bothered with him anymore. He said, "Stop speaking nonsense. Give me the ancient desolate pass." The black-robed old man laughed loudly. He took out a white medallion and handed it to Xiao Chun. He said, "This is the medallion I just made. It is all rank 1. However, although there is no reward for your mission, it is already recorded." Xiao Chun received the medallion and looked at it. The words Heavenly Extermination Union were written on the front of the white medallion. Xiao Chun's name was carved on the back. After the black-robed old man handed the ancient desolate pass to Xiao Chun, he took out an engraved card and said, "This engraved card is an extra reward for you. After all, this illusionary grass mission was quite a headache. You helped me solve a big problem. What is it? Xiao Chun looked at the old man and asked suspiciously. The old man held the engraved card and gently knocked on the table. He smiled and said, "What is it?" "It is what you want now." Xiao Chun couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the old man with interest and smiled. "Interesting, do you know what I want now?" The old man said casually, "The ancient desolate tower." Xiao Chun's expression could not help but change. He did not think too much about how the old man knew. He pointed at the engraved card and said, "This thing can allow me to enter the ancient desolate tower?" The old man shook his head and said, "No, they only gave you a chance to compete fairly with others. Do you know why you did not receive an invitation from the Heavenly Extermination Union? It is because your cultivation is too low. White-robed bladesman Xiao Chun, you are quite famous in the Great Qin Nation. The upper echelon of the Heavenly Extermination Union noticed you long ago. However, at that time, your cultivation was too low. Even now, you are only an inferior grade martial king. The minimum requirement for an invitation is to be a medial grade martial king. As for whether to give you an invitation or not, the Heavenly Extermination Union split into two factions. They debated for a long time. You are very lucky. I happen to be on the faction that supports you." Xiao Chun had not expected such a small invitation to have so many tricks up his sleeves. "So, you did not tell me about the mission for the illusionary grass. Is this a test for me?" The old man nodded and said, "That's right. In fact, to obtain this ancient desolate pass, you just have to complete an ordinary mission. No matter what you choose in the end, I will give you the mission for the illusionary grass. You did not disappoint me. You were able to escape from the hands of the dazzling Shadow Panther King. You are definitely strong enough." Right now, Xiao Chun felt like he had gained something and then lost it. He originally thought that the ancient desolate tower was far away from him. Unexpectedly, he found an opportunity that was even more reliable than Jiang Zimo's. Xiao Chun stretched his hand out to take the engraved card. However, the old man did not rush to hand it over. He smiled and said, "Don't blame me for not warning you this time. By taking this engraved card, you will only gain an opportunity. It does not guarantee you entry into the ancient desolate tower. The test you will meet might really take your life." Xiao Chun did not hesitate to take the engraved card. He said resolutely, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Tell me the details." The black-robed old man muttered to himself for a while before telling Xiao Chun the rules of this selection in full detail. There were simply too many geniuses from the four nations and the ancient desolate land. Even though the minimum requirement was to be a medial-grade martial king under the age of 24, there were still more than 1,000 people. This was more than twice as many as the previous selections. Hence, the selection changed from one round to two. The peak geniuses from the four nations were split into four groups and brought to the four main islands of the Heavenly Extermination Lake. The first test was to obtain 60 victories in the A-rank matches of the main island's wrestling city. Everyone would have a chance to win 100 matches. The old man said indifferently, "The rank A wrestling rings are second only to the rank S wrestling rings. Aside from half-step martial monarchs and above, cultivators and demonic beasts of any cultivation realm will appear. Furthermore, these 60 victories have to be completed within 6 days. Completing it within 3 days meant that one would have to fight at least 10 matches a day. Furthermore, the cultivation of the opponents in these 10 matches would not be much weaker than one's." Xiao Chun thought to himself, if this is the case, I will have to eliminate half of the people in the first round of the test. The old man continued, "After passing the first test, the remaining cultivators will gather in Desolate City. After that, they will compete in the arena for points. The 20 strongest participants will obtain the qualifications to enter the ancient desolate tower. Among the 1,000 geniuses of the various nations, only 20 would be selected. The odds were small. It was easy to imagine how intense the competition would be." Xiao Chun felt suspicious as he asked, "Why not invite the geniuses of the Great Qin Nation to the ancient desolate tower?" This time, the people who came were all cultivators of the four nations and the local clans of the Heavenly Extermination Lake. None of them were geniuses of the Great Qin Nation. Xiao Chun had his suspicions for a long time. The old man smiled and explained for a long time. Only then did Xiao Chen slowly understand. Aside from the Great Jin Nation, the other 4 nations had very few spirit veins. The density of their spiritual energy was worlds apart from that of the Great Jin Nation. Hence, in every 5-nation youth competition, most of the top 100 of the Tianwu ranking were from the Great Jin Nation. The higher they went, the fewer people there were from the other 4 nations. Needless to say, the top 10 contestants were all taken up by the warriors of the Jin Nation almost every time. No matter how talented the cultivators of the other 4 nations were, very few could break this rule. At best, they could only make it to the top 20. The Myriad Fiend Palace controls half of the authority behind the Heavenly Extermination Union, and the other half is split between the 4 nations. The Great Jin Nation has nothing to do with it. Do you think that the other 4 nations would allow him to enter the ancient desolate tower after being suppressed so miserably by the Great Jin Nation? Xiao Chen said with some disbelief. Are the geniuses of the Great Jin Nation really that strong? The old man had a grave expression as he said. They are stronger than you imagine. With your current strength, it would be difficult for you to rank within the top 500 of the Great Jin Nation's younger generation. Xiao Chen did not refute this. He acknowledged this point as well. However, he did not feel too dispirited. All along, Xiao Chen had never thought that he was weaker than anyone else, even the geniuses of the Great Jin Nation. All he lacked was time. As long as he had enough time, he would trample on all these people and rise up in this budding era of geniuses. I have spoken enough nonsense. I will not speak any further. When you go to Wrestling City, hand this engraved card to the leader of the Heavenly Extermination Union. He will make the necessary arrangements for you. The old man waved his hand and dismissed Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not linger. He took his leave and quickly flew towards Longyang Island. Longyang Island was the core of the southern group of islands. Its position was equivalent to the capital of the Great Jin Nation. It was more than 2,500 kilometers away from Heavenly Spring Island. After checking the map carefully, Xiao Chen muttered, Zhang Zimo and the others should have been gone for more than 6 hours. There are many of them, so they will not be very fast. I might be able to catch up to them. After leaving the city, Xiao Chen soared into the air and tore off the blue strip of cloth on his forehead. Shoo! With a thought, a scarlet light lit up. The Scarlet Massacre Throne appeared from nowhere. A thick scarlet cloud churned under the throne. The Massacre Throne only needed to exhaust the state of Massacre in order to fly at an extremely fast speed. If one did not worry about the exhaustion, the Massacre Throne could reach Mach 4. In the future, when the cultivation of the state of Massacre increased, the speed would increase even more. However, the state of Massacre was normally used for combat. If it was used for flying, it would be inferior in combat. Hence, under normal circumstances, Xiao Chen would not use the Scarlet Throne to fly. At this moment, the situation was urgent. Xiao Chen could not care so much. He sat on the throne and rode the scarlet cloud in the sky. A strong wind blew from the front. Xiao Chen leaned on the armrest and propped up his chin, appearing relaxed. After all, he did not need to exhaust his essence. He only needed to exhaust the scarlet pool in the throne. Furthermore, this was obtained after killing people. It had nothing to do with Xiao Chen's body. In order to avoid meeting other cultivators and attracting unnecessary trouble, Xiao Chen flew up to 10,000 meters. As Xiao Chen flew at full speed, the scarlet pool in the throne shrank at a visible rate. After flying for a long time, only a small portion of the scarlet pool remained. Then Xiao Chen recalled the scarlet thrown into his sea of consciousness. It was not easy to replenish the scarlet pool. After exhausting it, it would be even more difficult to replenish it. Xiao Chen was already close to Longyang Island. If he still could not catch up to Zhang Zimo's group, there was no need to force himself. It was better to keep some state of massacre as a backup. Xiao Chen slowly descended. The silhouette of a huge island appeared before Xiao Chen. This was the main island of the south, Longyang Island. The number of cultivators in the sky gradually increased. Most of them were in groups of 2 or 3, flying quickly towards the island. Xiao Chen looked up and discovered that all the cultivators who came to Longyang Island were flying in the same direction. This was the famous wrestling city of Longyang Island. It was a city made up of wrestling arenas of various sizes. The entire city was filled with blood and violence. Chapter 431. There were 4 other wrestling cities like this in the entire ancient desolate land. They were located on the other 3 main islands. Strange, there are more than 10 cities on Longyang Island. Why are all these people heading in the direction of wrestling cities? Xiao Chun felt confused as he looked at the departing figures. I really can't figure it out. Wrestling City has not held a large-scale rank a wrestling ring in the past 10 years. Who knows what is going on this time? They actually held dozens of matches. Hee. Who cares? The Rank A wrestling rings are a great opportunity to earn money. If you win 10 matches in a row, you will be able to obtain 5,000 medial grade spirit stones. If you win 20 matches in a row, you will even get an inferior grade secret treasure. I heard that the rewards this time will be increased. I wonder if that is true. If it is, then they will be spending a lot of money. A group of cultivators who passed by Xiao Chun spoke excitedly about why they were going to Wrestling City. When Xiao Chun heard this, his expression sank. He looked at the sky and saw the cultivators rushing towards Wrestling City. He muttered, "The news has spread so far. It looks like I will meet many famous cultivators of the ancient desolate land in the first round." The full moon hung high in the sky, and the sky was dotted with stars. Under the bright moonlight, most of the stars were covered up. In a residence within Wrestling City, the 4 people in charge of the Heavenly Extermination Union led more than 200 geniuses from various places to a banquet. From tomorrow onwards, the cultivators below would start a cruel competition. They would be fighting high-intensity battles for 6 consecutive days. Hence, the people in charge of the Heavenly Extermination Union decided to hold a banquet to let everyone relax. At the same time, they would take the opportunity to answer some questions. Old Li sat in the middle of the hall. Beside him were his 3 assistants. A long wooden table was placed in front of the 4 of them. There were also long wooden tables placed against the walls on both sides. Wine and snacks were placed on the tables. There were 3 or 4 cultivators behind each table. The cultivators chatted happily with each other, and the atmosphere was very lively. "Senior Li, I heard that in the next 5-nation youth competition, the top contestants of the Qianwu ranking will be able to go to the upper realm." On the right side, a young cultivator put down the wine cup in his hand and respectfully asked Old Li, who was on the stage. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall instantly quietened down, and everyone's gazes converged onto Senior Li. The so-called upper realm was a mysterious place to everyone. Rumor had it that the land of the 3 holy masters was in such a world. No one knew what kind of world it was. In the Sky Martial continent, it was said that only those with the strength of Emperor Wu could break through the void and go to the upper realm to have a look. Before reaching Emperor Wu's level, if one wanted to go up and take a look, they would have to participate in the 5-nation youth competition. Of course, not every 5-nation youth competition had such an opportunity. Only when the geniuses of the various nations reached their peak would they attract the attention of the upper realm. Then they would be given such an opportunity. However, in the past few thousand years, there had been no news of anyone obtaining the qualifications to enter the upper realm from the 5-nation youth competition. The earliest 5-nation youth competition was 4,000 years ago. It was said that the young geniuses of the Thunder King's generation obtained such an opportunity in the 5-nation youth competition. 4,000 years was too long. The matter of that time had already become a legend. Now the young cultivators could only make some guesses. They did not dare to confirm whether it was true or not. However, this 5-nation youth competition had already revealed some suspicions. Not only would the various nations and powers of the Qianwu continent send people to participate, but even the distant shallow seas of the boundless sea had already become a legend. Even the 4 shallow seas in the distant boundless ocean were planning to send people to participate. If it wasn't for the fact that they had obtained the opportunity to go to the previous world championships, they definitely wouldn't have caused such a huge commotion. When Old Li heard this, he smiled gently and said, "What I know, the supreme elders of the older generation of the sects behind you know as well. Since they did not tell you naturally, I will not tell you either." "Why?" everyone asked, feeling confused. Old Li shook his head and said, "It is not the time yet. Now is the budding age of geniuses. Your generation has not matured yet. Telling you will only bring you harm. I can only say that if you all do your best, those with great luck will be pleasantly surprised." Jin Wuji and Ding Fengqiu sat at a table to the right at the back. Jin Wuji felt suspicious as he said, "This is strange. Why does your tone sound exactly the same as Master's? First senior brother, Master dotes on you the most. Do you have any inside information?" Ding Fengqiu took a sip of wine. A deep look flashed in his eyes, making him look very mysterious. Ding Fengqiu put down his wine cup and shook his head. He smiled and said, "I'm not sure. Don't overthink this. If you are not strong enough, you might not end up well there." The banquet continued. During this time, someone asked about the rules of the Ranka wrestling ring. Old Li answered all of them, not hiding anything at all. "Once you go to the wrestling ring, this old man will not be in charge there. Let me make things clear first. If there is any danger, just retreat. Don't try to be brave. As for the rules, they are the rules of the wrestling ring. You do not have any special privileges. Just think of a way to obtain 60 victories. Dong! Dong! Dong!" Just at this moment, urgent footsteps could be heard. An attendant outside the hall held an engraved card in his hand. He quickly walked over to Old Li and whispered something into his ear. Old Li's expression changed slightly. He instructed, "Go down first and bring him up. I'll take a look at him personally." A few of Old Li's assistants looked at the engraved card and said in astonishment, "Elder Huang's engraved card. Who is he protecting?" Old Li casually put away the engraved card. His expression was somewhat sullen. He said indifferently, "It's that brat who objected so strongly back then. I want to know why this old Huang wants to protect him so many times." When the outstanding talents in the hall saw Old Li's expression suddenly turn sullen, they could not figure out what was going on. They felt that something was going to happen. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange, and the hall became extremely quiet. Everyone looked at the door outside the hall, wanting to see who had offended Old Manly. Mu Xinya whispered to Jiang Zimo, who was beside her, "Could it be that the person you spoke of is here again?" Jiang Zimo said softly, "It is hard to say. However, if it is really him, I will not be of much help. This elderly is not from our Myriad Fiend Palace's faction." Ta! Ta! Soft footsteps came from outside the door. Xiao Chun, dressed in blue robes and holding the lunar shadow saber in his hand, entered the hall with a calm expression. Xiao Chun looked around from the corner of his eyes and scanned the faces of everyone in the hall. He saw a few familiar faces. There was Xia Xian, whom he had fought with before. There was Jiang Zimo, whom he had met before. The silver-haired girl beside Jiang Zimo seemed familiar, but Xiao Chun could not recall where he had seen her before. There were also his two old friends, Jin Wuji and Ding Fengqiu. Unexpectedly, they were here as well. When Xiao Chun felt Jin Wuji's hostile gaze, he ignored it. The atmosphere in the hall did not seem right. Xiao Chun did not think too much about it. He raised his head and performed a cupped fist salute to Old Li. "Junior Xiao Chun greets senior." However, Old Li ignored Xiao Chun's words. He smiled indifferently and said, "I personally believe that cultivation realm is the foundation of a cultivator. Back then, I was the one who suggested the threshold for medial grade martial king. I really want to know why an inferior grade martial king like you is here. Are you seeking death?" Xiao Chen's face sank. He remembered the words of the Heavenly Extermination Union's old man. It looked like he was unlucky. The old man in front of him was the one who opposed him back then. "Go back to where you came from. Enter the wrestling ring and renew the life and death contract. Come back again when you are a medial grade martial king. It would be a pity if you fall here at such a young age. Don't think that after being famous in the Great Qin Nation for a while, you have great talent and can ignore the rules. The Great Qin Nation is always the weakest of the 5 great nations." When the people below heard Old Li's words, their expressions became playful. It turned out that this person had used his connections to enter and compete with them for a spot. Unfortunately, his backer was not that strong. This Old Li did not buy it and ended up being humiliated instead. A quick-witted young cultivator could tell that Old Li did not like Xiao Chun. He immediately followed along and mocked. "An inferior grade martial king wants to compete with us for a spot in the ancient desolate tower? You overestimate yourself." The others immediately agreed. "Indeed, go back. If you die in the wrestling ring, you will have nothing left. This is not the Great Qin Nation. You are a peak genius there. Here you are nothing. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He did not care about the words around him. He only committed them to memory. He looked straight at Old Li and said, "Cultivation is indeed the foundation of a cultivator. However, combat techniques, martial techniques and cultivation techniques are equally important. They might even be more important than cultivation." Old Li snorted coldly and said, "Do you think you are qualified to speak to me? I do not need you to teach me what is the most important. Scram immediately." Jiang Zimo could not stand it any longer. He said, "Senior Li, as far as I know, Elder Huang took out his engraved card. He has the authority to recommend someone." Old Li seemed to be afraid of Jiang Zimo's identity. He did not refute him. What Jiang Zimo said was the truth. However, back then, he was the one who proposed the requirement to become a medial-grade martial king. He was also the one who vetoed sending an invitation to Xiao Chen. Now that he had to agree to Xiao Chen's request, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. If he could persuade Xiao Chen to withdraw, he could say that Xiao Chen withdrew of his own accord. Elder Huang would not be able to do anything to him. However, looking at the current situation, Xiao Chen was very patient. Furthermore, Jiang Zimo had spoken up for him. It would not be good to chase him away. When Old Li's gaze fell on Xiao Chen, he thought of a countermeasure. He smiled gently and said, "Very well, I will give you a chance. Since you say that combat techniques and cultivation techniques are more important than cultivation, then choose a person in this hall. Then choose someone from this hall. If you can defeat him within 10 moves, I'll give you this opportunity. Let everyone see just how brilliant your combat skills are." The hall was very quiet. Everyone looked at Xiao Chen with eyes filled with schadenfreude. Clearly, this person had offended Old Li. It was impossible for Xiao Chen to defeat them within 10 moves. The weakest cultivator here was a peak medial grade martial king. Chapter 432. They were all top-notch geniuses in their respective sections. They did not lack high-ranked cultivation techniques or martial techniques. As for the so-called combat techniques, they did not think that they were inferior to Xiao Chen. Jin Wuji laughed in a carefree manner. To think that this brat would have such a day. After being humiliated by the Heavenly Extermination Union's elders, the anger in his heart has lessened somewhat. A girl beside Xiaoxian also smiled and said in a soft voice, "Senior sister, who is this person? He is just an inferior grade martial king. Why is he here?" However, Xiaoxian's expression did not change much. She said, "Xiaoro, don't think that way. He is not an ordinary inferior grade martial king." A trace of killing intent flashed in Xiao Chen's calm eyes. He looked at Old Li and said, "May I know Senior's name?" Old Li said indifferently, "This old man is Li Xiuzhu. If you are afraid, you can leave. If you stay, you have to agree to my request." Li Xiuzhu, Li Xiuzhu. He firmly remembered this name in his heart. Xiao Chen swore that he would return today's humiliation 100-fold in the future. Without changing his expression, Xiao Chen said indifferently, "As you wish. I hope you will not regret your decision today." Li Xiuzhu smiled coldly and said, "I will regret it? This old man has seen many geniuses, and I've seen even more people like you who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even if I give you 10 years, you won't be a threat to me." Bang! Li Xiuzhu slammed the table heavily and snorted coldly, "I will let whoever defeats him pass the first round." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd instantly burst into an uproar. All of them rushed towards Xiao Chen at the same time. If he directly passed the first round, not only would it be a pity that he could save a lot of energy, but he could also observe the various trump cards of others and not reveal his own trump card. There were many benefits, and they would be able to gain a great advantage in the second round of the arena battles. There was no one who wouldn't want this opportunity. Xiao. However, a figure rushed ahead of everyone else. It was the Heavenly Sword Sex Jin Wuji. His gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen. The moment Li Xiuzhu spoke, Jin Wuji's figure appeared before Xiao Chen with a so sound. Ding Fengqiu's hand hovered in the air. He had just been about to stop Jin Wuji when he withdrew his hand. In such a short period of time, he had actually burst forth with such great speed, not giving him a chance to react at all. "I can't even stop him. How foolish. Fine, if you want to send yourself over as a stepping stone, it's up to you." Ding Fengqiu shook his head as he drained the wine in his cup in one gulp. However, this was a good opportunity for him to see what cultivation realm Xiaochen had reached. Jin Wuji's killing qi spread out uncontrollably. He smiled somewhat savagely and said, Xiaochen, you did not expect such a day to come, did you? Back then you sneak attacked me and trampled on me. You definitely did not expect that one day I would personally bury your hopes. Haha. Jin Wuji laughed heartily. Back then on the island, he had been stepped on by Xiaochen. He had not even been able to retaliate. That was simply a nightmare. After that, when he cultivated several times, Xiaochen's appearance would appear in his mind, causing him to break down. Jin Wuji knew that this was a heart demon. Xiaochen had already become his heart demon. If he did not deal with him personally, the heart demon would exist forever. His inner demons would always exist, and his strength would always be stagnant, and there would even be the danger of regressing. Now, as long as he could endure 10 moves, he would be able to destroy Xiaochen's hopes of entering the ancient desolate tower. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity to deal with his heart demon. How could he not be in a good mood? Jin Wuji withdrew his smile and said with a sullen expression, White-robed bladesman, today, I will let you know that if you had not sneak attacked me, you would not have stood a chance against me. Xiaochen flipped his palm and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his right hand. He said indifferently, What a joke! Do you really think it was only because of a sneak attack? When Mu Xinya saw Xiaochen take out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring, her expression fluctuated. She muttered, It really is him. Song Kei's palm strike did not kill him. From the moment Xiaochen stepped into the hall, Mu Xinya's gaze never left Xiaochen. This was because Xiaochen's temperament was too similar to that of the person in her memories. Calm, decisive, and unhurried. No matter what happened, his expression would not change. No matter who he met, he would not be servile or overbearing. At this moment, when Xiaochen took out the lunar shadow saber, the saber from Mu Xinya's memories, she could finally confirm Xiaochen's identity. Senior sister, do you think this Xiaochen can win? Xia Xian's junior sister, who was beside her, asked. Xia Xian replied uncertainly, It is hard to say. His overall strength is definitely stronger than Jin Wuji's. However, it would be too difficult to defeat him within 10 moves. Even I am not confident. Most of the cultivators present felt the same way. This Jin Wuji is lucky. He does not need to go through the first round. Li Xiuzhu sat calmly in his seat. He had a faint smile on his face. He did not have any expectations for Xiaochen. Such an ignorant cultivator would not be able to achieve much in the future. Qi. Suddenly, a resonant sword hum resounded in the hall. Jin Wuji finally could not endure it any longer and made the first move. The tip of the sword pointed at Xiaochen. The long sword trembled continuously, and the air rippled like water. A sharp metal concept was emitted from the sword's edge. Before the sword moved, the wind from the sword had already arrived. An unparalleled sharp sword intent shot towards Xiaochen. It tore through the air and entered Xiaochen's forehead, trying to break his heart and disrupt his mental state. The state of metal had only one attribute, sharpness. It was incredibly sharp. Based on Jin Wuji's aura, it was clear that he had cultivated the state of metal to great perfection. There is no more chance. Jin Wuji's state of metal has already reached great perfection. Although it has not reached peak consummation, it is impossible to defeat him within 10 moves. Xia Xian sighed. The others in the hall all shook their heads. This battle was unfair from the start. Now Xiaochen had no chance at all. Li Xiuzhu's frown relaxed, and he relaxed completely. He muttered to himself, The result is already decided. When Xiaochen felt that sharp sword intent, he had an idea. He circulated the qi that he had not used before. Ever since Xiaochen condensed his martial spirit, he had experienced failures, setbacks, tribulations, perplexities, and worries. This was the qi that only a bladesman possessed. Dang! A melodious clang resounded in the air. It was like divine weapons clashing in the air, giving off a heavy vibrating sound that spread into the surroundings. Jin Wuji's sword intent was immediately blocked. The state of metal in the sword intent also vanished like smoke in thin air. Saber intent? When they heard the heavy vibrating sound and felt the qi from Xiaochen's body, Some of the people in the hall felt suspicious. Sabers were formed from swords. Saber intent was also derived from sword intent. However, it was even harder to comprehend than sword intent. If the chances of comprehending sword intent were 1 in 100,000, then the chances of comprehending saber intent were 1 in a million. Furthermore, in the past few thousand years, no one had heard of anyone comprehending saber intent before the age of 30. The 10 great bladesmen of the ancient desolate land had all comprehended saber intent at the age of 40. Only the generation of the Thunder King had such a talented bladesman. If one wanted to trace this back, it would be the Tianwu dynasty or even earlier, the ancient era. Ding Fengqiu's expression relaxed slightly. He said, "Fortunately, it is not saber intent. It is just a strand of qi. However, just a strand of qi can resist Jin Wuji's sword intent. How powerful would saber intent be?" The others in the hall also heaved a sigh of relief. If it was really saber intent, it would be a huge blow. Jin Wuji is not weak. If I want to defeat him under normal circumstances, I would have to fight him for more than 100 moves. If I want to defeat Jin Wuji within 10 moves, I have to catch him off guard. Then I have to charge forward like a ferocious tiger and crush him in one go, not giving him time to react. Coincidentally, I have a set of saber techniques that can be used in one go, the rushing thunder chop. Although it is of a lower rank, Xiao Qin's essence and state can make up for it. It is sufficient to deal with Jin Wuji. After scattering Jin Wuji's sword intent, Xiao Qin took advantage of the moment his opponent was stunned to raise his right foot by half a meter. Then he stomped down ferociously. Bang! This stomp merged vital qi and essence. Xiao Qin did not hold back at all. It contained 350 tons of force, and a crack immediately appeared in the ground. Boom! 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 The entire hall shook. All the wine on the wooden table shattered with a ka sound. The crack quickly extended towards Jin Wuji. Hu qi! Hu qi! A sharp energy that was half a meter tall soared up from the crack. As the crack extended, it charged straight at Jin Wuji. It was like a sharp knife trying to split Jin Wuji in half. The stunned expression on Jin Wuji's face turned into one of extreme shock. He had not expected Xiao Qin to suddenly make such a move. This was what it meant by catching the enemy off guard and attacking them when they were unprepared. Jin Wuji's body shook along with the ground. When he saw the energy rushing at him, he quickly dodged to the side. The energy passed by Jin Wuji and continued towards Li Xiuzhu, who was behind him. Li Xiuzhu remained expressionless as he stomped on the ground. The sharp energy instantly shattered into nothing. At the same time, the crack in the ground stopped. When it reached Li Xiuzhu's table, it was difficult to move an inch further. Xiu! Jin Wuji had just stabilized his footing when he saw Xiao Qin's right hand grasping his saber hilt. Xiao Qin's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he rushed at him. Dong! 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 Xiao Qin's footsteps sounded like thunder. He moved as fast as lightning, creating a strong wind. Jin Wuji could not keep his eyes open. Jin Wuji had a bad feeling in his heart. He pushed off the ground and retreated. Can I retreat? It is already too late. Xiao Qin snorted coldly in his heart. His right hand, which was on the saber hilt, swung out, drawing the saber. It was like a bolt of lightning had shot out from the scabbard. The purple light was so dazzling that it hurt everyone's eyes. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Jin Wuji quickly spun his sword and held it horizontally in front of his chest, blocking this sword strike. Dang! The saber and sword clashed, giving off intense sparks and a chi-chi sound. As he ran, Xiao Qin's aura was raised to its peak. On the other hand, Jin Wuji, who had lost the initiative and wanted to retreat, lost most of his aura. Jin Wuji's arm felt numb, and his sword trembled. He nearly lost his grip on it. Arclight chop. Xiao Qin activated the blood flame shoes, and his speed increased explosively. In an instant, he arrived at Jin Wuji's side. The lunar shadow saber sent out a strange arclight. The arclight flickered with electricity. Chapter 433. Retreat. The arcs of light sealed off all points of attack. There was no weakness at all. There was no way for Jin Wuji to counterattack. Jin Wuji retreated again. No, I cannot retreat anymore. If I do, my momentum will plummet, Jin Wuji thought anxiously. I have to attack and regain control of the rhythm. Jin Wuji's sword trembled as he started to gather his killing move. Just as he was about to attack, he saw Xiaochan charging at him with his saber. If Jin Wuji did not retreat, his chest would be pierced by Xiaochan in the next moment, and he would die without a complete corpse. Retreat. How hateful. Jin Wuji felt extremely depressed. He scattered his killing move and retreated once more. Xiaochan's figure paused in the air. As he looked at the retreating Jin Wuji, it was like he had frozen. Rushing thunder chop. In the next moment there was an explosion behind Xiaochan. It shook off all the dust on the roof, and his aura instantly soared again. Carrying the boundless might of thunder, Xiaochan chopped down with his saber. It was like rolling thunder. Jin Wuji was horrified. This saber descended like lightning, not giving him a chance to dodge at all. Its aura locked onto him, as if it knew where he would land. Sword light flashed, and Jin Wuji expended his essence without any regard for his life. He quickly created layers of solid sword screens, trying to block this saber strike. However, his momentum was already exhausted. No matter how strong the sword screens were, they were useless against Xiaochan's saber strike, which had reached its peak. Bang! 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 The layers of sword screens were easily broken. The surging energy shot out in all directions. The many cultivators quickly made their moves to block. Pusi. The saber energy entered Jin Wuji's body, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion was extremely pale. Rushing thunder second chain chop. After Xiaochan landed, he did not hesitate. The lightning attributed energy that he had accumulated for 4 moves burst out ferociously. The electric light on his saber instantly became extremely resplendent. Jin Wuji did his best to block, but he was still knocked back by this saber strike. His clothes were in tatters and his skin was mangled. Jin Wuji fell miserably to the ground. The electricity on his body had not dissipated yet, crackling non-stop. The surroundings were silent. The martial artists who had previously mocked Xiaochan were all stunned. Xiaochan did not even use 10 moves. He only used 5 moves to defeat Jin Wuji. Even if he included that kick, it was only 6 moves. Bang! Li Xiuzhu was so angry that his face turned red. He smashed the wooden table in front of him into wood shavings. He looked at Jin Wuji, who had just climbed up with great difficulty. His eyes were filled with disgust. Trash! You cannot even deal with an inferior grade martial king. What qualifications do you have to participate in the selection? Scram! From a distance, Jin Wuji suffered a heavy blow. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and flew out of the hall. Then he rolled a few times on the steps before coming to a stop. Li Xiuzhu glared at Xiaochan before getting up expressionlessly. Without saying anything, he quickly left the place. Li Xiuzhu left in a huff, and his 3 assistants left one after another. Naturally, the banquet ended on an unhappy note. Inside the hall, the outstanding talents from all over no longer looked at Xiaochan with the same gazes as before. They no longer viewed him as a strong competitor. Their expressions were somewhat depressed. It was not a good thing to have another competitor in the intense selection. There were still 10-odd people in the hall, but their eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit. They did not fear challenges. The more opponents they had, the more excited they would be. Pei Xiaoxian, what do you think? The Holy Fire Manor's young manor lord, Leng Yun, asked indifferently as he looked at the beast-taming abode's Pei Xiaoxian. Pei Xiaoxian played with the scarlet ring on his index finger gently. He said softly, "He is very strong, but there is no need to be too shocked. If you can catch him off guard, you can defeat Jin Wuji in 10 moves." Leng Yun nodded and said, "Naturally, I understand this principle. However, it's a pity that it's a little difficult to seize the initiative against a cultivator whose cultivation is not lower than his. This is where this person is brilliant." Pei Xiaoxian stood up. Before he left, he said indifferently, "The 100 battles are all real. You can catch him off guard once or twice. However, if you want to fight continuously, your foundation is the most important. I will see you tomorrow." The outstanding talents in the hall discussed the earlier battle for a while before they left. Since the banquet was over, there was no need for them to remain here. Xiaxian led her junior sister over to congratulate Xiaochan. She said, "Congratulations. It looks like I have another competitor for the ancient desolate land slot. Xiao Chan smiled gently and said, Miss Xia, you are exaggerating. In a battle between us, we would only have a 50-50 chance of winning. Humph. My first senior sister comprehended sword intent at the age of 16. Now she is a superior grade martial king. She also cultivates a peak earth rank cultivation technique. Her martial techniques are also peak earth ranked martial techniques. She is not inferior to anyone in the same generation. Don't overestimate yourself. Don't overestimate yourself, Xiao Rou, who was beside Xia Xian, said in dissatisfaction when she heard Xiao Chan comparing himself to Xia Xian. In her opinion, Xiao Chan was able to defeat Jin Wuji in 6 moves. Although he was very strong, it was mostly due to his trickery. If it were not for that kick catching Jin Wuji off guard and causing him to lose the initiative, then forcing him to retreat again and again, it would have been impossible for Xiao Chan to defeat Jin Wuji within 10 moves. However, Xiao Rou did not think that being able to catch an opponent of the same cultivation realm off guard and seize the initiative was a display of strength. When Xiao Chan looked at Xiao Rou, he did not get angry. He could tell that she was trying her best to protect his first senior sister. She was like a little girl worshipping her idol. When Xia Xian heard this, she glared at Xiao Rou. Then she said apologetically, Sorry, this little fellow always speaks without thinking. Don't mind her. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and did not say anything. I will take my leave first. See you tomorrow. Seeing that Xiao Rou still wanted to say something, Xia Xian quickly pulled her to the side and took her leave. Xiao Chan sheathed the lunar shadow saber and did not linger. He prepared to leave. The battle in the wrestling ring tomorrow would be the real start. This was just an appetizer. Brother Xiao, please wait a moment. Just as Xiao Chan reached the threshold of the hall, Jiang Zimo called out to Xiao Chan. Then he walked over with Wuxia. Although Xiao Chan understood Jiang Zimo, this person had helped him time and time again. This made Xiao Chan want to make friends with him. This was especially so when Jiang Zimo risked offending Li Xiuzhu and spoke up to help him. Compared to those people who tried to curry favor with Li Xiuzhu, Jiang Zimo was even more valuable. Stopping, Xiao Chan turned around and performed a cupped fist salute. He said, Many thanks to Brother Zimo for helping me earlier, helping me obtain this opportunity. Jiang Zimo smiled gently and said, It is just a small matter. I am not afraid of Li Xiuzhu. He would not dare to do anything to me. Jiang Zimo sounded very confident. It seemed like he had a strong power behind him, something that even Li Xiuzhu feared. Xiao Chan did not continue with the pleasantries. He directly said, Why are you looking for me? If there is anything I can help you with, just ask. In that case, I will remember what you said. If there is nothing, I will look for you. Jiang Zimo smiled and pointed to the silver-haired girl beside him. He said, She is the one looking for you. I will take my leave first. After Jiang Zimo left, Xiao Chan looked suspiciously at the silver-haired girl before him. Although she looked familiar, Xiao Chan did not remember seeing this girl before. Speaking of which, do we know each other? Xiao Chan asked probingly. Wuxia looked at Xiao Chan and revealed a bitter smile on her exquisite face. She said, If I tell you, will you kill me again? Xiao Chan was shocked. When he heard the other party's voice, he finally recalled who this silver-haired girl was. Back then in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, this girl had disguised herself as a human girl, Wuxia, for the sake of rescuing the imprisoned Heavenly Wolf King. They had interacted with each other for more than a month. No wonder this girl's gaze never left me the moment I entered the hall. She must have found me familiar. When Xiao Chan thought about the events of that day, it was still vivid in his mind. The pleading expressions of the miners appeared clearly in his mind. However, Xiao Chan already had a different view of the events of that day. Those miners were sacrificed by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion on purpose. It was hard to tell who was in the right and who was in the wrong. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chan shook his head and replied, No, I do not wish to mention the matters of the past. Everyone has their own beliefs. It is just that their point of view is different. When Wuxia heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. She said, Can we have a chat? Xiao Chan nodded and the two of them flew out. Outside the hall, Jin Wuji's clothes were tattered. He lay on the ground in a sorry state. Occasionally, electricity would flicker on his body. The bones in Xiao Chen's chest caved invisibly. That was a palm strike from Li Xiuzhu filled with rage. As a bona fide martial monarch, this palm strike caused more damage than Xiao Chen. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had injured Jin Wuji. Without half a year of recuperation and miraculous medicine, it would be difficult for Jin Wuji to recover to his peak state. To these geniuses, wasting half a year was an extremely cruel thing to do. It might result in a gap that they would never be able to cross. When the cultivators passing by saw this scene, they felt that the world was like a game of chess. The universe was unpredictable. 15 minutes ago, Jin Wuji was the envy of everyone. As long as he did not lose in 10 moves, he would be able to pass the first round easily. However, 15 minutes later, an inferior-grade martial king defeated him in 6 moves. If news of this spread, his reputation would be ruined. Furthermore, Li Xiuzhu made a move to injure Jin Wuji, disqualifying him from being a candidate. This was like adding snow to snow. It was a tragic sight. Everyone remembered this lesson. In the future, they could not underestimate any cultivator with a lower cultivation. They could not guarantee that it would be another Xiao Chen. Jin Wuji lying on the ground was the best example of how miserable their fates were. Ding Fengqiu slowly walked over to Jin Wuji and sighed to himself. Jin Wuji was completely crippled. He had lost the qualifications to compete with the top geniuses forever. In this age of geniuses where the age of geniuses had just sprouted, this was undoubtedly a tragedy. I told you long ago, it is important to know one's limits. If you are not strong enough, don't use the heavenly sword gate to show off. You are asking for it if you are crippled. Ding Fengqiu placed his palm on Jin Wuji's chest and circulated his essence. The electricity in Jin Wuji's body was immediately sucked into Ding Fengqiu's palm. Chapter 434. Ding Fengqiu raised his palm, and a ball of lightning-attributed spiritual energy gathered on his palm. The unconscious Jin Wuji's expression immediately relaxed. Bang! Ding Fengqiu casually waved his hand and the ball of lightning landed on the ground. It blasted a huge pit and kicked up a cloud of dust. What a strong lightning-attributed energy. This person might be cultivating a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Otherwise, he would not have such surging energy as an inferior-grade martial king. Ding Fengqiu frowned slightly as he muttered to himself. Furthermore, this was only the remnant energy. If he used it at full power, it would be even stronger. It had to be said that Ding Fengqiu's eyes were very good. With just the remnant energy, he was able to roughly guess Xiao Chen's true strength. Ding Fengqiu, I told you long ago not to bring out trash. Now you have embarrassed yourself. The beast-taming abode's Pei Xiaoxian laughed loudly as he walked over. You are seeking death. Ding Fengqiu's expression turned cold. He formed 2 fingers on his right hand into a sword and pointed at Pei Xiaoxian. Xiu! The sword at Ding Fengqiu's waist hummed and quickly came out of its scabbard. Under his control, it carried a surging sword intent as it flew at Pei Xiaoxian. Woo! Woo! The sword hummed in the air. Water-like ripples spread out from the sword. It seemed like space itself turned blurry. Pei Xiaoxian's expression changed. He had not expected Ding Fengqiu to make a move. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands. A circular formation appeared in front of Pei Xiaoxian. An ape with skin as hard as steel blocked Pei Xiaoxian's path. Bang! As soon as the ape appeared, a huge bloody hole was opened up in its chest by the long sword. The sword pierced through its body and it couldn't be any more dead. Hu Qi! Pei Xiaoxian had not expected Ding Fengqiu to break the steel ape, which had a high defense, in an instant. Pei Xiaoxian did his best to dodge. However, the sword still managed to leave a deep wound on his right arm. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Soon his entire right arm was dyed red. It looked very scary. Pei Xiaoxian, on account of your first senior brother, I will not kill you immediately. In the future you better watch your mouth. The people of the Heavenly Sword Gate are not for you to speak. Gotcha! Ding Fengqiu waved his hand, and his sword returned to its scabbard. He picked up Jin Wuji's body and left without even looking at Pei Xiaoxian. As Pei Xiaoxian watched Ding Fengqiu leave, he revealed an extremely hateful gaze. The grudge between him and Ding Fengqiu had started long ago. During one of his fortuitous encounters, he had been severely injured by the other party while fighting for a natural treasure. The other party had even stolen all of his treasures. and he had always viewed it as a great humiliation. Otherwise, he would not have dealt a heavy blow to Jin Wuji in the previous five-nation youth competition and eliminated him in a sorry state. After that, he retracted his gaze and stopped the sword wound on his arm. He squatted down and pointed the red ring on his right hand at the steel ape lying in a pool of blood on the ground. Chi-chi! With a flash of red light, the steel ape's corpse and blood were sucked into the ring. Kacha-kacha! A series of hair-raising sounds came from the ring. It was very strange. The full moon hung high in the sky, like a silver plate adorning the night sky. Xiao Chun and Mu Xinya sat on a roof in the city. Although they were chatting, Mu Xinya was the one speaking most of the time. Xiao Chun had a rough understanding of what happened after she left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After inheriting the Heavenly Wolf King's power, Mu Xinya's strength increased rapidly. Now she was already a peak superior grade martial king. The most important thing was that she did not have any bottlenecks. As long as she absorbed the Heavenly Wolf King's power, her strength would continue to increase. Her potential was unlimited. When fighting with others, she could draw on the Heavenly Wolf King's power. Even if she faced a half-step martial monarch, she would still be able to hold her own. She would not be like Xiao Chun, who had no chance and could only find an opportunity to retreat. Because of her, the Heavenly Wolf race, which was in a precarious situation, obtained a large amount of resources from the Myriad Fiend Palace. The overall strength of the Heavenly Wolf race increased by the day. Yichen, did you know? That month in the underground world was actually the most ordinary period of my life. Mu Xinya raised her head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. The moonlight shone on her silver hair, adding a faint glow to it. It looked somewhat dreamy. Haha. However, I cannot stop. The burden of the clan rests on my shoulders. There are 20 spots in the ancient desolate tower. I must obtain one. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. In that case, I wish you success. I must obtain one of the 20 spots. Mu Xinya smiled. In that case, let's work hard together. When the time comes, we will work together in the ancient desolate tower. With our tacit understanding, we might be able to reach a height that no one has ever reached before. I'm leaving. Thank you for chatting with me for so long. I can finally let go of the burden in my heart. Mu Xinya waved her hand at Xiao Chun. Then she jumped off the roof and landed far away. Xiao Chun stood up and looked at the distant Mu Xinya. He sighed softly. There are more than 1,000 peak geniuses. Just in this group, there are geniuses among geniuses like Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, and Mu Xinya. These 20 spots will not be easy to obtain. However, no matter what, he had to obtain these 20 spots. The ancient desolate tower had a total of 9 floors. Back then, the genius Thunder King had made it to the 7th floor before he rose up. In the past few years, although there were not many people who made it to the 5th floor, they had all obtained great benefits. Some of them had a great increase in their cultivation. Some had obtained ancient heaven-ranked martial techniques, or heaven-ranked cultivation techniques. There were also those who had reached a bottleneck in comprehending martial techniques. They had a huge breakthrough in there, and their combat prowess had increased greatly after they came out. It would not be an exaggeration to say that without the ancient desolate tower, it would be very difficult for the cultivators of the 4 nations to enter the top 50 on the Qianwu ranking. The next day, just as dawn broke, the light of dawn shone on every corner of Wrestling City. More than 200 outstanding talents from all over the world were already waiting in the Great Hall of Old Li's residence. Xiao Chun stood in a corner of the crowd, waiting calmly for Li Xiuzhu to arrive. This was only the first round of selection. He believed that he had the strength to clear it. After a while, Li Xiuzhu walked out from the back of the Great Hall. Aside from his 3 assistants, there was an unfamiliar cultivator beside him. That person wore tight cultivator robes. His muscles were bulging, making him look very strong. He looked to be in his 40s and was actually a half-step martial monarch. There was a faint scar on the right side of this person's face, giving him a ferocious aura. His eyes were dim and lifeless, making him look very sinister. Li Xiuzhu found Xiao Chun in the crowd and smiled coldly. Then he withdrew his gaze and said, "Let me introduce everyone. This is Wrestling City's City Lord Gao Yongyu. We will not be in charge of what happens next. 6 days from now, I will be in charge of counting the people who won 60 matches. I will bring those who meet the criteria to Desolate City, and meet up with the people from the other 3 groups for the second round of selection. Those who do not meet the criteria will be sent home. After Li Xiuzhu spoke, he did not care about anything else. He led his 3 assistants and left, leaving the scene to Gao Yongyu. Gao Yongyu looked at the crowd calmly. With a flip of his hand, a stack of contracts appeared. Then, he silently distributed them to the crowd. Xiao Chun took a look at the contract. It was a life and death contract. The general content of the contract was that he was willing to participate in the A-rank wrestling matches. His life and death had nothing to do with Wrestling City. Let me state this first. Wrestling City does not have much of a relationship with the Heavenly Extermination Union. They have no control over me. In fact, I only received news about you people wanting to participate in the A-rank wrestling matches a week ago. I will not give you any special privileges. You will be the same as the other cultivators participating in the A-rank wrestling matches. Your life and death will be up to fate. If you want to participate, you will have to sign this contract first. After Gao Yongyu finished distributing the contracts, he spoke calmly. Li Xiuzhu had already told everyone about this. The outstanding talents present all had calm expressions. They did not hesitate to sign the contracts. Perhaps there might really be deaths in the A-rank wrestling matches. However, everyone here was an outstanding talent. They were all very strong. Who would think that they would be the ones dying? After signing the life and death contract, Xiao Chun lined up at the back of the crowd. He was the last to hand the contract to Gao Yongyu. Gao Yongyu looked at the name on the life and death contract. He could not help but glance at Xiao Chun. An undetectable killing intent flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chun could clearly feel this killing intent. However, his expression did not change as he slowly moved to the back. Xiao Chun had no grudges with Gao Yongyu. Logically speaking, Gao Yongyu could not possibly have any killing intent towards him. The only possibility was that Li Xiuzhu had left some instructions for him. It looks like this old thing really wants to fight with me, Xiao Chun thought to himself coldly. I will endure this for now and keep an eye out. After Gao Yongyu put away the contract, he appeared very satisfied. He smiled faintly and said, "Very good. No one is absent. I wish you all good luck in advance." Gao Yongyu twisted the ring on his right hand and space fluctuated intensely. Suddenly, a door of light appeared in the hall. Let's go. Gao Yongyu took the lead and stepped into the door of light. None of them were ordinary cultivators. They knew that this was a rarely seen teleportation door. There was nothing to be surprised about, so they all followed suit. As usual, Xiao Chun was the last to enter. When he stepped into the door of light, he felt a mysterious energy pull his body infinitely. All the sensations disappeared. It felt like only an instant, but it also felt like an eternity. Xiao Chun finally regained control of his movements. Roar! 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 Just as Xiao Chun found his footing, he heard earth-shattering shouts. The sounds did not stop for a long time. Xiao Chun looked up and discovered that he and the others were in a majestic wrestling ring. The circular wrestling ring was at least 10,000 square meters in size. It was surrounded by a ring of spectator stands. The 10,000 seats were all occupied. It was very lively. Gao Yongyu gathered everyone together and pointed in a direction. He said, "Later, 1,000 demonic beasts will charge out from the cages over there. There will be a total of 200 iron medallions in the bodies of the 1,000 demonic beasts. You have to kill the demonic beasts and obtain the iron medallions before you can truly qualify to fight in the Ranker wrestling ring." Chapter 435. Everyone looked in the direction of Gao Yongyu's finger. They saw countless scarlet eyes flashing in a pitch-black space behind a metal railing. A strong aura came from inside, accompanied by the roars of beasts, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Damn it! They are all rank 7 demonic beasts. When someone sensed the rank of the demonic beasts inside, his expression changed drastically. He was clearly horrified. Gao Yongyu smiled faintly and said, "That's right. They are all rank 7 demonic beasts. Furthermore, they are extremely hungry." One rank 7 demonic beast was not scary. Everyone here could deal with it easily. However, 1,000 rank 7 demonic beasts. Even if they split the rewards evenly, everyone would have to fight 4 rank 7 demonic beasts alone. Furthermore, they would have to split their attention to snatch the iron medallion. That would be extraordinarily dangerous. Xia Xian's expression turned grave. She said softly to Xiao, "Don't get separated later. Follow me closely." Although Xiao was strong, she did not have much experience. The Thousand Sword Pavilion's plan was to let her undergo a experiential training and try her luck. Perhaps she could even enter the ancient desolate tower. However, the Thousand Sword Pavilion did not expect that they would meet with such danger at the start of the selection. The other people in the crowd also looked for companions. Under such circumstances, it was too dangerous to be alone. Jiang Zimo and Mu Xinya also sent invitations to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun shook his head and rejected them. He knew that they were helping him out of goodwill. However, he had the advantage of speed and was not afraid of such a situation. There was no need to owe them a favor. Gao Yongyu was very satisfied with the atmosphere. After he stopped the discussion, he said, "After you obtain the iron medallion, you can be challenged by anyone here. As long as you are not a half-step martial monarch, you can challenge them. All you need to do is defeat these challengers and obtain 60 victories. Open the gates." Without giving the crowd any time to react, Gao Yongyu jumped out of the dojo and waved his hand. The iron railing holding the 1000-rank 7 demonic beasts immediately opened. Boom! 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 Intense footsteps resounded as all the demonic beasts rushed out. Blood dripped from their mouths as they charged at the crowd with bloodshot eyes. Thousands of demonic beasts crawled on the ground and flew in the sky. There were wind attributed, fire attributed, ice attributed, all sorts of demonic beasts. All of a sudden they all rushed over together. Black chi soared into the sky, blotting out the sun. Their imposing manner was incomparably terrifying. The crowd did not hesitate in the slightest as they rapidly retreated. At this time, no one dared to test the sharpness of these demonic beasts. When a demon beast that was starving to the extreme suddenly smelled the scent of humans, it became several times more ferocious than usual. No one would be so stupid as to wantonly attack it now. Retreat. Everyone used their own movement techniques to retreat and quickly spread out. Boom, boom, boom. However, there were simply too many demonic beasts. The entire wrestling ring could only accommodate this group of demonic beasts. Soon there were cultivators fighting the demonic beasts. 4 demonic beasts surrounded Xiao Chun. One of them was a scarlet steel snake that was as thick as a bucket and had steel-like spiritual scales. It was tens of meters long. 2 flame wolves covered in black chi walked on their hind legs, and an extremely fierce lightning bull stood on all fours. Hu Chi, the incredibly fast scarlet steel snake, took the initiative to attack. It opened its huge mouth and shot towards Xiao Chun, wanting to swallow Xiao Chun whole. Shoo! Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and activated the blood flame shoes. His speed reached Mach 3.5, drawing a purple arc in the air. Xiao Chun's figure flickered and landed on the scarlet steel snake's head. Then he stomped on it. Dang! Dang! A huge force landed on the scarlet steel snake's head, giving off an intense metallic sound. Xiao Chun stomped the scarlet steel snake's upper body into the ground. Rumble! A deep pit appeared in the ground. Cracks extended in all directions. Xiao Chun stood in the air. His ankle felt somewhat numb. However, he did not feel that the scarlet steel snake had suffered any fatal injuries. The rank 7 demonic beast scarlet steel snake was famous for its defense. Its scales were as hard as superior-grade frost iron. Swords and spears could not break them, making it very difficult to deal with. Chi! A purple bolt of lightning shot over quickly. It was the lightning bull attacking as well. 2 flame wolves covered in black flames followed the bolt of lightning and charged over. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and pulled back his palm. The purple bolt of lightning turned into a whirlpool and quickly gathered in his palm, turning into a clump of fierce purple flames. Without the protection of a state, Xiao Chun could absorb as much lightning-attributed energy as he wanted. Xiao Chun took a step forward and did not advance. Instead, he retreated and punched at the 2 flame wolves. A purple flame spread out from his fist, encasing the 2 flame wolves. Demonic beasts were very intelligent. The 2 flame wolves originally intended to take advantage of the time Xiao Chun blocked the lightning to charge up and attack. Who knew Xiao Chun did not fear the lightning at all. With a flip of his palm, he withdrew the lightning. After the two demonic beasts charged up and attacked, they would remain in that state forever. Boom! The purple flames clashed with the black flames around the flame wolves, giving off intense heat. Then Xiao Chen's punch knocked the purple flames back to the ground. After tumbling a few times, the flame wolves climbed back to their feet in a sorry state. Their fur was scorched, giving off black smoke. Roar! Roar! When the lightning ox saw that the lightning it was so proud of could not harm Xiao Chen, it became anxious and pressed its huge body towards Xiao Chen. The physiques of demonic beasts were generally stronger than those of human cultivators. When clashing head-on with their physical bodies, humans would usually be the ones at a disadvantage. Many demonic beasts like to use this move. If used well, they could even cause internal injuries to cultivators. Unfortunately, the lightning ox met with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen clenched his fists and the image of a tiger and a dragon circled around his arms. The roars of the tiger and dragon resounded continuously. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon! Xiao Chen shouted and crossed his arms, taking on the lightning ox's frenzied charge. Bang! There was a loud sound of collision. Xiao Chen did not move at all. No matter how fast the lightning ox moved, it rebounded with a huge force. Dragon hisses, tiger roars. With the power of the crouching tiger, hidden dragon, Xiao Chen moved and arrived beside the lightning ox. Then he punched the lightning ox, which had just gotten up. Roar! 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 When Xiao Chen punched, boundless tiger roars and dragon roars resounded endlessly. The sounds were ear-splitting, and intense explosions came from the lightning ox's body. Hu Qi! Hu Qi! The lightning ox retaliated with all its might. Electricity lit up all over its body, giving off a purple light. Boundless electricity danced around in the surroundings. As the electricity surged, Xiao Chen's hair and clothes fluttered continuously. There were even faint traces of electricity moving about, giving off a sound. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He punched the lightning ox's body with his right fist. Following the roars of the tiger and dragon, he punched the lightning ox continuously. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated rapidly in Xiao Chen's body. His left hand continuously absorbed the electricity, forming a spinning whirlpool of electricity. After a while, the internal organs of the lightning ox were completely shattered by Xiao Chen's punch. The electricity finally dissipated. The scarlet metal snake and the flame wolves took advantage of this opportunity to pounce over. The three demonic beasts executed their best moves. The scarlet metal snake's long tail swept down with a heavy force. The two flame wolves had black flames burning on their claws, leaving long black flaming tails in the air. Xiao Chen turned around and retreated. As he looked at the fierce purple flame on his palm, a strange thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Could I use this purple flame to execute the life bestowal spell? In theory, the life bestowal spell could make use of anything. When it reached great perfection, it could even make use of the air. Since he thought of it, there was no problem trying it out. Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to split off a strand of purple flame, and quickly made it into a soaring lightning fire goshawk. Hu Qi! Xiao Chen's right hand formed hand seals as the mental energy in his sea of consciousness drained continuously. The essence liquid in the Qi whirlpool also diminished at a visible rate. Using energy to execute the life bestowal spell actually drained twice as much. It could also be understood as merging essence and mental energy together. Xiao Chen shouted and executed the life bestowal spell. The lightning fire goshawk immediately came to life. When it spread its wings, it was 10 meters wide. The goshawk crashed into the snake tail descending from the sky. There was a ka sound, and the scales, which were as hard as frost iron, shattered. The entire snake tail broke from the impact. It really works. It is actually so strong, Xiao Chen said with a smile, revealing a joyful expression. When Gao Yongyu, who was in the spectator stand, saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. This move seems to have merged essence and mental energy. How did this brat do it? How could the mental energy of a martial king not be able to withstand the explosive essence? This was a technique that only martial monarchs could grasp. Even a half-step martial monarch like Gao Yongyu could only barely grasp it. The lightning ox was already dead, and the scarlet metal snake was severely injured. Xiao Chen only had to face two flame wolves. Victory was basically in the bag. As long as Xiao Chen's luck was not too bad, An iron medallion should appear within the 4 demonic beasts. However, the one with the most dazzling performance was not Xiao Qian but someone else. The many cultivators in the spectator stands all focused on the battle in the wrestling ring. They wanted to see who was worth betting on. Chapter 436. Wrestling City had been in operation for over 100 years. It had already formed a very commercialized chain of events. Not only could the challengers obtain generous prizes, but it was also very profitable. Not only could the challengers obtain bountiful prizes, but the ordinary spectators could also participate in the various competitions organized by Wrestling City. Wrestling City was only 5 kilometers away from the island's main city, Longyang City. Every day, tens of thousands of cultivators would come to watch the fights. The total flow of people was more than 1 million. Almost everyone would go down the mountain to place a few bets. Even if each person only bet a few hundred medial grade spirit stones, the bets would reach hundreds of millions of medial grade spirit stones. That was a very large sum. Not only could they earn some extra income, but they could also watch some strong combat techniques in the wrestling rings. Wrestling City was very attractive to cultivators. Look, Ding Fengqiu already obtained an iron medallion and left. The Heavenly Gate defensive sword is indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, someone in the spectator stands exclaimed, "Not bad, he is strong enough. He managed to pierce through a vital point with one strike. He is indeed strong. I will place my bets on him after today's competition ends." The beast-taming abodes Pei Shaoxian obtained an iron medallion as well. What a fellow! He controlled 7 or 8 rank 7 spirit beasts by himself. He completely crushed them. Jiang Zimo and Mu Xinya obtained iron medallions as well. It looks like the 3 experts of the Myriad Fiend Palace's younger generation are not undeserved. The Holy Fire Manor's young manor lord obtained an iron medallion as well. Leng Yun has been famous in the southern islands for a long time. It is not strange that he obtained an iron medallion so early. Some of the young experts who had been famous for a long time obtained an iron medallion and leaped out of Wrestling City. The moment these people entered the arena, they displayed a strong aura. After killing a few demonic beasts, no more demonic beasts dared to attack them. They went to look for weaker opponents. Their auras grew stronger as they fought. It was a tragedy for those who were weaker. The number of demonic beasts surrounding them increased. The originally difficult situation became even more difficult to deal with. Several people did not even have time to give up before the demonic beasts tore them to shreds and devoured them. Xiao Chun fought 4 demonic beasts alone. He did not even draw the lunar shadow saber. With his strong aura, no demonic beast dared to find trouble with him and take the initiative to attack him. Xiao Chun shifted his target to the other cultivators who were still struggling bitterly. The 2 flame wolves finally fell under Xiao Chun's iron fists. Xiao Chun broke open the corpses of the demonic beasts and discovered that his luck was not ordinary. For demonic beasts had actually allowed him to obtain 2 iron plates. However, no matter how many iron medallions there were, 1 was enough. As Xiao Chun prepared to leave, he discovered that Xiaxian and her junior sister were still blocking the attacks of 7 or 8 demonic beasts. Xiaxian already held an iron medallion in her hand. Unfortunately, her junior sister had too little combat experience. She was already flustered when dealing with 2 demonic beasts. When 4 or 5 demonic beasts attacked together, it was even more dangerous. He had no choice but to think of ways to help her deal with them. With Xiao Rou dragging them down, the number of beasts surrounding them increased. Initially there were 4 beasts, but now there were 8 of them. If this dragged on and the number of demonic beasts increased, even Xiaxian would find it hard to escape. Xiao Chun hesitated for a while before deciding to help. No matter what, when he first arrived at Heavenly Spring Island, Xiaxian had given him a good impression. Furthermore, this was not something that would require much effort. If he could help, he would. There was no harm in making more friends in the future. Bang! Xiao Chun pushed off the ground heavily and leaped into the air. With the help of the blood flame shoes, his figure moved at lightning speed. With a whip kick, he sent a demonic beast surrounding Xiaxian flying. Half of the demonic beast's head caved in. When it fell to the ground, it could not be more dead. This shocked Xiaxian and Xiao Rou. Seeing Xiao Chun help, Xiaxian could not help but rejoice. She said, "Many thanks, Brother Xiao, for helping." Xiao Chun nodded gently and did not say anything more. He tossed an iron plate to Xiaoxian and said, "Bring your junior sister away. I'll hold off these demonic beasts first." When Xiaoxian heard this, she rejected. "No way. There are still 7 demonic beasts. How can you hold them off by yourself? Even if you can, you will have to expose some of your trump cards." "That's fine. I have the advantage of speed. There is no need to be afraid. You go first." Xiao Chan smiled faintly and sent out a few sharp fist winds, attracting the attention of the 7 demonic beasts. The pale Xiaorou heaved a sigh of relief. When she saw Xiao Chan attracting the attention of the demonic beasts alone, she felt somewhat embarrassed. She had not expected that Xiao Chan, whom she had looked down on, had already obtained 2 iron plates. He even gave one to her. Now he even helped her lure all the demonic beasts away. Seeing Xiao Chan lead the demonic beasts far away, Xiaoxian said to Xiaorou, "The other demonic beasts are about to surround us. Take the iron plate and leave first. I will help him kill the demonic beasts. No matter what, I cannot owe him too much." Xiaorou was not insensible. She knew that she would not be of much help, so she quickly took the iron plate and flew away. The 7 demonic beasts launched all sorts of attacks at Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan used his advantage in speed to dodging most of the attacks. As for the few attacks that were too concentrated, Xiao Chan simply blocked them. The larger the attack range, the weaker it would be. There was no problem blocking them. Kasie. Just as Xiao Chan was about to break through, a sharp sword light flashed. Blood spurted out, and a flame wolf's head flew into the air. However, Xiaoxian turned back and landed beside Xiao Chan. Xiaoxian did not say anything. Her sword light danced, and she danced around like a butterfly. She moved about the demonic beasts as she pleased, appearing graceful and natural. However, her sword chi was very dense and imposing. Furthermore, it was complemented by sword intent. Its might was startling, unlike her movement technique. When Xiaoxian swung her sword, no matter how strong the demonic beasts were, they would be significantly injured. The weaker ones would have their limbs chopped off. This was Xiaoxian's true strength. Without Xiaorou holding her back, the first batch of people to obtain the iron plate would definitely have Xiaoxian's name on it. Xiao Chan did not intend to leave immediately. He clenched his fists and relied on his strength and the strong defense of his physical body to fight the demonic beasts. With the 2 of them working together, the 7 demonic beasts slowly fell. The 2 of them took some time to extract their demonic cores. In the end, they discovered that the 7 demonic beasts did not even have an iron plate. Xiaoxian felt somewhat fortunate as she said, "Fortunately, you helped me deliver an iron plate. Otherwise, after so much effort, we would not even have obtained an iron plate." Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "Sometimes luck is just like that. It is hard to say. Let's go." Xiao. Just at this moment, a man landed beside the 2 of them in a hurry. He smiled at them and said, "Help me block them for a while. I'll leave first." The expressions of the 2 of them changed. They saw 10 odd demonic beasts chasing after them aggressively. This fellow had actually used Xiao Chan and Xiaoxian as a shield. The lines on the blood flame shoes suddenly lit up. Xiao Chen's speed increased to Mach 4. With a xiao sound, he arrived in front of that person. Before that person's astonished gaze, Xiao Chan kicked out and said expressionlessly, "Scram!" Xiao Chen's speed was too fast. That person did not even have a chance to react. The kick struck his chest and sent him flying back into the encirclement of the demonic beasts. Xiaoxian took advantage of this opportunity and dashed forward. The 2 of them flew out of the wrestling ring one after the other and arrived at the spectator stands specially prepared for the participants. In the spectator stands, there were already 100 people who had obtained an iron medallion. They sized up Xiao Chan for a while before returning their attention to the wrestling ring. In the wrestling ring, 60 or 70 people were bitterly holding on. Forced by the situation, they had to work together to fight against the remaining 300-odd demonic beasts. Actually, as long as these people jumped out of the wrestling ring, even if they did not have an iron medallion, they would not receive any punishment. At most, they would automatically forfeit. Dozens of corpses littered the wrestling ring. Some demonic beasts cruelly devoured these corpses as tens of thousands of people watched. Dying without a complete corpse reduced to food, this was the most tragic fall of geniuses. When Xiao Chen saw this, a ripple appeared in his calm heart. In this budding age of geniuses, geniuses were like fish in the river, emerging in an endless stream. To those talented cultivators, this was the best age. Only in this age could geniuses find a stage that belonged to them. They could shine brightly and leave their names in history. Just like the Tianwu Emperor who founded the Tianwu dynasty. Just like the Thunder King from thousands of years ago. Even after tens of thousands of years, they were still remembered by history. This was also the worst age. Normally, the people here would be the ones who led the tide of the age. However, now, even the geniuses that appeared once in 100 years were no different from the crowd. If you did not work hard, you would be eliminated by the times, losing the opportunity to shine on this stage. The owners of the corpses in the wrestling ring had all thought of giving up when they were alive. However, once they gave up on this opportunity, they would be left behind. In this age, they could only be a spectator. To these proud and aloof geniuses, who would be willing to be a nameless spectator? Xiao Chen clenched his right fist tightly and muttered to himself, "The age of geniuses is here. Since I have come to this world, I cannot be a spectator." 300 rank 7 demonic beasts surrounded 67 cultivators. The battle could no longer be described as intense. It was extremely miserable. Another 10 cultivators obtained an iron medallion and broke through the encirclement of the demonic beasts, returning to the crowd. What surprised Xiao Chen was that the cultivator who wanted to use him and Xia Xian as a stepping stone was actually one of these 10 people. After that cultivator arrived, he looked at Xiao Chen with a sullen gaze before slowly walking into the crowd. Xia Xian said, "Don't underestimate him. He is the second disciple of the great Xia nation's Lamenting Valley's Valley Master. His lamenting palm is very powerful." He probably did not want to reveal his trump card, so he delayed obtaining an iron medallion. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. In reality, he had hidden his strength as well. If he drew his saber, he was confident that he would be one of the top 10 people to obtain an iron medallion. After a while, no one else obtained an iron medallion. Instead, many of the cultivators who persisted died. Gao Yongyu shook his head and said to the people beside him. After a while, 10 half-step martial monarchs landed in the wrestling ring. Their strong auras merged together and pressed down on the rank 7 demonic beasts. Hu Qi. The previously insufferably arrogant rank 7 demonic beasts felt fear before this strong aura. They all retreated. Chapter 437. Dong! 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 The 10 of them did not make a move. They only slowly walked forward and chased the demonic beasts back into the prison. The remaining people knew that they no longer stood a chance. Their expressions were very dispirited. They all left the wrestling ring through another exit with ashen faces. This was no longer a stage that belonged to them. Gao Yongyu withdrew his gaze and looked at the crowd. He smiled and said, "This really exceeded my expectations. There are actually more than 100 people who qualified. The Ranka wrestling ring has never seen such a grand scene before. The wrestling ring will officially begin in 2 hours. According to the rules, you will all receive rewards based on the number of victories. Someone will inform you about this later. Now go and register your medal medallion numbers." A manservant of the wrestling ring led the crowd to a basement and started to register. At the same time, there was someone who gave everyone a rough explanation of the wrestling ring's reward system. For every victory, they would receive 300 inferior grade spirit stones. It did not seem like much, but if they could win continuously, the reward would be doubled. After 2 consecutive victories, the reward would be 600 inferior grade spirit stones for the second match, 900 for the third match, 1,200 for the fourth match, and 1,500 for the fifth match. If a person could win continuously, winning 100 matches in a row, the reward would be astronomical. Just thinking about it was horrifying. No wonder the wrestling ring could make so many cultivators go crazy. Under the stimulation of the huge rewards, there would be some intense battles. Originally, the people who did not pay much attention to the rewards became excited when they heard about the rules of consecutive victories. This was not a small sum. No matter which sect or power it was, they would not be able to give out medial grade spirit stones without limit. However, Xiao Chen felt that it was not that simple. If there really was a cultivator who could win so many matches in a row, the wrestling ring would suffer a huge loss. Indeed, that person continued. "Ha ha! Don't think that consecutive victories are that simple. The current record is 60 consecutive victories. Furthermore, no one has been able to achieve that in the past 100 years. The registration did not take long. There were still 2 hours before the official wrestling ring started. Everyone closed their eyes and recuperated, recovering to their peak condition. In a tall tower in the dueling ring, Gao Yongyu held the registration information of the crowd and distributed it to the surrounding old men. Find a few special people and advertise them. Just say that these people have a chance of breaking the 60-win streak. I want the bets on these people to reach 50 million medial grade spirit stones within 3 days. The few old men said awkwardly, City Lord Gao, will people believe this kind of propaganda? Gao Yongyu laughed loudly. Can I trouble you to read through the information first? These are all the peak geniuses of the various nations. This wrestling ring is the first round of selection for the ancient desolate tower. If you spread this news, I estimate that the ticket sales will double. After saying that, Gao Yongyu revealed a somewhat depressed expression. He slapped his forehead and sighed softly. Unfortunately, I only received the notice a week ago. Furthermore, the rules state that I cannot leak this information in advance. Otherwise, the spirit stones we earned this time would be enough for us to rest for 10 years. After that, an old man came over excitedly with a stack of information. He smiled and said, City Lord, what do you think of this person? He is the white-robed bladesman Xiao Qin. He once defeated the geniuses of the noble clans in the great Qin nation. He even defeated the outer disciples of the Holy Lands. Previously, he snatched away a peak superior grade demon core in front of 10-odd half-step martial monarchs in the demon battlefield. They are all very good names. With a little packaging, they will be the biggest names. Gao Yongyu received the information and tossed it on the table without even looking at it. He said coldly, Don't bother with this brat. No one is allowed to advertise him. Don't ask for the reason. The few old men exchanged glances. They did not understand what Gao Yongyu meant. 2 hours later, everyone had basically recovered. The earlier match was like a warm-up. After stretching their muscles, their bodies had returned to their peak condition. Gao Yongyu did not appear again. Instead, an older, gray-robed old man led everyone out of the basement and back to the spectator stands. The gray-robed old man stood in front and said, There are only 10 matches on the first day. Just consider it a warm-up. In the next 5 days there will be 18 matches every day. Later, all of you will go up one by one according to your assigned numbers. Xiao Chun looked at his own medal medallion. There were the words 15 carved on it. It was an average ranking. Dong! 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 The moment the group walked out of the wrestling ring's passageway, they heard the sound of drums that stirred their hearts. The drums sounded like thunder, beating rhythmically. It was unknown what these drums were made of, but the sound was resonant and grand. It made everyone's blood surge and their fighting spirit soar. They felt like their blood was on fire. Xiao Chun looked up and discovered that the drums were coming from the 4 tall towers around the wrestling ring. With the sound of these drums, the atmosphere of the crowd had already been stirred up. The crowd was very excited and surging endlessly. This is the peak-grade heavenly tone war drum. It is said that it is made from the skin and tendons of the 1,000-year-old flood dragon, a rank 10 spirit beast. With the sound of the drum, it can stimulate one's fighting spirit and erupt out with even greater combat prowess than usual. The outstanding talents who knew their stuff all exclaimed in astonishment. A 1,000-year-old flood dragon was as strong as a peak martial sage. Furthermore, it was omnipotent. It was very hard to find one. The gray-robed old man smiled faintly and said, This is not the heavenly tone war drum. It is the superior grade golden cauldron war drum. Its function is the same as the heavenly tone valleys, but its effects are much weaker. You are not qualified to bring out the heavenly tone war drum. Only rank S wrestling rings would bring out the heavenly tone war drum. The drumming became even more intense, but the old man did not say anything more. Who is number 1? Quickly come forward. A young cultivator in the crowd took a deep breath and leaped out of the spectator stands. The drumming instantly stopped. The young cultivator performed a cupped fist salute to the spectator stands and said in a loud voice, Great Chu Nation's purple brilliant sex Yun Ping seeks your guidance. The gazes of the tens of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands immediately focused on Yun Ping. Countless senses were directed at him. Some people withdrew their senses and shook their heads in disdain. Some people were interested and some were deciding whether to go down and fight. Shio! Not long after, a bald cultivator with a sword on his back flew over from the spectator stands in the south. When he landed, he did not make a sound. Clearly, this person's control over his strength had already reached a certain level. Xiao Chan checked this bald cultivator's cultivation. He was a superior grade martial king. However, his aura was extremely vast. This person probably cultivated a superior grade earth rank cultivation technique. He should be quite strong. After the two of them performed cupped fist salutes, they immediately started fighting. At this moment, the drums suddenly started to sound. Then, according to the rhythm of the battle, the drums fluctuated. They grasped the audience's heartstrings tightly, causing the tens of thousands of spectators to be affected by the drumming. They formed a formless connection with the battle. It was like they were in the battle. The battle continued for 15 minutes. Yun Ping easily defeated the bald cultivator. The battle was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. After the bald cultivator landed, he walked over to Xiao Chan dispiritedly. Then, he handed the gray-robed old man 150 medial grade spirit stones. The gray-robed old man explained, "The challenger has to hand over half of the spirit stone reward of the challenged. If he wins, he will obtain 300 medial grade spirit stones." The matches continued. Yun Ping's aura flourished. He won 9 matches in a row. His reward had already doubled to 2,700 medial grade spirit stones. This was a significant sum. As long as Yun Ping won one more match, he would be able to end today's matches perfectly. At the same time, he would be able to obtain 3,000 medial grade spirit stones. The moment the 9th match ended, someone eagerly jumped into the wrestling ring. This person did not control his strength at all. When this person landed, the ground gave off a loud pung-pung sound, kicking up a large cloud of dust. It was very ostentatious. The person who arrived had a sword at his waist. He had a sinister look on his face. He smiled gently and said, "Yun Ping, right? I will take your 3,000 medial grade spirit stones. Remember my name, Xiao Yang." Yun Ping mocked. "Do you think that is possible?" Dong! The war drums rang out and the two immediately clashed. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed in the air. Xiaxian said softly, "This Yun Ping's 9 consecutive victories will probably come to an end." The battle had just started. How could Xiaxian come to such a conclusion so quickly? Xiao Chun asked suspiciously, "Why do you say that?" Xiaxian smiled gently and explained, "I have been to Wrestling City a few times. This Xiao Yang is quite famous here. He likes to make a move when his opponent has just obtained 9 consecutive victories. He rarely fails. Hence, he is nicknamed the 10 Victory Terminator." 10 Victory Terminator? Unexpectedly, there is such a nickname. Xiao Chun laughed hoarsely. It looks like without some strength, it would be difficult to obtain such a nickname. Xiaxian nodded and said, "He has been a superior grade martial king for a long time already. His attainments in sword techniques are no weaker than a regular genius. The most important thing is that the state he comprehended is very strange. It is similar to the state of Lamenting Valley. It can affect one's emotions." This was the first time Xiao Chun heard of a state that could affect one's emotions. He could not help but feel interested as he watched the battlefield carefully. As the two spoke, they had already exchanged 10 moves. Yun Ping could tell that his opponent was strong. He also knew that he had exhausted a lot of essence after fighting 9 consecutive battles. It was not good to drag this out. Hence, Yun Ping used every move he made. He wanted to end the battle quickly. However, Xiao Yang appeared very relaxed. He moved around like a monkey, choosing not to clash head-on with Yun Ping. He continuously exhausted Yun Ping's energy and patience. Yun Ping tried to catch his opponent a few times to force him into a head-on battle. However, Xiao Yang nimbly escaped. Xiao Chan muttered to himself as he looked at the other party's movement technique and analyzed it in his mind. What an exquisite movement technique. It seems like he can sense the direction of his opponent's attacks from any part of his body. However, it is useless against my blue dragon cloud soaring art. In the face of absolute speed, he cannot use tricks to break through force. Chapter 438. It's time to end this. Lose. Xiao Yang, who had been dodging for a long time, suddenly stopped. His eyes turned incredibly sharp as he thrust his sword forward. The sword whistled, creating a long trail of fiery red light in the air. That was an incredibly dense fire-attributed essence. However, Yunping did not panic. Instead, he laughed. You are seeking your own death. I have been waiting for you for a long time. You should be the one to lose. Cha! Cha! Just as Yunping was about to use his powerful killing move, he suddenly felt fear in his heart. When he saw his opponent's eyes, he felt even more fear. There was no reason for this fear. It lingered on, throwing Yunping's mental state into chaos. Originally, he only needed 3 breaths of time to execute his killing move. However, he did not manage to do so for a long time. Compared to the chaotic Yunping, Xiao Yang's aura was even more condensed. Xiao Yang knocked away Yunping's weapon with his sword. Then his sword, which contained surging fire-attributed essence, exploded on Yunping's chest. Bang! A bloody hole appeared in Yunping's chest as he fell to the ground. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth, and a cold sword rested on his neck. Yunping was astonished. He could not accept such a result. However, Xiao Yang laughed loudly and said, I said before, your victory ends here. Come again tomorrow. Pray that you do not meet me then. Xiao Yang sheathed his sword and walked over to the gray-robed old man. He took away the 3,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Before he left, he casually glanced at Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun felt that gaze, he felt it was strange. It was because that gaze was not friendly. Xia Xian said suspiciously, This fellow seems to be targeting you. Did you offend him in some way? Xiao Chun said indifferently, I'm not sure. However, I am not afraid. I have already figured out what is going on with his state. Aside from that strange state, this fellow was actually not much stronger than Yunping. However, Yunping appeared very anxious because of the last battle today. He had wanted to end the fight in one move. In the end, he was led by the nose by his opponent. In the end, when Yunping became completely restless, the other party suddenly attacked and hit him with one strike. Yunping's defeat was not undeserved. Dong dong dong. The war drums continued to beat. The battles for numbers 1 to 14 were in full swing. In the following battles there were a few exciting ones. Everyone who came out won at least half of their matches, but none of them managed to win 10 matches in a row. If they didn't lose a match halfway through, then they would lose the crucial final match due to their bad mentality and be ended by their opponents. Who's number 15? Hurry up. Finally, it was Xiao Chen's turn. Xiao Chun gently touched the ground with his toes and landed steadily on the drill ground. I am the great Qin nation's Xiao Chun. Everyone please enlighten me. Xiao Chun cupped his hands and said to everyone, Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure quickly landed in the wrestling ring. When he landed, the ground trembled violently. It was extremely ostentatious. It was Xiao Yang, who had defeated Yunping and was known as the 10 Winds Terminator. Xiao Yang sized up Xiao Chun. When he saw that Xiao Chun did not carry a weapon, only a pair of black gloves, he curled his lips and said, A fist master. That's good too. I have not fought with a fist master in a long time. I Xiao Yang will fight you. Strange, why is Xiao Yang going down? This fellow rarely appears during the first match of others. I have not seen Xiao Yang in a few years. Xiao Yang appearing in the first match is really rare. Indeed, when did his character change? 300 medial grade spirit stones should not interest him. This brat might have offended Xiao Yang before. This brat is in for a treat. Losing in the first match will be a huge blow to his morale. The cultivators in the spectator stands frequently came to Wrestling City. They were very familiar with Xiao Yang. When they saw him going down in the first match, they were confused. In a room at the top of a tall tower behind the wrestling ring, Gao Yongyu looked expressionlessly at the figures of Xiao Chan and Xiao Yang. He muttered, Brat, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for slapping Li Xiuzhu in the face. That old fellow is famous for being petty. An old man at the side could not help but say, City Lord Gao, are you really going to let this brat lose every match? Do you want him to lose 100 matches? Gao Yongyu shrugged his shoulders and said, Li Xiuzhu has already spoken. What do you expect me to do? Don't forget, he is in charge of the Heavenly Extermination Union's taxes. There is nothing wrong with offending someone. This brat deserves to be unlucky. Just follow my instructions. The old man nodded slightly. However, he shook his head and smiled bitterly to himself. Losing 100 matches. This brat is truly unprecedented. With such a great humiliation, he will probably be crippled for life. This Li Xiuzhu is too ruthless. He actually thought of such a vicious plan. As Xiao Chun looked at the evil expression on Xiao Yang's face, he did not feel any waves in his heart. Now that Xiao Yang was in this wrestling ring, no matter who he was or why he came here, Xiao Chun only cared about one thing. That was an enemy. There was no need to think about anything else. All he had to do was knock Xiao Yang off the wrestling ring. I'm sorry. Given my status, it is indeed unfair for me to make a move against you. However, I was entrusted to do so. Don't blame me. Right after Xiao Yang spoke, he looked sharply at Xiao Chen's reaction. He wanted to see through this calm youth. However, Xiao Yang was disappointed. From the start to the end, Xiao Chen's mental state did not fluctuate at all. His expression was incredibly calm, as if he did not care about his opponent at all. Xiao Chen said indifferently, There is no need for you to apologize. You are not qualified to apologize either. Haha, interesting. The corners of Xiao Yang's lips curled up. He smiled and said, I want to see what capabilities you have to say such big words. Dong, 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 dong. The war drums, which had been silent for a long time, finally started beating passionately once again. It made everyone's blood surge and their spirits surge. When Xiao Chun was in the wrestling ring, he finally felt the might of the golden cauldron drum. The sound of the drum resounded in his ears, and his blood surged uncontrollably. Xiao Chen's aura gathered on its own, rising continuously. It was like he was in an ancient battlefield. His heart was filled with lofty aspirations, and he only wanted to fight with all his might. However, if he did that, he would fall for the wrestling ring's trick. The purpose of the golden cauldron drum was to make the challengers go all out in every match, going all out without realizing it. Every match would result in a lot of unnecessary exhaustion. In the long run, one's essence would be exhausted, and it would be very difficult to continue winning. Xiao Chen's vast spiritual sense turned into an ancient bell in his sea of consciousness. It gave off a drawn-out chime, and he immediately calmed down. Hu Qi. After observing for a long time, Xiao Yang could not find any openings in Xiao Chun. He took a step forward and drew his sword. He had no choice but to take the initiative to attack. Xiao Chun did not dodge. He took a step forward and punched. A pure energy clashed with Xiao Yang's sword. Bang! Bang! The fist wind and the sword qi clashed continuously, giving off explosions in the air. Xiao Yang passed through the shockwaves created by the explosions and thrust his sword at Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chun tilted his head slightly and dodged this sword. When the sword brushed past his face, he used 2 fingers on his right hand and flicked the sword heavily. Boom! A huge force came from Xiao Yang's fingers, spreading from the tip of the sword to the hilt. The sword started to tremble. Xiao Yang felt like the sword in his hand was trying to struggle free. His body could not help but be pulled forward by the force of the sword. What a strong force! Xiao Yang had not expected Xiao Chun to be so strong. He did not seem like an inferior grade martial king at all. Xiao Yang was caught off guard and suffered a small disadvantage. However, he did not panic. Xiao Chun accurately calculated the moment Xiao Chun landed. He shouted and clenched his right hand into a fist, punching out. Xiao Yang had a relaxed expression. He was not too shocked. He executed that strange movement technique again. The instant Xiao Chun moved, Xiao Yang sensed the direction of his attack. Xiao Yang pushed off the ground and quickly retreated in the opposite direction. This strange movement technique, which allowed Xiao Yang to predict the future, had caused Yun Ping's killing moves to miss several times during their fight. Now Xiao Yang used it on Xiao Chun, dodging in advance. Xiao Chun stopped and stored up power in his fist. He looked at the retreating Xiao Yang and smiled gently. Can you dodge? Blood flame shoes activate. Xiao! Xiao Chen's speed instantly increased to Mach 3. 5 Xiaoyang had just stabilized his footing when he discovered an intense fist wind, accompanied by the roars of a tiger and a dragon, flying at him. Retreat! Xiaoyang was startled. He executed his strange movement technique again. He perfectly calculated the direction of Xiao Chen's next attack, and quickly retreated in the opposite direction. However, Xiao Chen stopped and changed his direction. Then he immediately attacked again. Boom! 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 Accompanied by the roars of a tiger and a dragon, Xiao Chen punched out with both fists. The fist wind was like a torrential storm as it flew at the retreating Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang executed that strange movement technique to its limits. However, no matter what he did, he could not shake off Xiao Chen. Every time he retreated, he would suffer a sharp fist wind. Xiaoyang brandished his sword and a fiery light flickered. Although he managed to negate a portion of the fist energy, the remaining fist energy struck his body. The accumulated injuries could not be underestimated. When the many cultivators in the spectator stand saw this scene, astonishment flashed in their eyes. They had not expected this. The originally expected scene of Xiaoyang easily crushing his opponent did not happen. Instead, a nameless brat pressured the 10 victories Terminator into a miserable state. Scram! Xiaoyang finally realized that his movement technique was useless against Xiao Chen. After Xiaoyang made up his mind, his sword lit up with a fiery light. Then he clashed with Xiao Chen's fist wind. Xiaoyang accurately calculated the force of Xiao Chen's fist wind. If Xiao Chen dared to clash head-on, he was confident of inflicting a great loss on him. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "You are the one who should scram." The purple chi whirlpool spun rapidly. Surging essence poured into Xiao Chen's right fist through his widened meridians. Boom! The instant the essence and vital chi merged, an intense wind burst out of Xiao Chen's fist, stirring up small tornadoes in the air. Xiao Chen's punch instantly contained 350,000 kilograms of force. Bang! 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 The rapid increase in strength exceeded Xiaoyang's expectations. It was like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. It shattered the fiery red essence energy on the sword, causing it to crumble and fall apart. Chapter 439. Xiao Chen's aura flourished. Dragons and tigers circled around him, roaring endlessly. His fists danced, and in an instant he had punched more than 100 times. Bang! Xiaoyang's protective essence energy could no longer withstand it. The powerful force shattered it. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and knocked away his opponent's sword light with one punch. Then, he punched his opponent's chest with the other. Xiaoyang vomited a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. His face was pale without any color. Damn it! State of fear. Xiaoyang said with a malevolent expression as he wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. Woo! Woo! A strange aura spread out from Xiaoyang's body. Soon it encased Xiao Chen. When Xiaoyang felt that Xiao Chen was within the range of his chi field, a cocky smile appeared on his face. As long as Xiao Chen entered this chi field, he would not be able to escape. As long as Xiao Chen entered this aura, he was confident of defeating even a peak superior grade martial king. Even if an inferior grade martial king cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique and had surging essence, he would still be able to defeat him easily. Xiao Chen felt a strange energy like a sponge, trying to penetrate his mind. However, the ancient bell formed by Xiao Chen's spiritual sense in his sea of consciousness shook gently and shattered this sponge-like energy. He did not feel anything. It had no effect on Xiao Chen. Indeed, it is as I guessed. A state that can affect emotions definitely involves mental energy. Xiao Chen's mental energy is comparable to that of a martial monarch. Before Xiao Chen, Xiaoyang's state of fear was simply not sufficient. The drumbeats reverberated endlessly, keeping a firm grasp on the rhythm of the battle. It was as if they sensed that the battle had reached its most intense moment. The drummer seemed to be exerting all the strength in his body. Every beat of the drum struck the deepest part of the hearts of the crowd. Everyone's hearts pounded. They were extremely nervous. Fall for me. Xiaoyang smashed the ground with his left palm and his body shot up. Sparks danced on his sword and quickly turned into a blazing flame, burning endlessly. Xiao Chen's expression was incredibly calm. He watched Xiaoyang fly over an attack with all his might. Soon he found the weakness of this move. Bang! When he was 3 meters away from Xiao Chun calmly kicked out his foot. The tip of his foot accurately kicked the wrist of the man who was holding the sword. His wrist bone immediately shattered, and the long sword fell to the ground with a clang. The surging fire attribute Yuan Qi immediately turned into countless sparks that scattered around the two of them. His right leg, which was still in the air, did not land on the ground. Instead it slid downwards and with a light hook, it landed on Xiao Yang's chin. Xiao Yang spat out another mouthful of blood. This kick sent Xiao Yang tumbling to the ground. Impossible! How could you resist my domain of fear? You must have used some sort of cheating method. Xiao Yang said crazily as he placed both his hands on the ground. Xiao Chun could not be bothered to say more. He directly kicked him 100 meters away, and he slid down a distance on the ground. The drumming stopped abruptly. The result of this battle was self-evident. Bang! Up in the tall tower, Gao Yongyu, who had been watching the battle closely, was enraged when he saw the result. He slammed his palm on the table made of sandalwood. Damn it! Why is there something wrong with this Xiao Yang? Normally, he can defeat a peak superior grade martial king. Now, he cannot even deal with an insignificant inferior grade martial king. The old man beside Gao Yongyu muttered. Xiao Yang's 2 trump cards, the butterfly steps and the state of fear, were completely countered by this fellow. It is not strange that he lost. After all, aside from these 2 points, Xiao Yang is only an ordinary superior grade martial king. Gao Yongyu waved his hand and said, I don't care how you arrange it. Since we cannot let him lose 100 matches, we have to make him lose at least 40 matches. Otherwise, we will not be able to answer to Li Xiuzhu. Gao Yongyu's original plan was to send Xiao Yang out and severely injure Xiao Chun in the first match. This would greatly reduce his strength. Then he could easily make Xiao Chun lose 10 matches in a row. However, the situation had turned around. Xiao Chun did not suffer any serious injuries and easily defeated Xiao Yang. His plan to lose 100 matches in a row was completely ruined. The old man could clearly feel that this Xiao Chun was not easy to deal with. When he heard Gao Yongyu's angry words, he felt immense pressure in his heart. City Lord Gao, how about this? We will not send out any of our people for today's 10 matches. Let him fight 10 matches first. How about we send someone to deal with him after the Elders' Hall thoroughly analyzes his strength? The Elder suggested. Gao Yongyu's expression turned sullen, and his thoughts raced. After a while he said, We will do as you say. However, we cannot neglect the matters of the others. We still have to advertise them. No matter what, earning money is the most important. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Xiao Chun crossed his arms and formed a strong wall of qi. A tiger and dragon circled around him, blocking his opponent's strong attack. Dragon Hissing Tiger Roar. Defeat. Using the momentum and energy of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Xiao Chun brought out the might of the Great Dragon Tiger Fist to its limits. The ferocious fist energy caused his opponent to vomit blood. The war drums stopped, but the hearts of the many cultivators in the spectator stands did not stop. What a fellow! This is already his 9th consecutive victory. After defeating Xiao Yang, he became more and more valiant. He did not show any signs of exhaustion. Unexpectedly, he dual cultivates the physical body and essence. Each match is stronger than the one before. I can't tell what his strongest state is. Originally, I thought that Xiao Yang lost because he was careless. It looks like his defeat was not undeserved. After defeating Xiao Yang, Xiao Qin's momentum soared. He won another 8 matches in a row, setting off the first small climax of the wrestling ring. As the war drums beat, the emotions of the spectators were stirred up. The sounds of discussion did not stop for a long time. It is possible that he will be the first person to obtain 10 consecutive victories. He is much stronger than Yun Ping, who went up first. Let's wait and see who will choose to go up first. After the consecutive battles in the wrestling ring, Xiao Qin's fighting spirit was completely stimulated. However, his eyes remained calm. No matter how loud the war drums were, Xiao Chun maintained his composure and put in as much effort as he could. After a minute, Xiao Qin's 10th challenger finally arrived. He was also a cultivator who specialized in close combat. He was a peak superior grade martial king. However, His cultivation technique did not seem to be anything special. Although his cultivation realm was high, his aura did not seem very strong. He should only be a medial grade earth-ranked cultivation technique. Good martial techniques were hard to find, but cultivation techniques were hard to find. This was a very common saying in the continent. Even in the strong sects and clans, they only had a few superior grade earth-ranked cultivation techniques. Peak earth-class cultivation techniques were even rarer. As for heaven-class cultivation techniques, they were only passed down from generation to generation in a few top sections. Bai Mingfeng, please advise me. The challenger performed a cupped fist salute and reported his name. As the war drums sounded out, the two immediately started fighting. Bang! 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 The two of them used their fists and feet to fight. Hence the fight was very intense. Punches and feet flew back and forth. Every move was a head-on clash. However, the other party's attainments in fist techniques were much higher than Xiao Chen's. His coordination with his fists and feet was much more agile than Xiao Chen's. Soon Xiao Chen received several punches. However, the attacks that Xiao Chen landed on his opponent were barely half of his opponent's. The Great Dragon Tiger Fist was only a medial grade earth-ranked martial technique. It was not considered a peak martial technique. It was not difficult to understand why an expert proficient in close combat would end up in such a situation. If not for the black gloves increasing Xiao Chen's attack speed, the situation would have been even more unsightly. However, Xiao Chen had the advantage in terms of his strong physical defense. His vital qi and essence far surpassed his opponent's. The force of one punch was equivalent to 5 or 6 punches from his opponent. When Xiao Chen's essence and vital qi merged, he could force his opponent back. After exchanging more than 100 moves, Bai Mingfeng's complexion turned pale. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. Although Xiao Chen was not in a good state, it was still within the limits of what his body could endure. The cleansing of a heaven-ranked cultivation technique had strengthened his flesh, bones, and meridians. This was no joke. I'm not fighting anymore. I admit defeat. After exchanging another 200 moves, Bai Mingfeng's complexion was completely drained of blood. The qi and blood in his body surged. If he continued, he would suffer severe internal injuries. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and retreated, no longer attacking. I am not weaker than you. It is just that your physical body and cultivation technique are slightly stronger than mine. If I had the same physical condition as you, even 10 of you would not be a match for me. Bai Mingfeng wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips, feeling extremely dissatisfied. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "A win is a win. A loss is a loss. Why are there so many reasons?" Xiao Chen found Bai Mingfeng's words laughable. The accomplishments of his physical body could not be explained in one sentence. Before the age of 16, Xiao Chen could not condense a martial spirit. All the spiritual energy he absorbed poured into his flesh and bones, laying a good foundation for his body. However, because of this, he was mocked for close to 6 years. In the underground world of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Song Ke nearly killed him with one palm strike, nearly causing him to lose his soul. After Xiao Chen obtained an earth-rank body tempering cultivation technique, he finally stepped into the threshold of physical cultivation. Every time he fought for a spirit herb, there were all sorts of dangerous battles. After Xiao Chen obtained a heaven-rank body tempering cultivation technique, he suffered 3 types of inhumane torture. However, he endured all of them. The path of physical body cultivation was filled with thorns and thorns. Every step was extremely difficult. Xiao Chen had relied on his strong willpower to persevere until now. How could it be as simple as the other party made it out to be? What nonsense! Bai Mingfeng tossed over a box of spirit stones and smiled without a care in the world. Haha, it is as you said. The loser does not need to find excuses. However, your good days will come to an end tomorrow. You can take the spirit stones away. I can't be bothered to go over. Xiao Chen committed the other party's words to heart. He did not say anything more. He put away the spirit stones and headed for the spectator stands. Although Xiao Chen felt suspicious, he was sure that someone was targeting him. Xiao Yang and this Bai Mingfeng were sent by that person. However, if Xiao Chen took the initiative to ask this fellow, he would not get any results. So there was no need to ask. When the gray-robed old man saw Xiao Chen return, He handed him the remaining 1,500 spirit stones. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, little brother. You are the first to obtain 10 consecutive victories." Xiao Chun received the spirit stones and thanked the gray-robed old man. Then he walked to the back of the crowd. So. As he walked, Xiao Chun could feel many gazes on him. There were also all sorts of perceptions trying to probe him. Chapter 440. Strange, he is clearly only an inferior grade martial king. Why is he so ridiculously strong? The outstanding talents of the various nations withdrew their perception. Doubts filled their hearts. The strength that Xiao Chun displayed had already raised their guard. He was definitely a strong competitor in the fight for the ancient desolate tower. They had no choice but to pay more attention to him. Xiaxian, Jiang Zimo, and Mu Xinya all congratulated Xiao Chun one after another. The matches continued. For a long time no one obtained 10 consecutive victories. This continued until the beast-taming abode's Pei Xiaoxian appeared. He finally became the second person to obtain 10 consecutive victories. Furthermore, Pei Xiaoxian had obtained 10 consecutive victories even more effortlessly than Xiao Chun. This attracted even more attention. In every battle, Xiao Chun summoned out 7 or 8 high-rank spirit beasts. He did not have to do anything himself. Instead, he hid at the side and controlled the spirit beasts to surround his opponent. Xiao Chun easily won every battle. He did not exhaust much of his energy. After that, the 3 people who appeared, Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, and Mu Xinya, obtained 10 consecutive victories. This brought the atmosphere of the wrestling ring to a climax. Each of these people was more incredible than the last. Each victory was more dazzling than the last. They completely suppressed Xiao Chun's brilliance. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. He did not care too much about this kind of reputation. As long as he could obtain victory using the least amount of energy, it was sufficient. The matches continued until the sky turned dark. Only then did the matches of more than 100 people come to an end. A total of 7 people obtained 10 consecutive victories. They were Xiao Chun, Jiang Zimo, Ding Fengqiu, Mu Xinya, Pei Xiaoxian, Xiaxian, and the holy fire manners Leng Yun, whom Xiao Chun was wary of. However, Leng Yun did not pay any special attention to Xiao Chun because of the dispute between Xiao Chun and Old Qin. It was clear that he did not care. Not far from the wrestling ring, there was a small and exquisite courtyard. This was where the crowd would be staying for the next 5 days. Night fell completely, and the sky was filled with dazzling starlight. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged in his courtyard and cleaned up the hidden injuries from today's matches. In every battle, no matter how strong a martial artist was, he or she would leave behind more or less hidden injuries. If they were not cleaned up in time, they would become hidden injuries. At that time it would be very troublesome to deal with them. Xiao Chun had developed this good habit a long time ago. After every battle, he would promptly clean up his internal injuries. An hour later, Xiao Chun opened his eyes. All the internal injuries in his body had recovered under the nourishment of the essence qi. Xiao Chun was not in a hurry to sleep. He still had many things to do. He slowly replayed the battle during the day in his mind. Thinking back to the beginning, he got up and started practicing alone in the room. He wanted to see what he didn't do well enough so that he could be better prepared the next time he encountered the same situation. Although my physical body is strong, I can't keep up with the martial techniques of my fists and legs. The medial grade earth-ranked Great Dragon Tiger Fist can no longer keep up with my rhythm. In the end, Xiao Chun concluded. The last battle with Bai Mingfeng was the best proof. When facing a cultivator who also specialized in fists and legs, Xiao Chun was at a complete disadvantage in terms of techniques. If it were not for his strong physical body, he might have had to draw his saber. Xiao Chun muttered to himself, "After this matter is over, it looks like I need to find a peak earth-ranked fist technique to practice." It was already late. Xiao Chun did not dwell on this. He took out 2 medial-grade spirit stones and held them in his hands. Then he entered into a state of cultivation. The next morning, Xiao Chun woke up early. The moment he left the courtyard, he ran into Xiaxian and Xiao Chun, who had gone out together. After they greeted each other, the 3 of them headed to the wrestling ring together. Along the way, Xiao Rou did not seem to be in good spirits. She had only won 3 matches yesterday. Her lack of combat experience was a fatal flaw. This was especially so when she met with cultivators with dense killing chi. Before the fight even started, she was already afraid. However, others would not be able to help her. If she could endure it, she would be able to grow quickly in the wrestling ring. If she could not endure it, she would not be able to walk out of the shadow of defeat. It would be difficult for her to improve in the future. Whether it was a blessing or a disaster depended on her. Xiao-chan, I heard some news about you, Xiaoxian suddenly said just as they were about to enter the wrestling ring. Xiao-chan stopped and said, Is it about someone taking special care of me in the wrestling ring? Xiaoxian nodded. She had a worried expression on her face as she said, Li Xiuzhu is famous in the Heavenly Extermination Union for seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. He is very narrow-minded. Back then, when you embarrassed him in front of everyone, he already spoke to Gao Yongyu. Indeed, it was Li Xiuzhu's doing. It was as Xiao-chan had guessed. Thank you. However, half-step martial monarchs cannot participate in the rank or wrestling ring. It should not be a problem for me to obtain 60 victories. Xiaoxian shook her head and said, It is not as simple as you think. In order to prevent people from obtaining too many consecutive victories, the wrestling ring has a special group of cultivators below half-step martial monarch to snipe the participants. Although these people are not half-step martial monarchs, they all have their own consummate skills. Just like Xiao Yang, there are also some old monsters that have lived for more than 100 years. They are truly undefeatable people below half-step martial monarch. Xiaoxian continued, Think about Gao Yongyu. If he specifically targets you and sends someone to severely injure you in the first match of the day, what will happen to the next 10 odd matches? Seeing that Xiao-chan did not seem to mind, Xiao said, My senior sister has already told you so much. Why are you not worried at all? Xiao-chan smiled bitterly and helplessly. I am very worried. However, there is no need to show it on my face. Furthermore, worrying is useless. I will deal with whatever comes my way. In any case, I must obtain the 20 spots in the ancient desolate tower. No one can stop me. Thank you for reminding me. Let's go in. Xiaoxian sighed softly to herself. It was indeed as Xiao-chan said. So what if I worry? It will not solve the problem. Everyone else had already arrived at the spectator stands reserved for the participants of the wrestling ring. Xiao-chan found a desolate corner. After he sat down, he ignored the gazes of the others and sat down cross-legged. Then, he started to cultivate the firmament body tempering art's fourth layer. Is there any use in clinging at the last minute? When the beast-taming abodes Pei Xiaoxian saw this scene, he could not help but laugh. The others shook their heads as well, expressing their disagreement. What could they do during the day? They might as well observe their opponent's strength. Even Jiang Zimo and Ding Fengqiu felt that there was no need. Unless they wanted to make a breakthrough, cultivating now would be useful. However, that was not the case for Xiao-chan. Furthermore, after advancing to Martial King, it was not easy to break through a bottleneck. There were many geniuses who could not break through even after half a year. After watching the wrestling rings for a day, Xiao-chan had a rough understanding of everyone's strength. If not for Xiaoxian, Xiao-chan might have continued watching for another day. However, he now felt a sense of danger. Xiao-chan would never fight a battle he was not confident of winning. Only by breaking through to the firmament body tempering art's fourth layer would he be confident of obtaining 60 victories. Thus from now on he could not waste any time. As for what others thought, why should he care? Dong! 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 Amid the drumming, Xiao-chen's mental state was as calm as a lake. There were no fluctuations at all. He focused on cultivating the firmament body tempering art's fourth layer. Xiao-chan separated a strand of his spiritual sense and placed it on the gray-robed old man. Cultivating was one thing, but he could not forget about the wrestling rings. As Xiao-chan circulated his vital qi throughout his body, strands of hot energy came from the top of his head. That was the excess energy that came from circulating his vital qi. Time slowly went by. Xiao-chan turned a deaf ear to the noise and liveliness of the wrestling ring. It was like he was in a forest, quiet and peaceful. Number 15, go up quickly. After some time, Xiao-chen's strand of spiritual sense heard the old man's voice. Then he slowly opened his eyes. When the gray-robed old man saw the calm Xiao-chan, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He wanted to say something, but in the end he did not say anything. Standing in the wrestling ring, Xiao Chan performed a cupped fist salute to the surroundings and said, "I am the great Qin nation's Xiao Chan. Everyone please enlighten me." In the tall tower in the distance, Gao Yongyu watched expressionlessly as Xiao Chan entered the wrestling ring. He said to the old man beside him, "How is the person you mentioned? Are you confident of severely injuring him in the first match?" According to the rules of the wrestling ring, everyone could only fight twice in a day. Although Gao Yongyu had hired many experts, the wrestling ring did not have enough strength. Although Gao Yongyu had hired many experts, there were many participants. Furthermore, each participant had to fight 18 matches. It was impossible to place all the experts he hired on Xiao Chan. Thus, the first match was the most crucial. As long as he could severely injure Xiao Chan in the first match, Gao Yongyu would not have to waste his resources on the remaining matches. For the sake of the Spirit Stone reward, the spectators would also fight. Defeating the severely injured Xiao Chan would not be a problem. If Gao Yongyu lost 18 matches in one day, he would be able to deal with this troublesome Xiao Chan in 2.5 days. The old man knew the frustration and rage in Gao Yongyu's heart. He patted his chest and guaranteed, "City Lord, don't worry. The elders analyzed the 10 matches yesterday. This person is extremely strong, and his physical body's defense is extraordinary. However, his palm techniques are not very exquisite. As long as we find someone with a stronger physical body, we will be able to crush him easily." Gao Yongyu said sullenly, "Can you guarantee that?" The old man said with certainty, "There is absolutely no problem. If he cannot withstand severe injuries, City Lord, you can severely injure me." Compared to that person, Xiao Chen's physical body is on a completely different level. When Gao Yongyu heard this, he was slightly relieved. When Xiao Chan entered the dueling ring, the previously calm dueling ring immediately turned noisy as everyone discussed the dueling ring. Although Jiang Zimo and the others had stolen the limelight from Xiao Chen's performance the previous day, he was still the first person to set off a climax. Everyone was still filled with anticipation. Bang! After a while, a tall and stout man carrying a huge axe leaped out from his seat. As this person flew, he did not give off any fluctuations of essence. Unexpectedly, he was someone who cultivated the physical body. Bang! When the stout man landed on the ground, he gave off a loud sound and kicked up a cloud of dust into the air. Xiao Chan peered through the dust and saw this person's appearance. He could not help but reveal a smile. "Bai Lishi, you actually dare to appear before me. You are extraordinarily courageous." Chapter 441. Who else could the cultivator that the old man mentioned be other than Bai Lishi? In the ancient desolate land, only Bai Lishi fulfilled the criteria. Bai Lishi smiled somewhat embarrassedly and said, "Before I came up, I really did not know it was you. They did not tell me your name." Xiao Chan smiled faintly and said, "Why should I care so much about you? If you want to fight, fine. Just return the medial grade secret treasure to me first." Bai Lishi cursed helplessly. "Damn it. Every time I run into you, nothing good ever happens. I just heard that there are ranker wrestling rings here, so I wanted to come and earn some money. Who knew I would run into you?" Since Bai Lishi knew that Gao Yongyu wanted to deal with Xiao Chan, naturally, he did not intend to make a move. Although Bai Lishi was greedy, talkative, and short-tempered, he was not an ungrateful person. Since Bai Lishi had recognized Xiao Chan as a friend, he would not betray him. Furthermore, Bai Lishi had taken a medial grade secret treasure from Xiao Chan previously. Logically or emotionally, he would not help an outsider deal with his friend. "Damn it. You can just casually defeat me in a few moves. That way I will be able to report back. However, let me make this clear first. You are not allowed to hit my face, chest, or lower body. The most important thing is not to hurt me." Bai Lishi had a bitter expression on his face as he nagged. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "No problem, as you wish." Hence, the tens of thousands of people present saw an exaggerated scene that no one had seen in the hundreds of years since Wrestling City was built. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and arrived behind Bai Lishi. He merged his essence and vital qi into his body and kicked Bai Lishi's butt. Bang! There was a loud sound as Bai Lishi shot up into the air like a cannonball. The wrestling ring was several kilometers away from the spectator stands, but Bai Lishi flew over it. The fiery pain from his but nearly caused Bai Lishi to collapse. The pain made his facial features scrunch up tightly. He was not allowed to hit her face, chest, or lower body. Other than hitting her but, Xiao Chun really couldn't think of where else to kick. As for not hurting him, that was nonsense. How could it not hurt when hitting someone? In any case, this guy's body was stronger than his. A full-powered kick wouldn't hurt him. Bang! When the people below saw Bai Lishi's falling body, they quickly dodged to the side. His huge body immediately smashed the stone seats into smithereens. F***ck. Bai Lishi crawled to his feet and cursed. Then he quickly ran out of the wrestling ring. Gao Yongyu's men would definitely cause trouble for him. He had no choice but to run faster. He would not even have the chance to vent his anger at Xiao Chun. He felt extremely depressed. The audience's jaws dropped. They were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. They didn't expect this to happen. The person with an even wider jaw than them was the old man beside Gao Yongyu. His face was filled with astonishment, and his eyes were filled with confusion. He had never imagined that such a scene would occur. "You filthy thing!" Gao Yongyu flew into a rage and kicked the old man, breaking several of his ribs. The other old men in the room remained silent, not daring to say anything. Even though the commotion was over, the matches had to continue. Xiao Chun had already won 11 matches in a row. The rewards for defeating him were considerable. Although the rewards would not catch the attention of some of the peak experts, they were still a great source of income for many cultivators. In the following 17 matches, Xiao Chun only used vital qi. He did not even use his essence. Xiao Chun did this so that he could break through to the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. In Bai Lishi's cultivation book, he had written about the key to quickly tempering the physical body. One of the most important points was to use pure vital qi to fight. Feeling the circulation of vital qi in the body and comprehending the mysteries of vital qi in battle was the fastest. In the 17 matches, as long as there was no life-threatening or serious injury, Xiao Chun chose to use vital qi to fight his enemies. The people who fought today were clearly stronger than the previous day. Many people were already familiar with Xiao Chun's combat techniques and thought of countermeasures. Every match was very difficult. Wounds slowly appeared on Xiao Chun's body. He was no longer as relaxed as the previous day. Some cultivators even found some of the mistakes that Xiao Chun had made, wanting to make Xiao Chun pay a heavy price. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun had carefully analyzed his matches the previous night. He would not make the same mistakes again. Furthermore, he could make use of the arrogance of these people to beat them at their own game, achieving an unexpected result. This fellow has a strong talent for combat. Although every match looked like it was not easy for him to win, he did win all of them. Let's wait and see first. If Zhang Zimo and the others do not perform well, I will bet 5,000 medial grade spirit stones on him. Unfortunately, there is too little information on him in Wrestling City. They did not advertise him at all. On the contrary, Ding Fengqiu and the others did their best to advertise him. Xiao Chun's successive victories gave the crowd some anticipation for Xiao Chun's strength. Everyone started discussing him. After the 18 matches ended, Xiao Chun paid a significant price. He was even in a somewhat sorry state. However, he still managed to walk forward step by step, obtaining all the victories. Xiao Chun's clothes were tattered, and wounds of various sizes covered his body. Everyone could tell that Xiao Chun had not won easily. I think we should not bet on him. When the medial grade spirit stone reward breaks 10,000, it will attract some experts. When it reaches 100,000, all the peak experts will come out. He is already having such a hard time now. He will not be able to do it tomorrow. The day after that will be even more difficult. After the 18 matches ended, Xiao Chun became the first person to obtain 28 consecutive victories. Although his strength was acknowledged, the situation was not very good to look at. Many people believed that he would be defeated after he accumulated enough spirit stones to break his winning streak. Xiao Chun suppressed the injuries in his body and walked over to the gray-robed cultivator. Then, he received the 7,400 medial grade spirit stones that belonged to him. In addition to the 3,000 that he obtained yesterday, Xiao Chun had already obtained more than 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. This was equivalent to a tenth of his wealth. The gray-robed old man handed the spirit stones to Xiao Chun with some heartache. He said, "Congratulations, you are the first person to obtain 28 consecutive victories." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and thanked the gray-robed old man. Then, he received the spirit stones and returned to his corner. Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged and circulated his energy to treat his injuries. Today's fight was twice as intense as yesterday's. Furthermore, Xiao Chun did not use his essence. There were even more hidden injuries on his body. He had to deal with them as soon as possible. However, after using his vital qi to fight 17 consecutive high-intensity matches, Xiao Chun gained a new understanding of the way of cultivating the physical body. If nothing unexpected happened, the cultivation speed of the firmament body tempering art's fourth layer would definitely increase by another layer. Several people in the crowd looked at Xiao Chun and shook their heads. They still felt that doing so would not be of much use. Haha, no wonder he works so hard. It is not easy to win every match. It would be strange if he did not work harder. The people of the Great Qin nation are not very talented. Their brains are not very good either. If cramming at the last minute is useful, then what is the point of working hard normally? That's right. With one look, I can tell that he does not put in much effort normally. Otherwise, why would he still think about cultivating before a fight? Paying attention to his opponent's fighting style and techniques is what he should be doing now. How foolish. When they saw Xiao Chun sit down cross-legged again, they all mocked him. Actually, some of their words contained jealousy for Xiao Chun's consecutive victories. This was especially so for the people who fought before Xiao Chun. They had not obtained consecutive victories. Furthermore, they did not think that they were weaker than Xiao Chun. Even Xiao Chun could obtain consecutive victories, but they could not. The disparity in their hearts could be easily imagined. Now that they saw Xiao Chun's strange actions, they could not help but mock him. This was especially so for Yun Ping, who was the first to fight. His consecutive victories had ended in the last match. He was in a bad mood, so the one who spoke the nastiest words was him. Even this kind of trash can obtain consecutive victories. His luck is really King good. Xiaxian Jiang Zimo Muxinya, and the others who were on good terms with Xiao Chun did not find this strange. Furthermore, they knew that Xiao Chun would not care, so they could not be bothered with this group of people. However, Xiao could not help it. Back then, Xiao Chun had helped her obtain an iron medallion. This had improved her impression of him significantly. Furthermore, Xiao Chun was still young and had purer thoughts. When he saw the crowd continuously ridiculing him, he could no longer endure it. He said, "You people cannot obtain consecutive victories, so you go and mock others. Is there any meaning to it? You are really shameless." Yun Ping laughed loudly. "We are speaking the truth. How are we mocking him? Furthermore, what is the point of having consecutive victories? He just needs to obtain 60 victories. That's right. He just needs to obtain 60 victories. With his strength, he already had such a difficult time winning today. Can he still obtain consecutive victories tomorrow? Furthermore, you are just a little girl. What qualifications do you have to criticize us? You did not even obtain 5 victories yesterday. Ha ha ha." When the group of people saw that Ruru had seen through their thoughts, their expressions became very unhappy. One by one, they pointed their spears at her. Chapter 442. Xiaorou's delicate face flushed red with anger. So many people were talking about her. Even if she wanted to, she would not be able to win. Xiaxian pulled Xiaorou behind her and looked coldly at the crowd. A murderous intent gathered in the depths of her eyes. She said sullenly, "Is there any point in a group of men bullying a little girl?" When the crowd felt Xiaxian's murderous intent, they did not say anything. After all, Xiaxian's strength was clear for all to see. Furthermore, she had become famous long ago. She was one of the peak geniuses of the great Xia nation. It was not a good thing to offend her. The matches continued, but it no longer had anything to do with Xiao Chun.